Okay, okay. All right, there we go. It's not picking up my audio suddenly. My computer, when I turned it on, I love the title. Thank you, thank you. I was trying to think how could this even work for Lucas. Hang on, I realize it's not doing my sounds right. All right, that should have fixed it. I didn't realize it was dead air. It broke. It disconnected. Weird. When I turned on my computer, it literally said "Welcome." I'm like, I have a computer. But could you tell where we're going? I don't understand what Lucas's story is going to be. So we're starting Lucas's route. If you guys remember Lucas's end, he ain't around. My guy ain't here. So hopefully his side encore is a little bit shorter. I don't know. This has got a lot more content than I thought it was going to have. I think we spent about 10 hours with Mathis getting all of his stuff. And now this is the encore ending, so this is the alternate ending.
黒き災いの花、リコリスのワージュが
Arpichel.
四方を囲う国、
So
アル
country
ペ
centered
シェ
by
ル。
Lycoris, the black flower of death.
生
We're
まれ
gonna
た人間が23歳までに命を落とすこの国は、
humans die
かつて
at 23.
外界から訪れた漂流者によってこう呼ばれるようになった。
A drifter referred to this world as
死神に見入られた国。
a land possessed by death, which is so accurate. Lucas, all right, I want to know where we're
連
picking
続
back up.
殺人鬼ブローを倒し、
After the defeat
私
of
の
the
訪問
Circa
授業のお
Bro,
手伝いをしてくれるようになった彼
she
女。
came to help me with my lessons.
肩の力を抜いて。君は君にできることをすればいい。
You can relax, just follow my
いっそ
lead.
子供たちとの交流を楽しむつもりで臨んでください。
Enjoyed talking to kids, witnessing you doing
私
something.
の妹のナディアです。
This goes too fast.
よ
Here's
け
my
れば
sister.
兄弟ともどもこれからもよろしくお願いします。
I hope we can get along.
子供たちやナディアとの交流で少しずつ愛らしい表情を見せるようになってくれた彼女に訪れた悲劇。
Oh no.
死んだはずのブローがよみがえり、凄惨な現場を目撃してしまう。
She caught me. She found out I
王
was
族から
Burrow.
の要請でブローをおびき出すおとりにされてしまった彼女は、しばらく私の家に寝泊まりすることに。ごめんなさい。私がもっとしっかりしていれば、君
Only
にあ
I
の
had
ような光
done
景を見せ
better.
ることはなかったのに。そう、あのような汚らわしいリライバーを浄化する光景など、
Burrow, the savior. Oh man,
歪
this
んだ
is
性を享受する歪んだ
twisted
存在。
existence that accepts twisted
その
lives.
魂を
Should I
浄
have
化
left
し
it
続けれ
muted?
ば、きっと神は
I'm sure
願い
God
を
will
叶え
grant
て
me
くだ
my
さる。
wish. My goodness. Wait, are we starting that far back? Because that's the only way to save this guy. It says it's chapter 3. All right. I'll put a note.
これは運命を切望する男のもう一つの物語。
This was yet another tale of the man who yearned for his destiny.
過去の残死がつなぐのは救済の結末
I should
か
have worn all black
そ
or
れ
all
とも
white. One or the other. Had to be one or the other. Is what connected from his past and future salvation. Did I break this? It's dead. Tombstone. Yeah, you know. Because he died. Is what connected from his past or future of salvation, or was his...
それを決めるのは
Forgot he talks.
我らでもあなたでもない。彼自身だ。
Was his fate to be determined not by us nor her, but his own self? Also, can you hear me? Because I'm a little concerned. I forgot to get my...
おや、
Oh, I didn't play the first... Okay, so in the first game, Lucas at the end of the game is dead. he died. He didn't make it. There's no ending where Lucas survived in his route specifically. In other routes, he survived. He did fine. His route, dead. Dead. Every time. So, Blue, you really should have played Virche. But yeah, so in the first one, he was on a bunch of drugs. And by drugs, I mean performance enhancers that made him lose his mind a little bit, like right now. So, yeah. My stepdad bought me the second one. Well, get ready. Maybe we'll be dating a spirit instead. Oh my gosh. Be like we're talking to a spirit board just to talk to Lucas. This is probably the only part you could go back to. So this is the part where she finds out that Lucas, this man on the screen, this hot man, I'm not
こ
gonna
ん
lie,
な
he's
時
hot.
間まで夜更かしするなんて。
He's hot. He's super hot. We find out he's a serial killer right now. There is a serial killer in this story that is going around and killing relivers. He is ripping them apart. In this universe, in order to become a reliver, all of your body parts must be presented to get a second body. You have to have all of your pieces. And so he takes parts of their pieces so they can't become relivers anymore. And it's usually someone who has a lot of influence that he's murdering, specifically people that like affect the government and stuff like that. So the rich people are losing their minds because of this guy. So yeah, that's what you're missing. I miss Saint Germain. Oh, is this Saint Germain's voice actor? Wait. To be out at such a
君
late
はと
hour.
っても悪い子ですね。
I remember being giddy about this line. You really are a bad girl, aren't you? And I'm like, hee hee, and then I wake up in a cage. In a cage? What's that? The Proust family was given the right to serve in the royal guard due to unique circumstances. Our family was known for its strength. A bloodline gifted him with extraordinary powers. Also, he's superhuman. I forgot. He's slender and beautiful and gorgeous like his mother, but he's got the strength of his dad, which is like so strong. Saint Germain and Lucas have the same voice actor. Okay. See, I haven't played Code Realize.
そうなのね。
Hydrate. Thank goodness I refilled this. Hello, mama. Oh my gosh. But I, Lucas Proust, not me, took after my mother's feminine beauty. Oh good, I just told you all this. And yet...
また物を壊してしまった。
Not again, I couldn't control myself. He's just so strong. I was blessed with the ability far exceeding anyone in the Proust family, strength that did not suit my outer appearance. Those born in my family had a difficult time controlling their strength, and many were unable to live a normal life. The Proust family's special training regimen was derived from a book purchased from the Drifter, detailing the techniques of a unique martial art from the Far East. Boy, so strong. Able to control our strength, we were able to live normal lives. But I did not like to fight. It was painful to know that the training I underwent was transforming me into some inhuman beast. Furthermore, I resisted the idea of causing harms to others. Not plural harm. I went along with my father's order to train and become a soldier while waiting for the opportunity to go against his will. You really should, Leah. Code Realize has the same scenario writer as Virche. I own all 3 games digitally. Hurts my feelings, but digitally. It's either going to be Code Realize, or what was the other one I was thinking of playing next? PO4E. That's the next. I'll probably have a poll on the Discord, because I don't know when I'm going to be done with 9 RIP or Virche. I'm not going to try and rush it. November's a really weird month for my job, so I'll pay full price for alternate stories of the love interest with green flags and happy endings, plus the art is jaw-dropping. For PO4, oh sorry, not for PO, for Code Realize? Virche? The opportunity arose 12 years ago. Is this when you kidnapped your sister? A young life was born that day. A girl with hair, eyes, and facial features similar to mine. A normal girl who wasn't given our family's unusual physical
この
strength.
子は私の元へ降りてきてくれた
Hi,
天使だ。
Asia! She's an angel sent straight from the heaven.
ナディア、私の大事な妹。
Nadia, my younger
こ
sister.
れから先、何があっても、兄様があなたを守ってあげますからね。
From now on, no matter what, your brother will protect you. From that day forward, Lucas Proust was the brother of Nadia Proust.
この子は生まれながらに死んでるよ。生かせば生かすほど金を消費するだけだ。
This child will not grow to adulthood. You'll only waste money trying to keep her
ど
alive.
うしても死なせたくないなら、ある程度育った後に死なせて、リライバーとして蘇った方が安く済む。
Ew, Lucas and yay, Nadia. This is taking place, just so you know, since you missed the very beginning. This is the alternate ending of the first story. It's starting right when Lucas showed his true colors. You know, that grinning photo in black and white with his little sparkly tooth and his eyes glowing. That's where we're at. If you really want to keep her, you can raise her just long enough to begin the reliver process. She was born with a body completely opposite from that of the Proust family. I'm going to start fast forwarding through this. So we're just recapping everything you already know. As if scoffing at my promise to her, every single doctor I met would give the same diagnostic. In an instant, her breathing would stop. In the next, she would breathe again. Live, die, die, live. All I remember is Nadia. Nadia. I mean, honestly, first off, Camille got a happy ending. Maybe Nadia is the only thing that matters for real. For real. Maybe that's what's gonna happen here. Maybe she won't turn into a project? What would we call this? His beautiful creation? Based on spoilers for this route, my opinion is LOL what the fuck. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry, Lucas. I will warn you. I'm gonna roast him. Just, yeah. She had more near-death experiences than life experience. Her disease kept her alive just to die. That was the life of Nadia Proust, but...
私、兄様に頭を撫でてもらうの大好き。
I like when you pat my head.
私もあなたをこうして撫でてあげるのが
I
大
like
好きですよ
patting。your head
Nadia.
too, Nadia.
今日も生きていてくれてありがとう。
Correction. Sorry,
お薬
Lucas
を
fans. Not
いっぱ
sorry,
いいっ
Lucas.
ぱい頑張って飲みましたね。
Thank you for being alive again today. You did a good job drinking all that
い
medicine.
つかきっと兄様と一緒にお外に遊びに行きましょう。
This game literally gives me a fuck you with this slur out. Ugh. Let's go outside and play when you're better. Kay, I loved my sweet younger sister who lived her life without regret and despair. Still, how many years had passed since she lived with this unknown disease? It was around then that I realized what relivers were really about. Of all people, my fake parents were tired of caring for
ナ
her.
ディアをリライバーにして救う。
Ah, that's Lucas's dad. Lucas, I hate you. Aww. Save Nadia by making her a reliver. They sought to make her a reliver. They said that she would be rid of her disease and be healthy once she relived. Their idea made me sick to my stomach. They were going to ignore all the suffering Nadia went through and turn her into a fake? How could they be so cruel to such a small, precious life, their very own blood? I couldn't approve of their idea at all.
兄様が大好きな気持ちと
I love my big bro.
兄様に撫でてもらった髪なくしたく
I try to be nice to Lucas, but I can't. Actually, what's really funny is my friend went to a bar the other day and we were like, oh, send us photos of your drinks. And she's like, the bartender's kind of hot. And this is like a group chat with me and my sister. And she sends a photo and me and my sister at almost the same time says, I like he's got interesting tattoos. And I was like, I like his tattoos. Because we didn't think it was cute. Because we're too kind though to be like, no. But you have to think of something nice to say. That's what we said. At the same time, almost. He's got nice tattoos. I like his tattoos. I like when he pats my head. I don't want to forget. Nadia also refused our parents' idea. You just gotta think of one nice thing to say about Lucas. It can be his canines. She muttered words of defiance even while feverish. I believe there must be someone in this country willing to fight to save her. Girl code, yeah. I was just like, Like his tattoos. Nadia is the one thing you like about Lucas. I mean, you can like him for his sister. His sister's precious. We moved from one place to another in an effort to escape our parents, but her disease appeared to be serious. Turned her into a reliver. That was the cold-hearted refrain I heard again and again. Not a single doctor even attempted to save Nadia. Not one of them saw her as a form of life in the slightest. I felt that God had forsaken us. Yeah, however, there was one place that showed us pity. They took us in, a facility ran by residents with no medical furnishings, blah, 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 saying our thank you. We left the facility, yet we were still unable to find any hospital, just as I was about to break, blah, 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 blah. Dr. Pushin. He's a cat now. What's his name, right? Pushin? He's just a cat. I might lurk for a bit. I got a headache. No. Found you. Oh yeah, I got Sonic tonight. It's a great day. Stay hydrated and rest in low places. Low light places, not low places. Don't rest in low places. Please don't. Come with us. I'll save her. Encouraged by the previous minister of the Society of the Exorcist. Blah, 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 blah. I remember all this. This all happened. He was a servant of God. Seeing Nadia fight. At first I was wary. Miracle occurred. He approached a certain reliver who was captured as a criminal, murdered him. Suddenly, Nadia got better. The minister smiled. This is the power of fate. Your sister was chosen by God. God will bless her. Offer myself. If you save Nadia, I'll do anything. I want to show my faith to God. I sought salvation from the minister. Smite God's enemies. Demons that mimic the souls of living. Blah, 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 blah. He just wants, so again, we're going to kind of skip parts of this because it's not like, this is basically reliving it. TLDR, look, your sister got better because I murdered a guy. If you murder more people, she'll continue to get better. It was meant saving my dear young sister. In the name of God, I will. I would embrace any chance of a miracle. As proof of my servitude, I was to offer the hearts of the demons to the heavens. Again, the hearts, he takes his parts of their body because you can't become a reliver if you're missing any part of your body. That's the whole thing. A ritual of purification to show my faith to God. Since then, Nadia's symptoms worsened. I would follow the minister's instruction and purify the demons. Each time, Nadia would recover and remain in this world. My deeds were all so my beloved sister could live, and for that, I would overcome any trial. I'd kill them all. See, Asia, you would agree. You would kill a room full of people for Nadia?
私が浄化さえ続けていれば、
Oh man.
ナディアは神が奇跡によって助けてくださる。
Listen, he's a psychopathic murderer with a really bad ideal, but like he looks good in black, okay? And he's got like this demonic looking hand. Can we torture these manipulators? Sort of. Kinda. As long as I continue to purify, God will save Nadia.
力ばかりを持て余すこの忌まわしい体に、こんな使い道があったとは。
I feel like I really do need to put side by side Lucas from the previous game because I swear he's talking faster. He likes to splash himself with blood like perfume. Like, look at his hand. Like, what is up with that, buddy? You dying? I mean, he is, actually. That's unrelated. I knew the strength of my cursed body would be used for such a purpose. If anything happens to Nadia, I will burn the world for her. See? See, you get it. Lucas is like that. Seeing his class's hands and offer a prayer to the heavens sent a chill down my spine. Flashback to him covered in blood. Look at him. After seeing him covered in blood, gouging out the hearts of relivers. I lost consciousness and woke up in a dark place with my body restrained. From the looks of it, it seems my hands were tied behind the chair, and in front of me, my teacher was talking about his terrifying rituals with Dr. Capuchin, aka Dr. Pushin.
これでもう理解しただろう。
Sure you
歴代
understand.
教祖。我らに神の
Blah blah
ブロー、
blah.
リュ
Blah 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 blah. Chuckled blah blah blah. In his hand was a heart Lucas gouged out. My heart ached, as if denying the sight before my eyes wait. I somehow forced myself to speak, hoping that what was happening was a lie. What about when Barreau was fighting Lucas and when he died from the acid?
あれらは教団がよ、彼らの素性や素顔は私も知りませんが、
Don't know who they were, but they did well.
私が死んだ後はぜひ彼らにこの使命を継いでもらいたいものですね。
When I die, I hope they can carry on their mission. I'll consider it. Everything I was hearing now, the horrors were slowly destroying the hopes and trust I had built in them over
それ
time.
にしてもよりにもよって彼女に浄化の
You need to be more careful, Lucas.
申し訳ありません。
Gomen Nasai. Sorry.
睡眠薬を飲んでいただいたので、しばらくは起きないと思っていたのですが、予想外の介入者が。
She woke up after having a visitor. I could feel nothing now, not even anger.
ああ、君の周囲を嗅ぎ回っていたという不死の青年か。
You mean the undying man who stalked you? That's right. Lucas cut up Anku.
しかしにわかには信じがたいな。私は最後君が処分。
信じられないでしょ。私が銅をなぎ払ったそばから。
Benjamin half kept growing back. My body shook at the word undying. Dispose? What did you do to Anku? Ah.
アンク？ああ、なるほど。君と私を執拗に追ってきた。私が100に切り。
Buried his remains. Yeah, he cuts up Anku, buries his remains. But Anku comes back. Anku came back, woke us up, and he's like coughing up blood. He's like, I cannot believe you decided to hang out with this guy. And I'm like, Anku, no. Get traumatized by Lucas. You're going to kill me in the same way now that I know your identity? Whoa.
まさか私の大事な天使である君を浄化するはずがありません。
Of course not. I would never purify my beloved angel. Huh?
私はよほどの悪い子でなければ。
I would
人
not
間を浄
purify
化しません。
a human unless they're a bad
現
person.
にイブ君たちと戦った時は傷を負わせるだけに
I only
と
tried
ど
to
めていたで
injure
しょう。
Eve.
君をこの本部へと連れてきたのは
I want you to understand true objective, Capuchin. Spread his arms
では
wide.
改めて紹介するとしよ
An
う。
introduction.
ようこそ
Welcome to the
我らエクソシスト教団の本部へ。
headquarters of the Society of the Exorcist. This is gonna end up differently. The area suddenly lit up. A shriek cut through the darkness.
ブレた。
At the center, a large amount of equipments were followers of the Society of Exorcists wearing clothes just like Capuchin. For the record, they do this to Mama too. They cut up Mama again and again and again and again. And her too. They actually turn her into her liver in Lucas's story and in one of the bad endings. And do experiments on her too. Because he said she's a bad girl. I thought she was an angel, but she's a bad girl. They observed the screams.
ここは数代前の教祖が病院のはるか地下深くに作り上げた施設でね。
This facility was built by one of the previous ministers. By the way, one of the previous ministers was our mother in a previous life.
忌まわしき国立研究所で行っている死の呪いに耐えうるリライバーの生産とはまた別に、今ある肉体を強化することで延命する方法を探し、日々こう
とはいえ純粋な人間にご協力いただくわけにもいかないので、私が奪ってきた心臓から血液を
その副産物の一つがあの病院で受けられる優れた治
They're
療。
experimenting on relivers. It's giving them stuff that they can use in the hospital, aka to help Nadia. So they were fighting the curse on this land and exterminating the demons, the true objective of the Society of the Exorcist, and their ways of salvation for the people. As I drop my phone on the floor.
どうだい？真の
I'm waiting for this to change. Cloning demons. Their words were pure madness. I slowly looked at the sea of blood being used for their experiments. That's horrible. How are you able to do such a cruel thing so easily, you monsters?
ひどいこと？何がでしょうか？
Horrible. What do you mean? This is back to when, like, Lucas. I understand. Okay, Lucas is on a drug. Hear me out. He is on a drug right now actively. It, like, makes him a little bit more obedient. And it makes him a little less morally good. Which is why he's like, "Wow, this is fine." Um, but still, he started this willingly just to try and protect his sister. So he did all this. He started this. He's like, "I'll do whatever you want." And then they start injecting him, and it makes him a little bit obedient. Lucas didn't seem to understand why I was angry. Lucas's voice and eyes showed neither guilt nor joy. I would have denounced him without hesitation if it had been done out of sadism. This is giving that community joke. Like, I can forgive. I'm sorry. No. Could it be that he doesn't see relivers as living beings, but he preached to me that children about sanctity of life? This is so wrong. He's gone insane.
では先生、いえ教祖様、予定通り彼女の身は
May I take care of
私
her?
が預かって
As we discussed.
ああ、君の寿命もいよいよ残りわずか。最後に使命はしっかりとこなしつつ、ただし
心得ています。
Okay, so Capuchin basically told Lucas he can do whatever he wants with her. Lucas is 23. If you don't know, when you turn 23 in this world, you typically die. And he's been coughing up blood for a while, so he's getting real close to the end of his life. He's been promised by Capuchin that Capuchin will take care of his sister. And he's in love with Cirrus, aka us. He's in love with us. He thinks we're angels. He just likes watching us. He's a bit creepy, but like, at first it was in a cute way. He came closer. He crouched down. Cradled my cheeks with a blood-stained hand. I trembled in
神が
fear.
与えた試練に打ち勝ち続ける 私の大事な愛しい天使よ。
My dear angel who's continued to overcome the trials of
どう
God.
かこの命が尽きるその刹那まで
Until the very moment of my
私と
ends, I ask
ナ
you
ディ
stay
アのそばに
beside me and Nadia. Okay, so this is the
君は
part. You're a good girl. You'll listen to
とて
your teacher, won't you? Trash. Um, there's a part where we get to choose to go talk to Adolphe, or we can talk to our mom. And if there's the cage. Oh god. And if we talk to our mom, he does experiments on our mom and kills us. If we talk to Adolphe, I think he just kills Adolphe and then like kills us. Why they gotta ruin such a beautiful man? Blame society. I could hear the relivers screaming. I was unable to do anything. Anku had been sleeping here, was no longer around. All that remains were bloodstains that I could only assume belonged to him. The cage is just sad, no cushions, nothing. Oh my god, I got put inside a cage. This
私
is
の
the
不
part
在
I
時や
hated so much.
就
Look at
寝
his
時だけ
face.
はこの中で過ごしてもらいます
It's like right here. We put my face right here. Alright guys, let's have a real conversation now. Perfect. I hated it. Just move him over a little bit. Spend some time inside here while I'm gone and when you go to
逆に
sleep.
私がそばにさえいれば
As long as I'm
自
around,
由
you're
に
free
過
to
ごし
do
てい
whatever
た
you
だ
like. Despite the unsettling words, Lucas looked as happy as usual. In fact, I almost felt like nothing had changed. That we're back to a peaceful
君
day.
が血迷った真似さえしなければ
Suddenly has no no-nos. This is my least favorite thing. I was hoping they'd fix this, honestly, if they put her back in the cage. I hated it more than being in a cage. Like, who would stick their face right there? Would you put your nose up against a bar? No. Gosh, no nose. Yeah, I hated this. They did not fix this. This is exactly how it looked last time. Don't abuse your freedom. You tricked me. Unable to stay quiet any longer. You really are Lucas? What the What does that mean? Oh god. Oh my gosh. Do I remember any of my choices from last time? Oh no. Green? You really are the same Lucas who taught me how precious life is, aren't you?
ええ間違いなく私はリライバーとは違い偽物などではありません
I am no fake unlike
君と
relivers.
刻んだ思い出と感情は何一つ色あせることなく今もこの胸に残っていますよ
The memories and feelings I've shared with you aren't dulled in the slightest. You have remained my heart as always have. I took his nose. Like that game. Like, got your nose. That's not very convincing now. What about Nadia?
何も知りませんあの子はあくまでリライバー化を望まぬ意思表示のため教団
She
ですか
doesn't
ら
know anything. Keep her secret. Understood. I didn't want Nadia to know the truth either. Her kind and loving brother was actually a murderer who killed in order to save her. Asia, watch out. Lucas will take her so you can't be alive. I don't know if it's... I'm not sure. I'm not... maybe it is the same. I just remember it being so specific that Sheen's like, they can't be reborn. They can't. Before long, he apologized and closed the door of the cage with me inside. The sound of the lock clicking against the small prison cage rang coldly in the room.
君に正体を知られてしまったことは予定外でしたが
I didn't expect you to find out who I really was,
人
but
生最後の時を愛する者たちと共に過ごせるなんて
boy's
私は
blushing.
なんと
Boy likes this.
幸福なのでしょう
How fortunate it is that I can now spend my final days with my beloved.
これから私が死ぬまでずっと一緒ですよ
We'll be together until my death, my very
私
own
の
angel.
天使
I swear Cirrus can reach out and grab his neck. Yeah, but Cirrus has no backbone. We've established this over like the course of all her routes. Cirrus, design-wise, gorgeous. Personality, pretty much down for anything. Like question mark at the end of that sentence. I've only seen half of the first game. I had my suspicions that he was the unaliver, and now seeing this confirmed. Ooh, we guessed it before we even got to his route that it was him. His outfit's exactly the same, like his purse thought, but like, oh yeah. He is the one. And I've said this before. I don't care if he's a serial killer. That was fine. I'm mad that he put me in a cage. This is ridiculous. I don't belong in here. Don't call me your angel and lock me in a box. Okay. He smiled weakly and looked through the bars of the cage. Down for death, down to burn. She's that one girl that will be down for anything. Literally. She's down for anything. She is down to be sacrificed. She's down to stab herself if she's got to. What's Mathis's route? She's down to be locked in a cell with you for the rest of her life, pretending to be someone she's not. She's down to stab herself again. That was a different route. I'm thinking about Eve's now. God. I need my nails long again. Specifically, why? I haven't got my nails done. They're still 9 RIP, but I might be getting them done next week, so. And next week's gonna be a weird week because I'm taking next weekend off because we're going somewhere, which means I'm working Sunday through Thursday. And then we have something we're doing Friday and Saturday, so I just won't be streaming those 2 days because I won't be home for most of the day. But I'm going to try and sprinkle in at least 2 streams. They just might be a little bit short next week, just a warning. Oh my god. I'm gonna go to sleep, she says, and she just like a dog, just start walking around in a circle. You missed my other message. I will choke Lucas with my long nails. Oh, that's fine. Oh, that's hot. That's hot, actually. That's pretty hot. I'd be down. I'd watch that. Do you know how many times I've scratched myself with these? I always go like, make them sharp enough that I can cut someone. It's me. I end up cutting me. Find the person, stabby stab. It's always me. I've had a long gash of my leg from like putting like clothes on once. My body and mind were tired.
はい。おやすみなさい。
It's not supposed to be hot. I mean, look at him. He's gorgeous. I don't care. I mean, I do care. I totally care. I don't like him. It's what's on the inside that matters, and I don't like what's in the inside. He's one of those people where you're like, oh, I like it, and then they start talking, and you're like, oh, no. I don't like it. Don't kink shame us, Asia. Yeah, we were down. I was down. That's fine. I mean, I could see some pretty lovely nails around his neck. It's fine. As he spoke, he laid beside the cage, covering himself with a thin bedsheet unfit to starve off the cold. I decided to stop looking at him and cover myself with a bedsheet as well. If his objective is to kill Relivers, then Mother, Hugo, Sheen, and the others are all potential targets. I also need to find out where Anku is buried. Gotta dig that boy up. You literally turned my murder into a kink. Listen! I have to picture things. I need to kill my feelings. He wasn't my teacher anymore. The emotions I felt was simply an illusion. Oh, Lucas. Lucas. This is a dream. I felt as though I was dreaming. Yeah, I'm dreaming. I want Sheen and Koharu to step on me. Sheen would so be down to step on you. In fact, he would step on you without thinking twice. He'd just be like, it seems about right. You're a rug to me now. That's Sheen. That was my only illusion as a possibility, or perhaps the vestige of a forgotten we doing fancy words today, guys? It is almost 9 o'clock at night. Calm down. Which one it was, I would not know until judgment was served. He'd step on Asia, then ask her to clean up his office. Yeah. 8 years ago, it was a chance meeting before the tragedy stained in red. Rain. Small droplets fell from the leaden sky. The adults around me rushed back to their homes, not wanting to get wet. Oh, wait. Oh, no. For me, I'll go home, blah, blah, blah. Orphanage, no matter how many children they got sick, everyone was blah, blah, blah. I hated that I was unable to turn their kindness. I sat down alone in the middle of Cohen. Already down so bad. Asia's been down bad the whole time. Sheen has been Asia's Achilles heel for a year now. I knew I'd only cause even more trouble to everyone in the orphanage if I caught a cold. I have to get out of the rain. I took coverage at the end of an abandoned house. I wonder how long it's going to last. He doesn't have to ask me. I already planned to do that before he even asked. Oh man, I love when we're called like the sandwich maker. An hour passed. I looked up at the sky, lost in thought. A nearby alleyway connected to the path where I stood. I heard a very adorable voice, but more than that, it was weak. Oh, we're getting a flashback. I thought this is the one where a doll found us on the street corner. My bad. As one does in the middle of the rain, you find girls on a street corner. It shows my list of love interest. I'm down bad for a lot of guys. They sound like they're in pain. I have to help them if they're sick. I have to. I'm obligated. Excuse me, I have to be here. Being afraid of the dark, I timidly entered the alley.
ナディア、ナディア、苦しいのですか？ごめんなさい。まだお医者様を見つけることができなくて。
We're rewriting history? She didn't know he had a sister. Are you hurting? I'm sorry, I haven't been able to find a doctor for you
もう
yet.
少し、あともう少しだけ耐えてください。そうすればきっと。
Just a little longer. Just hold on for a little longer. I'm sure we'll find someone. A boy as pretty as an angel was carrying her on his back. That both of them shone so brightly yet. The girl looked like she was in pain, and the boy looked so bitter. Who is this young boy? Honestly, it looks like Shion from Variable Barricade. That's when I wanted to help them if they were in trouble.
誰だ？
Who's there? The boy glared my way, startled, but because I was so small, his gaze went straight above my head.
Huh?
Look at baby Lucas. Confused, he looked down as he realized I was there.
君のような子供がなぜここに？もしや迷子ですか？
This is just snippets of the past, though. But she met Nadia for the first time and went, I didn't even know you had a sister. Liar. She's a liar. You can't meet this child and not tell me you don't realize it's Lucas 10, even if it's 10, 15 years later. A kid? What's a kid like you doing here? Are you lost? I heard the girl coughing. Is she hurt? She can come rest at the orphanage where I live.
いえ、そんな見ず知らずの女の子にそんな迷惑をかけるわけには。
It's alright. We shouldn't trouble a girl we don't even know, even in the pouring rain. I know that I hate you, but I'm jealous of your hair, even though I already got long hair. Listen, like him and Sephiroth slay, right? Like that's it. Like she looks like she's hurting, my guy. So please, I lowered my
わ
head.
かりました。それではお言葉に甘えさせていただきます。
She's like, I too was once found in this very alleyway by a boy and carried on his back to an orphanage. We'll take you up on the offer. He repositioned the girl on his back and nodded to me in
です
return.
が、私のような素性の知れない子供が施設を訪ねても大丈夫なのでしょうか。
I'm so jealous of long-hair love interests. Don't be jealous, just date them all. Would your orphanage really take in complete strangers like us off the street? Yes, it is. Everyone at the orphanage, they're welcoming even if you're a scary girl who makes people die. Yeah, even if you like overshare sometimes. Hear me out. The rain stopped as we walked. By the time we reached the orphanage, it was clear enough to see the stars across the sky. Wait, this is the orphanage where Eve's got attacked. This is a different
あら
orphanage.
まあ、
3人揃ってずぶ濡れじゃないの。今タオルを持ってくるからね。
Did the fire happen right now too? Jesus, how many things are gonna rope into this one? I'm already married to long-haired love interest. Ah, well, keep marry more. Okay, you got your reverse harem. Keep going. All three of you are soaking wet. Let me fetch you towels.
それからそこの弱っている女の子のために空いている個室を暖炉で温めよ
Let's see. We'll get a fire going in one of these empty rooms for this poor little one. The small girl was wrapped up in warm, dry sheets almost as soon as we made it back. The boy gazed at the staff in bewilderment as they ran about. She's like, listen, they're super nice. The girls seem to be able to fall
う。こ
sound
れで
asleep.
ひとまず大丈夫なはず。目が覚めたら温かいお湯を飲ませてあげようね。
I think she'll be fine for the moment. We can give her some warm water when she wakes up.
よかった。
Thank God. The boy sighed with relief seeing that the girl was no longer
あ
in
なた
pain.
も雨で体が冷えているでしょ。紅茶を入れてあげるから一緒に飲みましょう。
You must be cold
事情も
from the rain
そ
too.
こで聞くから。
I'll put on a kettle for tea and you can tell us what brought you here.
いえ、私まで余計なご迷惑をかけるわけには。
I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. Achoo! An adorable sneeze escaped him. So when you have a crush on someone, everything's adorable, even the dumbest things. While it was cute, I remembered the staff telling me that sneezes meant you had a cold coming on. I stared at him.
その子もあなたのことが心配なんですって。
I think she's worried about you as well.
わかりました。では、ありがたく、一杯だけ。
Let's see. He's like 5 years older than her. If this is 8 years ago, hang on, I got this. She's 18. This is when she's 10, and he's 15. It's a weird age gap. Not gonna lie. I'll take you up just a cup. The boy looked down at me, puzzled as I hid behind one of the staff members. She's like, don't look me in the eye. Not with eyes that blue. Some staff stayed behind to care for the girl as the rest of us left the room. The boy told us about himself as we drank the tea and the staff prepared. He told us about how they were from Chadis and that his little sister was ill. They were on the run from their parents who were trying to curse her by making her become a reliver.
そう、大変だったね。
You've had such a rough time.
リライバー化の是非について僕たちに口は出せないが、確かに当人の意思を無視するのは良くない。
Oh, number I took a screenshot of this. It's not our place to claim if being a reliver is right or wrong. The decision is completely up to the person in question.
それだけではありません。
They don't understand that.
あの人たちは、ナディアの頑張りを何も見ていない。
They don't see how hard Nadia works every day.
でなければ、
Otherwise,
思い出が刻まれた体を大事にするために、辛い治療に耐えていたあの子の肉体を
they'd never trade out her body so simply. After she worked so hard to endure the pain just to hold on to her precious memories, he bit his lip with frustration. Teacup spilled as he coughed in
雨に
pain.
打たれたせいで風邪をひいてしまったかな。今日は泊まっていきなさい。
You might be getting a cold from being out in the rain. Stay here for the night.
本当は妹さんと同じ部屋にしてあげたいが、風が移ってしまったら何が起こるかわからないからね。
I'd normally put you in the same room with your sister, but who knows what would happen if she caught your cold.
はい。
Thank you. Whoops, sorry. My bad. Sorry, Lucas. The staff member helped the boy get up from his chair. He glanced back at me and disappeared through the doorway. And that's how she became his angel. She wake up from this dream now. And check it that night. With a pail of water in hand, I quietly opened the door and peered inside. He's all up in his feels right now. The boy was sleeping on the bed, appeared to be in pain. I walked towards him. I put a towel wet with water from the pail on his forehead and then...
いけませんね。こんな夜更けなのに、まだ 眠っていなかったのですか?
Shouldn't be up now, it's so late, and you still aren't asleep? Ah. He opened his eyes, his beautiful eyes, and looked straight at me. There was nowhere for me to hide, so I stood there frigid as I looked down at the ground.
ありがとう。私のことを心配してくれたのですね。
Thank you. You were worried about me, weren't you? No. That's crazy. He sat up and gently patted my head. He feels so warm. It felt somewhat different from when the staff patted my head. Imagine if she just put the wet rag without wringing it out. He's just like got like his pillow soaking wet. Oh gosh, it's all in his eyes. What if she made it soapy? She wasn't even thinking clearly. This is actually meant to clean the floors. It's dirty water. Ugh, he mentioned his sister was fighting so much through treatments for her illness. I wonder if he did this for her a lot too. In that case, I tried to pat him back down. His back, although I had to pat his arm since I couldn't reach the top of his head. The staff does this when we do a good job.
私は君に褒められるようなことは
I haven't done
何もして
anything
いませんが
to be praised for, though. I shook my head from side to side. You're protecting her. You're working so hard to protect her from grown-ups, that's why. I think you're really great. But more than that, I hope you don't work too hard. You're not much older than me. Like 5 years. The moment I said that. Oh no, Lucas is crying. Baby Lucas. Tears that looked like jewels poured down from this boy's eyes. Listen, I get you have a crush, but like jewels, calm down. Describe his hair as silk next and I'll... The boy simply gripped the sheets as he continued to cry. Did I say something mean? In a panic, I looked down at the floor. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
違うんです
No, you don't need to be.
頑張ったなんてそんなこと自分でも考えたことがなかった
I feel like his mouth is opening too wide for how soft his voice is. Does that make sense? I worked hard. I never thought about it myself.
私は兄で誰よりも強くて特別だから
I'm her older brother and I'm special because I'm stronger than anyone else.
いつだって強くありあの子を守るのが当たり前だと
I thought it was only natural that I protect her because of my strength. The boy's tears fell onto my hands. This person. He may have never been able to ask someone for help in his life. And he was only just a bit bigger than me. I got on the bed and reached my hands up. And this time I was able to pat him on the head. You worked really hard. I did the same thing that the staff always did and gently stroked his head. Of a crying boy, I kept repeating myself over and over, trying my best to make him feel better. Good job. The boy held me as if holding a stuffed doll, still continuing to cry. It hurt me just a little bit, though. He might be a little bit stronger than the average 15-year-old. You did very well.
ありがとう
Thank you. Considering he offered his gratitude, I want to believe that what I did wasn't a mistake. I mean, I guess. I slowly awoke from the lights shining into the room. What came first into sight were the iron bars of the cage, glistening. Following that, I saw Lucas still asleep. Are you gonna pat his head? I muttered to myself with a terrible way. What a terrible way to wake up. Still, all of that just happened, but I didn't have any nightmares. In fact, I feel like I just had a dream that was nice and pleasant. Wondering what happened during my sleep, Lucas awoke and slowly rose to his feet.
おはようございます
Boy went to bed like
よく
this.
眠れましたか
My guy, you cannot sleep in that. That's a lot of restriction. I understand that you're super strong, but like, no. That's like falling asleep with a bra on. Don't do that to yourself. That is pain. Good morning. Were you able to sleep? Sure. Sure. I did sleep deeply enough to have a dream, so I nodded my head, not letting my guard down. Lucas unlocked the cage and allowed me outside. My legs wobbled. It seemed he didn't intend on keeping me confined apart from when I slept or when he wasn't. He said that.
すみません。本来なら早く起きて朝食を用意しようと思っていたのですが、
Normally I would have awoken
私としたこ
earlier,
とが寝坊してしまいまして。
prepared some breakfast. I seem to have overslept. I mean, we could be so passive aggressive if we wanted to be. Imagine how awkward it was to special order this human-sized cage. He's like, listen, I own an ostrich. And I want that ostrich to be beside me. I think he said that they made this, or brought this specifically from the church. Because they keep people in the church. Because they're bad people. It's unlike you to oversleep.
ええ。私も驚いています。です
Yes.
が、なんとなく
I'm surprised as well, but I have this
懐
feeling.
かしい夢を見た気がするのです。内容はほとんど覚えていませんが。
I was dreaming about something nostalgic, although I don't remember much about it. As we spoke, Lucas closed the door of the cage.
朝食はこの後マルシェで買っていただきましょうか。
How about we go get breakfast at the Marché? Oh, it's all right for me to go outside? Sir.
ええ。国から下されたおとりの任務は
In
まだ
Amnesia?
解け
Wasn't
て
it a
いませ
dog
んから。
cage in Amnesia? Wasn't
む
it
しろ
a...
可能な限りいつも通りの日常を
Lucas, I'm talking.
過ごす必要があります。
Lucas, I am talking. Wasn't it a dog cage? Like it was a crate for dogs in Amnesia? It's been a minute. The royal decree is still in effect, so we must spend our days behaving as normal as possible for you to act as bait. I understood what he meant. I could go and see anyone, but needed to hide my captivity. I got this. He's not thinking of the possibility that I might ask someone to help me? Or did he think I didn't even have the nerve to try? In any case, I wouldn't get anywhere by staying here in this house. For now, I should probably prioritize gathering information from him while we made appearances outside. All right, let's go to the Marché. Let's get eggs. Adolphe must be worried after not hearing from me last night, so I used the transmitter to inform him that I was safe, and then we headed out to the Marché for breakfast. Sorry, I was in a cage. I mean, I was in a bind. I mean, I was apprehended. No, I was caught up in something. I opened the newspaper I purchased from the Marché. It was filled with articles about what Pro had done. Last night, the person next to me actually went out and committed his so-called purification. Obviously, the corpse and the Royal Guard had strengthened their units to defend against this horrible murderer. Which would explain why the Marché was a lot busier now while the sun was still up.
いかがですか？君の好きそうなサンドイッチを買ってみたのですが。
How about this, Lee? I got a sandwich I thought you might like. What's in it? I can eat it, I suppose. I sat down on a bench with Lucas and forcefully swallowed down the sandwich despite my lack of an appetite. I was glad to at least be able to eat outside in terms of not having to worry about my food being
食
poisoned.
べ終わったら君が希望する場所へと行きましょうね。
Once we're finished here, let's go anywhere you want. All right. What should I do now? Should I go to the orphanage or the corpse base and somehow get Adolphe and the others to rescue me? Or the hut? I heard the sound of something crashing to the ground. Wondering what it was, I looked over to find.
あいたたた。
I did
ダ
it!
メか。手で漕ぎやすくなった分、全体のバランスが崩れちゃってる。
Ow, no good, huh? I guess making it easier to move with my hands also made it easier to lose my balance. The hut? The hut who was normally at the institute now sat on the ground. Beside him was a large chair. Oh, he's trying to make Nadia a wheelchair. The hut, you're so cute. No wheelchair, knocked over on its side. Are you alright, the hut? Worrying that he might be injured, I rushed over to him with Lucas beside me.
あれお二人ともどうしてこんなところに
Oh, it's you two. What are you two doing here?
ここでちょうど朝食をいただいていたもので。
We were just having breakfast here.
お怪我はありませんか？
Are you hurt?
なんとか恥ずかしいところを見せちゃいましたね。
I'm alright, I think. Well, that was an embarrassing display. Grabbing Lucas's hand, Dahat stood up.
お久しぶりです。あの時はシアンさんが大変、本当申し訳ないぐらいお世話になりまし
You
た。
can never see it, Blue. I just want you to know. Dahat's one of my favorite characters. He is a child reliver because he got sick. I think he got sick and he died. But his reliver marks on his leg because he's wearing shorts. You just can't tell because he's standing so close all the time. But it's cute. His little tattoos on his leg. He's also best friends with Nadia. It's been a while. I've been meaning to apologize for everything she did back
なんだ
then.
か怖い事件に巻き込まれちゃったみたいですね。
So it looks like we've been dragged into another scary situation once again. Yeah, well, he's also evil. I was sure he knew what was going on from Sheen. He tried to avoid the subject while showing concerns for my well-being.
国立研究所の副所
I
長
was
ともあろ
wondering
う
if he
方
was
が
bad or good.
どう
He's
して
the
護衛
main,
も連れずにこんな場所に？
Lucas, I'm talking. He's the main bad guy, actually. He's the true end bad guy, which I wasn't surprised by at all. It's usually the goofy ones, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of lore to it, though. What is the deputy director of the National Research Institute doing here without any
あ
security?
あ、ちょっと新しく開発した車椅子の耐久テストをと思いまして。
I was just taking a newly developed wheelchair on an endurance test. Wheelchair, it's a hot. Could it be you're injured somewhere? How?
いえいえ違います。これは友達への贈り物として開発中のものなのです。
Oh no, it's not for me. This is a gift. I've been developing it for a
ナ
friend.
ディア・プルーストさん。ご存知というか、リュカさんの妹ですよね。
It's Nadia Proust. I'm sure you know. She's your younger sister, isn't she? Friend? Wait a minute. I made a friend recently. They became friends because he accidentally went into her room. I forgot why. There was something going on, and he ended up in her room, and they just ended up talking for a while. And she is a lot like her brother, where she's not a fan of relivers, but she met him, and they became really fast friends because one, she's young, and he's young at heart. Does that make sense? He died when he was like 15, and then became a reliver. That's why he can't drink alcohol, because he looks like a child. And they became friends because they have a similar history. The new friend Nadia told us about was you, Dahat.
大正解です。偶然出会った時に仲良くなって、
That's correct. We hit it off when we met one day by chance.
リュカさんのような優しい人がお兄さんなんて。僕一人っ子なので羨ましいです。
To think someone as kind as you was her older brother. As an only child, I'm envious.
それは光栄ですね。
I'm honored that you would say so. He hates Dahat. Lucas smiled in an outwardly pleasant way.
しかし、どうしてあの子に車椅子の贈り物を？
But why are you giving her a wheelchair?
病院にはすでに備え付けのものがあるはずですが。
The hospital should have plenty already.
それはそうなんですけど、
That's true, but
普通の車椅子じゃナディアが自分で漕げないじゃないですか。
Nadia can't move a regular wheelchair on her own, right?
あの子が車椅子で移動するときは誰かしらが押して対応していますが、それに何か問題でも？
Whenever she used a wheelchair, there's always someone there to push it for her. Is that an issue?
と、
Well, The Hot's eyes darted away after Lucas asked his question.
何か言いづらいことが
Is it something difficult to discuss?
言いづらいというか、僕が勝手に言っていいものかっていう感じなんですが。
Not so much that, but I'm just not sure if it's alright for me to talk about it. And then, as if looking over the two of us standing next to each
こ
other,
の前、ナディア泣いてたんですよ。
the other day Nadia was crying. Oh, we're gonna see some weird flashback. Okay.
見て。この細くてろくに動かない体。
Oh wait, this might be actual conversation from the first time they met. I can't move.
私は兄様たちと一緒にいるための努力。
That's right. So
ために頑張ることもできないの。
when she met Sirius, her name's not Sirius and Lucas, for the first time she met Sirius. She wants to go outside. She wants to be able to go hang out with them. She wants to spend time in the sun with them and have fun times. But she's too sick because she'll get sick if she goes outside. And so she's living her life in this room and she feels very trapped from it. So, as one does. I can't do my best to regain my health so that I can be with them.
だって私生まれてからずっと
She's cute.
生きてるのに死んでるから。
Ever since I was born to die. It's basically her brother is super, super strong, so strong, and then she was born super, super weak. Get it? It's contrast. She's sad, bro. Your sister's sad.
お二人と一緒にいるために、自分は頑張ることもできないって。
She was saying she couldn't even do her best to be with her brother. She
本
did.
当は自力で歩けるようになりたいらしくて、その練習もしてたんですけど。
What she really wants to do is to be able to walk on her own strength. She was practicing.
さすがにそれは無理があるみたいで。
But it really wasn't possible for her.
だから、ナディアが自力で頑張れることを送りたかった。
So I wanted to give her something so that she could do her best. Oh gosh, so she could use by herself, so to show that she's doing her
自
best.
力で漕いだ車椅子で、大好きなお二人に駆け寄ることができるだけでも。
If she could at least approach her two favorite people in a wheelchair that she moved on her
彼
own.
女の世界は大きく変わるんじゃないか。
Thanks to Hot.
そう思ったんです。
I hate love you.
なんて余計なお世話ですかね。
The world she lives in might grow bigger. I hope. But well, I'm just butting into other people's business, aren't I?
ナディアの
Nadia's
世
world.
界
Lucas repeated the words to himself as if stunned by the idea the Hot proposed. I think that's a lovely suggestion.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so
とは言っ
much.
ても、まだ完成には程遠いんですけど、
I'm far from
テスト
finished.
すると、これがまあ難しくて、
It's been pretty difficult to test.
パッと見簡単な仕組みのようなのに、最初に車椅子を開発した人って本当に偉大ですよね。
At first glance, it really seems like it should be simple. The person who made the first wheelchair was really something great. Now that Lucas was distracted, maybe it was possible to get Dahat to help me. Psst, Dahat, after making my decision, I spoke. Dahat! I winked a few times. I kept winking as I spoke to Dahat. It was a sign I used when I was little to tell Adolf that there was something secret to talk about. For example, when the neighbors threw rocks at me but I didn't want to worry Mother, I would often make this sign to Adolf before going someplace private to cry. At the very least, he should notice that there was something off. If we were to go see Adolf while you're developing your wheelchair, would you mind telling him in detail that I'm doing fine and looking well?
わかりました。アドルフさんもきっと、あ
Of
なたのことを
course.
心配しているでしょうから
I'm
ね。
sure Adolf's been worried about you. Fortunately, my gambit seemed to go unnoticed by Lucas. She's over going like... She's like... And he's just like, sure. Simply remained deep in thought until Dahat left us. She's like, Dahat. I was relieved that things were progressing without incident. After our conversation with Dahat, we returned to the center of Koen.
私たちのそばにいるために頑張りたい。そんなことをナディアが考えているなんて
She wants to work hard to be with us.
気づきもしませんでした。
I hadn't even realized Nadia was thinking such a thing.
しかも悪魔の首領シアン・ブロフィワーズのそばつきであるあの少年に吐露するなんて。
And what more, it was the young aide of that demon leader Sheen Brophy who told me. Considering his creed, he must dislike the researcher who created Relivers. Lucas looked troubled after seeing how Dahat managed to see Nadia's true feelings. Do you hate Dahat for being a Reliver researcher?
悪魔を生み出した元凶。この世で最も忌まわしい存在です。
They're the source of the demons in this world, and the ones I detest the most. However, after a brief pause, Lucas anxiously
ナ
continued.
ディアの本心を引き出してくれたことに関しては感謝しなければなりません。
Were we supposed to feel sympathy for him? For Lucas? I don't know what they wanted us to feel. In the bad ending, okay, so we're on the route to go for a different ending. In the bad ending originally, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert, everybody. Spoiler alert. Be careful. If you haven't played Virche, here's a spoiler. Nadia is tested on by the professor and turned into quite literally a monster that looks like a monster from Parasite Eve. If you played the first Parasite Eve, it's the first monster from the Opera House. Basically, is what she looks like. And Lucas loses his absolute mind. He had already killed a bunch of people because he gets shot with a bunch of drugs. That just makes him completely like lose his ability to like process, and he's just like kill Relivers. Like he's turned into a Terminator. That's his one mission. That's all he can do. And he comes back to reality, realizes his sister is a monster, and ends up killing himself. That's like the good bad ending. Like both endings end very similar. I think in the good or bad ending, she speaks for a little bit and says, "Big brother, help me," or whatever. And he kills Nadia so that she's not a monster. It's dark. It's a dark ending. But I never felt sympathy for him. Because at the end of the day, he chose this. And he's saying these things right now. Is he brainwashed right now? Maybe. They kept trying to emphasize that he is. But like, how brainwashed is he if he's saying this right now? Plus, he had the same idealism when he was a kid because him and his sister had a conversation and decided they want to die naturally. So they never liked Relivers to begin with. And the reason he didn't like Relivers is because he felt like his parents were very cold. And he witnessed his own friend, if I recall, become a Reliver. And that friend started to ignore their sister, like completely act like their sister didn't exist. And he didn't want to do that to his sister. He was so scared that if he became a Reliver, he would then forget how much he loved his sister. And that's his whole justification. And I didn't feel any sympathy for him. So, I don't know. And spoilers. And the spoilers. We're back. We're back to the sequel, so there's already, you should know a little bit about this. Anyways, I must be grateful for the fact that he revealed to me that Nadia was truly been feeling. I was a little surprised. I thought he would deny and criticize everything about her relationship with Dahat. However, that wasn't the only thing I was surprised about. I was surprised about how tall he was. You gonna force kiss me now? Late at night after returning to our place. Oh, she's actually in her pajam-jams this time. Nice, nice. I woke up to a faint sound and looked around the room past the bars of the cage. There I saw... fix this. Please. Please. Oh my god. I still hate this. I hate this so much. Lucas, who I thought was sleeping on the floor, sat at his desk writing with
申し
determination.
訳ありません。起こしてしまいましたか?
Please forgive me. Did I wake you? He must have sensed me looking at him as he slowly turned and looked my way. As I watched him, he reminded me of when I found out that he was Barreau and I felt a twinge of fear. What are you doing this late at night? I timidly offered my question, trying to ignore what I felt. In answer to my question, Lucas looked a bit troubled. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
いえ、そういうわけでは。
No, that's not it.
実はナディアの体の癖などをまとめた資料を作っていたんです。
The truth is, I'm writing down details about Nadia's condition.
ダハトさんの車椅子の製作に役立つかもしれない。
I thought it might help
そう思って。
Dahat with designing her wheelchair. Dahat.
折り越しで話すようなことではありませんか。
This isn't the type of thing to discuss through bars of a cage. Well, maybe you shouldn't put baby in a cage. Don't put baby in a cage. I got out of the unlocked cage and sat across from Lucas. His usual unreadable intentions were still frighteningly, but
いつか
I think the writer
あの
hates
少年の
Lucas.
汚れた魂を
Ugh.
狩ることには変わりない。
I mean, if they hate him, maybe they
しかし
shouldn't have brought him into the reality. The fact that I still take that young man's soul will, the fact that I will take that young man's soul will not change. However, Lucas's eyes were the same ones I admired in the past.
ナディアが私たちのそばにいるために頑張りたいと思ってくれているのなら、
If Nadia wishes to work hard to be beside us,
私もまた願いを叶えるための方法や基盤を兄として用意すべきでしょう。
I too, as her brother, will find some way or set some foundation to make that wish come true.
それこそ憎き悪魔と一時的に協力することになったとしても、
Even if it means I must momentarily cooperate with those despicable demons. See, he says stuff like this, and I'm like, yeah, I hate you. Shaking off his own doubts, he declared his will to help Nadia. I see, even though he's heartless and cruel. No matter how insane he becomes, the one thing that never left him is that he's Nadia's brother. I felt just the slightest bit of relief because I have no moral compass at all. He's over here going like, these scum, monster, jerk faces with their soulless, demonic eyes that I'll kill every one of them. And she's like, oh, he cares. It wasn't as though I trusted him yet. You shouldn't trust him, period. He was an unforgivable monster who continued to take the lives of so many people. No matter how kind he might be to me or Nadia, it wouldn't erase the sins that he's committed. However, this could be my chance. If he starts hesitating to kill relivers, the more he interacts with Dahat, this horrible situation might start changing a little. I considered my plan as I spoke. You're right, I know Nadia's working hard enough on her own even now, but if she still thinks it's not enough, I'd like to be able to help make her wish come true too. I told him how I truly felt with no embellishments whatsoever. Regardless of what end Lucas might meet, Nadia still needs a powerful desire to continue living on.
ありがとうございます。君にそう言ってもらえると心強い。
Thank you very much. It's reassuring to hear you say so. After watching me nod in reply, he seemed like he felt some relief. Plot twist, I'm the writer. I got on my knees and sat next to Lucas. Why? Wait, he's at a desk. Why are you on your knees? Leah? Yeah, I'm also confused, Lucas. I don't know what she's doing. I'll help. This isn't for you, but for Nadia. After looking down at me, taken aback a bit.
そうですか。ではいつか車椅子を自力で漕いだあの子を笑顔で抱きしめてあげるためにも。
Then, in order for us to someday hold her with a smile after she comes to us in a wheelchair she moved all by herself. Lucas, I fucking hate you.
君の意見を
Harsh.
聞かせてもらっても。
May I hear what suggestions you have? Yeah, hear me out. We put a rocket to the back of it, right? And then there's a Rue Goldberg button and you press it and then like there's like doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, and it lights it and then all of a sudden she's propelled forward. I thought I should say something nice, but nope. It's like in Liar Liar when he's like, this pen is royal blue. You just can't. You tried so hard. With that, I helped Lucas write out all the necessary information until late in the night. Bullet bill speed. Why do I know that reference, but I don't know the reference? Before I knew it, I fell asleep right here where I sat. I was sure anyone who knew of my situation would think I was being far too
おや
careless.
すみなさい。私のわがままに付き合ってくれて、
Thank
ありがと
you
う。
for being with me despite my
やはり
selfishness.
君は
Mario Kart,
誰
wow.
よりも優しく
Thank you.
強い子だ。
Oh, this is giving me a flashback. So someone's like, hey, do you have a Snorlax plushie? And I'm like, oh yeah, there's one right over there. And they're like, oh, I'll find it. I'm like, no, it's right here. I can show you. Picks up a plushie. And I'm like, they're like, that's not Snorlax. I'm like, yeah, it is. They're like, no, Snorlax is blue. And I'm like, like my brain just broke for just a second. I was like, it was a Slowpoke. I had a Slowpoke in my hand. It started with an S. My brain just like went, S, plushie, you got that. Pokemon. Oh, God. I was like, oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. You truly are the kindest and strongest of any what I know. No, she's the dumbest.
大好きですよ。
I love you? Ooh, he didn't express surprise or laughter. I vaguely recalled Lucas quietly carrying me back to my bed. My bed being a cage. Unless I woke up in a bed. This was the continuation of that same dream. It was so warm and gentle. Every Pokemon is Pikachu to me? Oh man. That can't be true. That can't be true. Although, have you seen that one thing where he's like, he just came here and he was saying all the wrong names for Pokemon. It's like he got Pikachu right, but who can't get Pikachu right? I know Pikachu and Piplup. What were you from the 3rd generation of Pokemon where the girl had Piplup as her friend? And at the same time, a fragile vestige of happiness forgotten once morning dawned. Man, me and my vestiges. It had been 2 days since the girl and her brother came to the orphanage on that rainy day. They said she had to have total bed rest, so no one but the staff and her brother could see her. I heard she was younger than me, so I was a bit worried that she might be feeling lonely. BRB? That's not a Pokemon. Her brother's cold got better, and it was decided that he would live in the orphanage while his sister's condition improved.
私たち兄弟は両親に追われている身です。
The both of us are being chased after by our
い
parents.
ざという時、皆さんを巻き込まないためにも、素性を名乗るのはやめておきます。
Just in case something happens, so that none of you have to get involved, I can't reveal my identity to anyone. That was the reason he gave for not telling us his name, and neither did he ask for mine. That's why I called him brother.
ああ、お嬢さん、
Oh,
おはよ
Joe-san.
うござい
Okay.
ます。君もあの日、雨に打たれていたというのに、風邪をひいていなくて何よりです。
Good morning. I'm glad you didn't catch a cold since you were in the rain that day too. He bent his knees to meet my eye line as he spoke to me, as I looked up at him, thinking of how beautiful he looked. What are you doing in the garden?
実は、妹に何かお見舞いをと思いまして、職員の方々に尋ねたところ、
I wanted to give my sister something. I asked the staff what I could do.
庭に咲いている花を摘んでいいとおっしゃっていただけたので、あの子に似合う花を見繕っていたのですが、
They told me I could pick one from the flowers that bloom in the garden. I want to try and find something that suits her butt.
皆さんの愛情が込められているおかげか、どの花も美しく、なかなか決められないのです。
All the flowers are just so beautiful because there is so much love put into them by everyone here. Even though he looked so deep in thought, I couldn't help but laugh. But he was right. Even I would feel troubled trying to pick a single flower out of the ones we all worked so hard to grow. Some of the children ran by playing as we stood deep in thought. One of them was a girl who wore an adorable crown made of the flowers here in the garden. Seeing that, I made a suggestion. If you're going to give her something, how about making her a crown of flowers? I just saw one. I'm like Sherlock up in this business. I came up with it all on my own.
花冠。うん、
A crown?
なるほど。確かにあの子も喜んでくれそうです。
I think something like that would make her happy. Oof.
前に試みた時は失敗してしまいましたが、もう一度挑戦してみましょう。
I tried to make one in the past and failed, but I'll try again. He is so strong. He can't bend flowers to his will. I nodded. The flowers here were always used as gift for people offering help to us and for us to play with. The boys first pulled out some strings from his own clothes.
教育用の本に載っていた方法では、ここをこうして。
I have never used string to make a flower crown. What? Like this. The way it was taught in the book I read was to do this, then this. He began practicing in order to not waste any flowers, but
おや
surprised by the string's sudden break, I let out an awkward yelp. Oh, is he practicing how to rap? Okay, just kidding.
これはなかなか単純に見えて難しいですね。
This only seems easy, but it's actually pretty difficult. He tried again with the shorter length of string he had left, and it snapped again. Maybe the strings are really delicate. But I felt at this rate he wouldn't even be able to finish. I picked a few of the flowers and sat in front of the boy. Let's make some together. I'll show you how.
いいのですか？君だって他の子たちと一緒に遊びたいでしょ。
Are you sure? I'm sure you'd rather play with the other children. I'm sure. I want to give her something too.
そうですか。それではお言葉に甘えて
I appreciate your offer.
ご教授のほどよろしくお願いしますね。
I'll be your
先生。
student and you'll be my teacher. Okay. After practicing with the string, he picked a few flowers and tried to make the real thing. Just be very gentle. Hold them gently. First, make the stems into a cross, and you do this, then turn it over, and then the stems are wrapped upwards.
くるんと。
Turn it over. With his shaky hands, the boy mimicked what I did. Then you put in new flowers, and after adjusting all the stems, you turn it over the third flower once more time.
こうでしょう
Like
か。
this? Maybe just a little
ゆ
looser?
るくゆるく力を入れないで
Looser. Don't be
優
forceful.
しく。
Gently.
これでは
How about this? That's good.
まだまだ油断は禁物ですが、何かをつかめたような気がしますよ。
I know I still have to be careful, but I feel like I get the
前
idea.
は失敗してしまいましたが、こうして挑戦し直してみると実に楽しい作業ですね。
I wasn't able to get it in the past, but it's actually fun to try again now. I think so too. In a cold sweat and with shaky hands, I watched him as he continued working diligently on the crown. His face was so serious because he has his sister to protect. That was what I guessed, at least.
しかし、君や他の人が作ったものに比べると不格好な出来になりそうですね。
I think this will come out a bit awkward compared to the ones you and the others can
あ
make.
の子をがっかりさせてしまわなければ良いのですが。
I hope she won't be disappointed. I'm sure she'll love it.
あ
For some reason, I spoke my thoughts aloud despite not knowing her at all.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
君は不思議な子ですね。臆病に見えてどこか頑固、いえ、強い意志を持っている。
You certainly are a strange girl. You seem timid at first glance, but somewhat stubborn. I mean strong-willed. It means the same thing when you think about it. His hand gently stroked not the flowers, but my
その
hand.
まっすぐな心をどうか忘れないでくださいね。
Don't forget
そ
how
うす
pure
れ
your
ばき
heart
っ
is.
と
As long as you don't forget,
君は将来たくさんの良き人に
I'm sure you'll
巡り
meet
合うことができるでしょう。
plenty of good people in the future. Oh, thanks. I met a lot of good people already.
そうですね。この施設の皆さんはどなたも親切ですから。
That's true. Everyone at the orphanage is so kind. You and your sister are nice people too.
ありがとうございます。妹はともかく、私にはもったいない言葉です。
Thank you very much, not only for your kindness towards my sister, but to me as well. Over the next few hours, he completed the crown.
ありがとう、兄様。
Thank you, brother.
兄様が作ってくれた花冠。
Does the flower crown look good on me?
ええ、とってもよく似合いますよ。少し不格好なのが申し訳ないのですが。
It looks wonderful on you. I'm just sorry I made it so clumsily.
これがいいの？不器用な兄様が作ってくれたものだってすぐにわかるもの。
That's why I like it. You're clumsy, so I knew right away you made it.
おや、
That's
お嬢
you.
さん、
I was standing around the hallway as the boy left the girl's room.
もしかして私を待っていてくれたのですか？
Were you waiting for me? I was wondering about her. Is she doing better now?
まだまだ安静が必要ですが、初日よりはずっと良くなりましたよ。
She gets much more rest, but she's doing much better than when we first got here.
それに花冠も君が言う通り喜んで受け取ってくれました。
You're right about the flower crown. She accepted it happily.
何もかも君のおかげですよ。
All of this is thanks to you. I shook my head at the boy and looked at
不
me.
器用な私へと諦めず温かな思い出を作る方法を教えてくれてありがとう。
You taught me so kindly how to make it and didn't give up on me even though I was clumsy.
私たちをこの優しい施設へと導いてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for bringing us to this friendly place. Yeah, just keep in mind, it's gonna catch on fire soon. Just remember that.
君にはこの数日の間にたくさんのものをもらってばかりで、
We received so many things from you these past few days.
一生をかけても恩を返しきれる気がしませんね。
I promise I'll repay you even if it takes my whole life. The way he said it without any hesitation made me freeze up. However, after a few seconds, I slowly started to understand what his words meant. I began to tear up a bit. This is the first time I've helped someone. I always make people sad. I must be troubling him by saying this.
君の過去はわかりませんが、私は君という人と出会えた自分を幸福だと思っていますよ。
Oh my goodness, I should be yawning it so early. Looking at my Sheen's wallpaper and smiling, and also me sees Lucas. Damn it. I don't know what happened in your past, but I truly feel blessed to have met someone like you.
可能なら君と過ごすこの穏やかな日々が永遠に続けばいいのに。
I wish spending these peaceful days with you could last forever. This was what he wished, but it also seemed like he felt it wouldn't happen. He smiled, looking almost sad, as if he was already knew it to be true. Did he know? But does he? It was 3 days later when I would come to understand what he meant.
この近辺で父と母らしき人物が私たち兄弟を探し回っているという噂を聞きました。
I heard a rumor that people who might be my mother and father have been looking for us. Hoping to talk to him again today, I carried a picture book and some toys over and found him talking to the staff with a serious look on his
そう
face.
か。まあこの国は狭いからね。見つかってしまうのも無理ないだろう。
I see. This country's rather small. It's no surprise that they would find you
ど
eventually.
うするの？ご両親を説得するのなら私たちが協力しても。
What are you gonna do? If you want to convince them to let you stay here, we can help.
いい
And
え、あの人たちのことです。私たちの意見など聞かず力ずくで連れ
no,
戻そうとするでしょう。
Knowing them, they'll ignore what we want and force us to come back with them.
その場合、ここにいる皆さんへと多大な迷惑をかけてしまいます。
And in that case, that would cause you all a great deal of trouble.
最悪の場合、怪我人や死者が出るかも。
In worst case, people might be injured or even die?
じゃあどうするんだい？
Then what do you plan on doing? After thinking for a short while about what the staff member
見つか
said,
る前にこの施設を出ようと思います。
we'll leave the orphanage before they find us. Yikes.
今まで皆さんには本当にお世話になりました。
His parents didn't sound like murderers before. I'm a little confused why they seem more dangerous. They were on the run from them, yes, but that was because she was a minor and he has no legal rights to her because he can't really be the guardian because he's a child. Thank you all so much for everything you've done for us up until now. He lowered his head as he spoke. When I rushed over to him and he looked up,
お嬢さん、今の話を聞いていたのですか？
did you hear what we were talking about? I nodded my head. Are you going to leave us? Oh my god. I stared up at his face, praying he wasn't true.
ええ。これ以上君たちに迷惑をかけられませんから。
I couldn't continue to be a bother to all of you here. Aw, that's mean. As I looked down sadly, he easily picked me up and put me on his knee.
寂しいと思ってくれるのですか？
Would you feel lonely without us? I want to play with you. I want to meet your sister. I wanted to talk to you and your sister. I wanted to be a family with you.
ですが、
Oops, I put on audio.
分かってください。
That's one
私た
thing
ち
I
がこ
regret
こ
not
にい
being
る
able
と
to do.
たくさんの人が傷ついてしまいます。
Please understand, if we stay here, many people will be hurt. I nodded and buried my face in his chest. He stroked my hair gently
本
as
当
I
に
cried.
寂しくなるわ。その子も施設の外の人間に懐くことはめったにないのに。
We really will miss you. She rarely ever becomes close to anyone who's outside the orphanage.
今日急いで出る必要もないだろう。できるだけ薬や食料を用意してあげるから、準備が整ってから立ちなさい。
I'm sure you don't need to rush out today. We'll get some medicine and food ready. Wait until you're all set to go.
それまでその子と最後の思い出作りをしてあげてくれる？
Would you mind making some last memories with her as she cries and shakes in your arms?
はい。
Of course. My brain read that as red Justine, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Readjusting his hold on me, he gave me a smile as beautiful as an angel.
さて、残り少ない時間ですが、お兄さんや妹と笑顔でたくさん
We don't have much time
遊んで
left.
くれますか？
Would you mind putting a smile on and spending it with me and my sister? His smile looked somewhat sad. I saw that he really didn't want to leave either. I'll show you how to make another kind of crown, okay? I sniffled, accepting that he was leaving and stopped myself from protesting. I protest yet too much. I spent a lot of time with him after that. He read picture books to me, we drew together, we played tag with the other children. I even handed him a letter and a crown directly to his sister. Oh, okay. We continued to spend this wonderful time together. 3 days later, we said our
ほら、
goodbyes.
お兄さんたち行っちゃうわよ。
Look, they're leaving now. Looking at the young boy and his sleeping sister on his back, several tears slid down my cheeks. Thank you for everything. It'll be lonely, but I wanted to say bye.
ええ。名残惜しいのは私も一緒ですが、
I'm sad we have to part now
せ
too.
めてものお礼にこれを君に。
At the very least, I want to give you this. He offered to me was A daisy ring. Or a dandelion ring, sorry. Flowers, plural, nay. Is this a ring made of flowers?
ええ。君から教わった知識をもとに自分なりに作ってみました。
Where'd his sister on his back go? Did little Cirrus have longer hair? Wait. I was able to make it based on what you taught me.
素敵なお嬢さん。どうか受け取ってくれませんか？
Lovely young miss, would you do me the kindness of accepting this? I sniffled as the boy gently put the ring on my finger. Does it look good on me?
とっても。花のように可愛い笑顔を浮かべる君にぴったりですよ。
Absolutely. Your smile is as adorable as a flower, so it's perfect for you. Thinking I would just be troubling him by saying, staying sad, this makes me happy. I gave a watery smile through my tears. I'll take care of it. Please come back and visit once your sister gets better. I'll make a flower crown for you next time.
ええ。約束です。
Yes, I promise. And also, no more trying hard all by yourself. When you're in pain, you need to tell people, okay? When you don't want to do something, you need to say so.
ええ。きっと。
And he doesn't keep his promise. After nodding, he patted my head as
私
usual.
を泣かせてくれてありがとう。頑張らなくていいと言ってくれてあり
Thank
が
you for
とう。
letting me cry. Thank you for telling me I don't need to try so
いつ
hard.
かまた辛くて押しつぶされそうになった時
Oh,
君の
cute.
言葉
Literally
を
forced
思い出し
myself to
て
type that. Asia
自分
science
を救
under
います。
duress. If I feel like I'm about to be crushed by how painful things are, I'll save myself by remembering what you told me. As if with regret, his hand slowly left my head. And he was gone. We began to take one step after another towards the exit.
君と出会えて
I'm so glad I
本
met
当
you.
によかった。
Well,
私はこの出会いを忘れない。そして叶うことなら
I'll never forget our meeting, and if fate allows it.
もう一度君と巡り合うことのできる運命を
Lucas, I'll crush you with my
絶望
hands.
す
I
る。
told you that's hot. That's nice. I mean, he's a child right now, so that's a bit weird, but you know. I'll be looking forward to the day I can see you again. Waving his hands and giving me the most sincere smile, he and his girl left. The girl, his girl, not the girl, not his girl. Technically, kinda, though it's his sister. It's fine. I opened my eyes. There I saw the back of Lucas's blonde hair in front of me.
おはようございます。よく眠れましたか？
Good morning, Leah. Did you sleep well? I had a sense of deja vu and remembered waking up in a similar fashion yesterday. It seems that after carrying me to bed, he fell asleep as well, leaning against it, while I had shackles securely fastened around my wrist. I sat up and asked him a question while discreetly trying to keep my distance. Good morning. Were you able to finish the notes on Nadia?
ええ、大体は。あとは開発状況に合わせて細かいすり合わせが必要でしょう。
For the most part, all that's left is to associate any detail with how the development is going. He looked as normal as ever when we were talking like this. As I sat with my complicated feelings, Lucas spoke
これ
again.
も君が協力してくれたおかげです。
I was able to make this because of your help.
君にはこの短い間にたくさんのものをもらってばかりで
I've received so many things from you in such a short amount of
一
time.
生をかけても恩を返しきれる気がしませんね。
I don't feel like I could repay you even if I dedicated my whole life to the effort. He thanked me with the most earnest emotion.
不器用な私へと諦めず温かな私たちを君にはこの数日の間にたくさんのものを一生をかけても
Why? Huh. What was that just now? It was as if what Lucas said was similar to a memory I had of someone else.
どうかしましたか？
Leah, is something the matter? Yeah, like, I want to understand your shirt, but I don't understand it. Hmm. Oh, no, 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 no. Maybe I was just imagining things. It's nothing. When I denied it, Lucas looked at me curiously. So curiously. I was taken outside again today to continue living out our fake lives. Dog on a walk, you see. I reported to Mother at the orphanage how things were going, but I think it would be dangerous if I asked for help without being careful. I have to ask them indirectly while Lucas isn't around. I have to save Anku as well, who's been buried. After going over my thoughts, I decided not to tell Mother about Lucas's true identity. We know what happens if you do, anyways. On our walk back home,
こうしてナディアの腕力を考えると素材そのものを変えた方がいいのかなと。
if I change this to that, considering Nadia's strength, it might be better to change the materials I'm using. Be careful, it'll kill Mama again, and again, and again, and again. As we came across an aqueduct, we ran into Dahat working on Nadia's wheelchair again.
こんにちは、ダハトさん。今日も車椅子の改良を行ってくれているのですね。
Hello, Dahat. I see you're working on improving the wheelchair today as well.
あ、お二人とも二人で仲良くお出かけですか？
It's you two enjoying a fun day out today? Yes, well, Dahat, did you talk to my brother? It certainly wasn't fun, but I couldn't exactly say it right now.
研究所を開けて大丈夫なのですか？シアンさんがお怒りになられるのでは？
Is it alright for you to be absent from the Institute? I assume Sheen must not be very pleased.
ああ、問題なしなしです。今までの激務を理由に強引にお休みをもぎ取ってきたので。
Oh, no problem at all. I use the extreme workloads he normally gives me as a way to forcefully make him give me a day off. Dahat spoke as he made adjustments to the chair. The fingertips of his white gloves were covered in dirt. I could see that he had fallen over and over again with each test he took. Lucas looked at him deep in thought, and as he did, Lucas, I gathered up the courage to tug at his sleeve, and I suggested that he take out the notes from his pocket. Lucas took in a breath as if making up his mind.
ダハトさん、あなたにこれを。
Dahat, I wanted to give you this. He gave him the information about Nadia that he could think of last
ナデ
night.
ィアの体や動きの癖などをまとめたものです。よろしければ開発に役立ててください。
It's a list of details about Nadia, how she moves, and some quirks she has. Please use it to help develop your
う
chair.
わ、それはすっごく助かります。
This helps so
今日の
much.
テストもうまくいってますし、この情報さえあれば数日で無事完成するはずです。
Today's test has been going well too. With that information, I should be able to have it done in a few days.
そうですか。それはよかった。
That's good. I thought I noticed Lucas's expression soften at Dahat's remark.
完成した暁にはぜひお二人もナディアが使う瞬間に立ち会ってくださいね。
When it's finished, I'd like for both of you to be here when Nadia uses it. Yes, we will. After that, we made idle conversation about nothing in particular before leaving Dahat. Poor Dahat. Poor my boy. A few days after that, security in both Cohen and Chidis were heightened as the corpse remained on the lookout for Barreau. This forced even Lucas to stop his activities for a while. That's that I was still being monitored while inside my prison. I couldn't escape even if I tried. Fiddlesticks and all that jazz. And within all that, the situation showed no signs of changing, although an anonymous letter was sent to us. I have something important to show you. Meet me at the hospital entrance on this day and time. The letter was signed by D, which meant It's only been a few days. Maybe it's about the wheelchair. It must be why he asked to meet us at the hospital where Nadia's staying.
だと思いますが、本当に完成したのでしょうか。
That's what I assuming, but do you think that's really finished already?
あ、お二人とも手紙に書いておいた時間ぴったりです。
Ah, there you are. You're right on time, just like I wrote in the letter. Speak of the devil, Dahat came out of the hospital as though he didn't hear any of our
すみ
conversation.
ません。一足先にナディアのお見舞いに行ってました。
Sorry, I got here a bit earlier than you so I could see Nadia.
それなら、わざわざ外に出ずとも、ナディアの病室で落ち合えばよかったのでは？
You could have asked us to come meet you to Nadia's room instead of coming all the way out here to get us.
それはそうなんですけど、これにはちょっとした事情がありまして。
It's true, but there's a reason I'm seeing you out
事
here.
情？
Reason?
はい。ゆかさん、突然ですがあなたは、
Lucas, forgive me for jumping into the matter right
ナデ
away.
ィアを蝕む病が遺伝子疾患と呼ばれるものであることをご存知ですか？
Are you aware that Nadia is suffering from something called a genetic disorder?
え？
Huh?
ああ、その様子じゃご存知なかったみたいですね。ちゃんと聞いてよかった。
If I recall, there is a version of this where Dahat actually helps her genetic disorder. From the looks of it, I guess you didn't know. Glad I asked
遺
then.
伝子疾患。
A genetic disorder. I thought it was some unknown
未知に
disease.
して不治という点においては間違ってません。
You are correct, then what she has is technically unknown.
僕たちが研究所で話した会話ログをお見せするので、軽く目を通してもらえます？
But first, I have a log with me of what we all chatted about back at the institute. Do you mind checking it out? With that, Dahat took out a small device and looked similar to a transmitter, then started it up.
所長、副所長、遺伝子疾
ああ、皆さんにはあまりなじ
We watched as they discussed a diagram and blueprint of life that's constructed humans. This is technically from we've heard this.
つまりナディアは筋肉が極端に脆い遺伝子で生まれてしまったわけですね。
She was born with genes
余
that
計
make her
なお世
extremely
話かなとは
fragile.
思ったんですが、ご家族の耳にはリュカさんに同じ病気が遺伝していないかも心配だったので。
なるほど。
I see.
遺伝子そのものが病にかかっているのなら、
Her genes are the reason. No wonder they couldn't figure it out. Who would have thought we'd learn the reason behind all of it this way?
ああ、なんかごめんなさい。肝心の治療方法は何も判明してないし、やっぱり余計なお世話でした。
It's not like I know the cure yet, so I guess I really am being a busybody here.
いえ、病名がはっきりしただけでも
Just
良好
knowing
で
the
すよ。
reason is great advancement.
折を見て、ナディアにも伝えておきましょう。情報提供を心から感謝いたします。
I'll let Nadia know when the opportunity permits. Thank you very much for sharing such valuable
いえ
information.
いえ、大事なお友達のためですから。
No worries, I only did it because she's a good
ブ
friend.
ローのこともありますし、万が一にもこの病院を巻き込まないよう、僕はしばらくお見舞いを控えておこうかと思います。
We do still have Barreau to worry about, so I'm thinking of staying away from the hospital for a while just in case.
でも、その前に、
But before that, the hat happily twirled in place as he looked at him
お
quizzically.
二人に見せたいもの。いえ、光景があるんです。
There's something, no, a spectacle I want you to see.
ゆかさんを前に、ゆっくりと病院の中へ入っていただけますか？
Would you slowly enter the hospital with Lucas at the first one in? We stood in front of the entrance as Dahat
もし
suggested.
や、ナディアに何かあったのでは？
Has something happened to Nadia? Yes. Lucas put his hand on the door as he nervously spoke. Anxiously, he opened the door. I could hear the slowly creaks of wheels. The one working desperately to move those wheels with her thin arms. Was the girl claimed to be dead from birth, but all the many doctors who gave up on her. Bye. Not. She was working her hardest to push the wheelchair forward through an empty hallway. She was out of breath and stopped on occasion. But refusing to give up, she gritted her teeth and continued forward. Nadia!
待ってください。
Wait. I was about to rush forward to her without thinking. Lucas grabbed my arm.
少し。あと少しだけ。
Bit more, just a bit more. Lucas's eyes were widening, gazing at the sight of his little sister doing her best, as if witnessing a
頑
miracle.
張れ。
You can do it.
頑張れ。ナディア。
What an I don't know if I recognize those eyes. You can do it, Nadia. At Lucas's words, Nadia knitted her brows and put strength into her arms. In the quiet hallway, all that could be heard was the sound of the wheelchair slowly creaking, and after a few minutes,
様
brother,
ねえ
Leah, she made her last push. With shaking arms and her forehead covered in sweat, Nadia spoke.
今日は私から会いに来たわ
Today, I'm the one who came to see you too. Opening her arms wide, she hugged both of us, who were right in front of her. The fact that Nadia was coming to greet him was such an incredible change. Unable to understand what had just happened, Lucas simply stood frozen. I also stood there at a loss for words. I won't lie, I thought he was making a wheelchair that's like motorized. Like you go doo and it just goes. Lucas, Lucas. I pulled at Lucas's arm and brought him back to reality. Calling out to him seemed to work. Large droplets of tears fell from his eyes. They fell in an endless stream. He cried in a way I felt I'd seen before, like a young boy. Oh man. Lucas dropped to his knees and embraced Nadia in a hug. Nadia smiled with joy.
ねえ兄様
Say, brother,
私頑張れた
did I do a good job?
はい。
Yes, you did.
あなたは私の世界で一番
You are the strongest and cutest in the whole world. I'm so proud of my little
自
sister.
慢の妹です。
The sight of them as an ordinary pair of siblings was just so bright. Nadia, you really are not unfortunate, but the strongest and cutest friend in the whole world. I'm so proud of you. Following Lucas, I hugged the both of them together.
ありがとうあなたも私の大事な世界で一番素敵なお姉様よ
Thanks, you're the best, big sister. You're so important to me too, Leah. Aw, thanks, Nadia. I've missed you.
実は先日お見舞いに行っている間にうっかりナディアに車椅子を開発しているのがバレてしまいまして、
When I went to see her the other day, she found out that I was developing the wheelchair.
開発中でもいいから乗ってみたい、お二人を驚かせたいから協力してって頼まれて断れなかったんですよ。
She asked for help to try it mid-development so that she could surprise you too. I just couldn't turn her down. I see.
ダハト君もダハト君が作った車椅子もすごいのよ
You too, Dahat. The chair you made is amazing.
私の細い腕でも漕ぐことができちゃうの
I can move it even with my thin arms.
まあまだまだ改良は必要ですけどね。今後の課題はもっとナディアへの負担を軽減することでしょうか。
There's still plenty of work that needs to be done. The goal now is to lessen the burden on you, Nadia.
ってリュカさん大丈夫です？涙と鼻水がズビズバになっちゃってますけど。
Lucas, are you alright? You're sniffling and covered in tears, my guy.
すみません。お見苦しい姿を
Covering my leg with a blanket, I swear. I'm just weak. My apologies, I lost my composure. You were really happy about Nadia working so hard, weren't you?
兄様が泣く姿なんてとっても久しぶりに見たわ
I haven't seen brother cry in so
こ
long.
んなに喜んでくれるなら毎日でもこの車椅子に乗りたいぐらい
If it makes you that happy, then I want to use this wheelchair every day.
あまり兄様をからかわないでください。
Don't tease your brother so
Nadia.
much, Nadia.
車椅子もあとちょっと改良させてくださいね。さすがに毎回汗だくになりながらじゃ、ナディアも漕ぎにくいでしょ。
Allow me to fix it up just a little bit more. It's been a bit tough for you the past few times you've used it, right?
いいの？ダハト君はとっても偉い人で
Are you
忙しい
sure?
んでしょ？
But you're so busy and important. Oh gosh.
大丈夫ですよ。これも大事なお友達のためですから。
I'm positive. After all, I'm doing this for a dear friend of mine.
ありがとう、ダハト君。
Thanks, Dahat.
私、お礼に今度ダハト君に似合うお花の冠を作るわ。
To show my thanks, I'll make you a crown that'll look really good on you.
わあ、ありがとうございます。ナディアならきっと可愛い僕に似合う素敵な冠を作れますよ。
Thank you. I'm sure any crown you decide to make will suit me perfectly. Lucas and I walked off, not wanting to bother them in their excitement. Lucas's eyes, as he watched them, were so gentle. At the very least, they didn't seem like they felt any hatred towards the Relivers. Ah, if only this moment had come sooner and could last longer. I wish it happened before Lucas became a murderer. I wish this moment happened before Lucas started killing people.
Onore. 私の未来の花嫁たるナディアに群がる虫けらが。
That's right, Capuchin. Dr. Pushin, these fools, insects who gather around my future bride Nadia.
私を突き出した剣といい。これ以上の暴挙は許すものか。
Not to mention their past transgressions on me. I won't stand for any more outrage from them. By the time... Oh. By the time Lucas's swollen eyes returned to normal, we were on our way back home. I knew that once we were back, that what awaited was my life inside that cage. Right now, I just wanted to bask in the joy emanating from Nadia and how she worked so hard on her own. A lot happened today. I was surprised by the wheelchair, but also that Nadia's condition was a genetic disorder.
ええ。ですが病の正体が分かったのなら、神の御業と合わせて完治が可能かもしれない。
If we know what's ailing her, then perhaps God can completely cure
不
her.
本意ではありますが、浄化の啓示が降りるよりも先に彼に恩を返さなければなりませんね。
This guy. It's quite frustrating, but I should repay him for providing information before I receive word to purify his existence. He had in his hands a small ray of hope. He didn't look at Dahat with the cold eyes I thought he would. He literally just said girl. He literally, in a sentence, said, I should thank him before I have to kill him. My girl. Talk about cherry picking what you want to hear. Oh my God. However, that night, the wish made by Nadia, Dahat, and Lucas would be shattered by a single letter. After returning to Lucas's home, right as I was put back into my cage to sleep, oh my God, I heard a sound from the door of the entrance. I looked down to see a small envelope pass through the bottom of the door. A letter at this hour.
おそらく教祖様からの連絡でしょう。極秘の手紙はいつもこの時間帯に届きますから。
I assume it's from the society. Any secret messages are always sent around this time. I could only assume the worst considering the timing and the fact that it was from Capuchin. But while I kept my thoughts secret to myself, Lucas unexpectedly picked up the letter and opened it without hesitation. As he read what was written on it, his eyes opened wide and he froze. I wondered what it was that could affect Lucas this way, when it seemed almost nothing could ever shake his madness. Lucas, what's written?
新たな浄化の啓示です。今夜実行せよと。
In order to purify someone, I'm to carry it out tonight. That means he was going to kill another reliver as Barreau. No, I thought at the very least that he wouldn't be involved in these activities while he had to watch over me. Lucas, please don't. I called for him to stop, but... Even before I could convince him, Lucas already expressed a look of hesitation. Lucas.
浄化の対象は
The one I need to purify is... Dahat.
ダハトさんです。
Yeah. That's right. Recently, Dahat had been going outside frequently to build the wheelchair for Nadia. Capuchin must have determined that this to be an excellent opportunity to assassinate him. He didn't even know that Lucas was involved in those errands outside. Lucas! I grabbed the bars and shook the entire cage. You absolutely mustn't take on that order. Dahat's been working so hard for Nadia. If you kill him, I know you'll regret it.
しかし神の意志は
God's will is
絶対
absolute.
リライバーを浄化しなければナディアの命が
I must purify the relivers or Nadia will. It's not right to try and keep her alive this way. Are you going to take away her friend in exchange for the hope to save her that you don't even know will work? Gently kicking at the ground created a crack from which produced a massive halberd and a black cloak. Taking those in hand, Lucas continued towards the door that led outside. Lucas! As he was about to leave, I shouted to him, "It's all right to tell people when you don't want to do something. Nadia doesn't want you to have a life where you alone are constantly enduring pain." Lucas stopped.
許してください。
Forgive me. No! It happened in an instant. Leaving me in a cage, Lucas departed to kill Dahat. Dahat, go inside. Dahat, go home. Dahat! I moved through Cohen nimbly, jumping off the rooftops of people's homes. While people were spending the night indoors, fearing the arrival of Barreau.
ああ、やっちゃった。テストしてるうちにすっかり遅くなっちゃいましたね。
I've done it. I got so busy with my tests that it's gotten completely dark
ブ
out.
ローが現れる前にセルネボルに退散しないと。
I gotta get back to Carnival before Barreau shows up. I saw the target I needed to purify, a member of the organization that created those wicked demons.
辺りに人間の気配はない。
There's no one else around.
シュディとの境目に入った時に一瞬で浄化すれば騒ぎになることもないでしょう。
I'm sure there wouldn't be a commotion if I purified him quickly once he reached the border of Shadis. I gripped my halberd and waited for a chance to strike. But what if I did purify him? What would happen to Nadia's happiness and dreams? The joyous moment when I held her with Leah after she was finally able to move in a wheelchair all by herself. Was I going to take that away from her with my own hands? And he's like, yes. Absolutely. My target stepped the border between Shadis and Cohen, giving me the perfect opportunity. Baiting away the thought that came to mind, I jumped from where I was waiting. The moment I swung down my halberd from above toward the horrible demon. From the depths of my memories forgotten through the minister's drugs and teachings, I heard the voice of a small innocent girl. It's alright to tell people you don't want to do something. Yeah, I get it. We had the flashback. It was just like what she had shouted from inside the cage. Ah,
嫌だ。
I didn't want to. It was late at night and everyone was asleep. lamenting my own helplessness in this cage I couldn't escape. I quickly looked back at the door as it opened slowly to see Lucas covered in his black cloak. Lucas. I began to ready myself to accept that our friend had just been
よ
killed.
かった
I couldn't. With unsteady legs, he came closer to the cage I was in.
殺せなかった
I couldn't kill him. He crumpled to the floor, cursing at himself.
どうして殺さなければナディアを救えないのに
I have to kill him, or Nadia won't be saved. There wasn't a drop of blood on his clothes, nor any signs of the peculiar scent of blood. Even though his target was a reliver, he used the word kill, not purify. Could it be? Did Lucas really not kill Dahad on his own will? What happened?
彼に切りかかった瞬間自分でも知らない記憶と君の言葉を思い出して
Just when I was about to cut him down, this memory I couldn't even recognize matched exactly what you were saying.
嫌だと刃をそらしてしまった
I told myself I didn't want to do this and swung my blade anyways. Lucas, when my fear of him hadn't disappeared, I slowly reached my hand out to him as he cried out in pain. As if to protect him, I pulled Lucas close to me and held him. Your choice wasn't a
です
mistake.
が私がリライバーを浄化しなければナディアは
I must purify the relivers or Nadia will. You don't exist just to keep Nadia alive. You need to be there to live life with her.
それは
But that was why. Please tell me how you really feel, Lucas. Are you really going to kill Nadia's friend? I asked my question ready to be killed. I mean, he could have already, right? I don't need flashbacks.
いや
I don't.
ナディアから笑顔の理由を奪うのは
I don't want to take away what makes Nadia smile. Lucas's words, which had been clouded in darkness from his blind acceptance.
それだけじゃ
Not only that,
だからどうか私を
please don't forgive
あな
me.
たたちが偽物ならば
If you are all fake,
私は両親を失った正真正
I'm
銘
a
の
true monster that's lost all sense of good. Oh, I see. This is proof that he once had a soul, guys.
人を殺すのは苦しい
It's so painful killing people.
帰りたい
I want to go back.
君やナディアと過ごしたあの穏やかで
You were
温かい時に
still killing people then, my guy. I want to go back to those peaceful days I spent with you and Nadia. Cleared up in an instant. At the same time, the fear within me grew weaker. Finally, you're back to being the Lucas that I love. Oh, she said love.
好き
Suki? Suki, you like me?
人の姿をしたものを平然と殺してきた
The very person who killed relivers without
Shio.
question? I hate to admit this. No matter how many times I found myself hating you or being disappointed, I just couldn't leave you alone. Even now, I hope to bring you back into the light. If that's feeling... If it isn't love, then what else could it be? I don't know. Remorse? Lucas's slender fingers timidly reached around to embrace me. Guys, just open the cage. He held me through the cold bars of the cage. It was as if I could feel Lucas's warmth as a human again after so long.
まだ間に合うのでしょう
Is it
か
too late? Kind of. But in this route, hang on. In this route, he didn't force kiss her. He only put her in a cage. Are we less angry about that? It is. Your sins are unforgivable. I can't forgive them. At the very least, it would be difficult for you to live a life full of happiness like an ordinary person. However, you can stop the tragedies here and now. Instead of trying to let Nadia live by forcing others to be sacrificed, won't you consider finding a normal way she can live?
君は
You know?
いつの間にか私よりもずっと人を導くことが上手になりましたね。
Before I realized it, you've become far better at guiding other people than I. That's thanks to you, Lucas.
それは盲点でした。
I suppose I missed that. We continued holding on to each other. He didn't need to do everything alone. He didn't cry. He could cry about how he was in pain. I would embrace all those feelings from you, the person who saved me by telling me I didn't need to work so hard.
あと少し
In a little while,
もう少ししたら兄であり教師の
just a little while longer as a brother and a teacher.
いえ君を愛するリュカ・プルーストに
As Lucas Proust,
戻っていますから。
the man who loves you, I will return. That's a promise. Are you gonna dig up Anku? Been a long time since I stepped outside at night. Because Lucas didn't kill the hot, there was no telling what Capuchin might do to Nadia if we simply waited until morning. We had to get her to a safe place before he could do anything. We therefore decided to infiltrate the hospital in secret. The guards were patrolling the area, but they didn't mean a thing to Lucas. He carried me in his arms and jumped across the roofs of the building in Cohen, landing in a secluded part of the garden. We slowly moved near the window to the hallway. He broke through a part of the glass with his dagger and unlocked the window from the inside. Breaking and entering, is that something a good boy would do?
君がそばにいてくれるなら私はいくらでも悪い子になれそうです。
I think with you by my side, I can be as bad as I want. I mean, that sounds cute, but I also know what you've done. I took his hands and he lifted me inside the hospital. We made our way through this in silence. It didn't take us very long to arrive in front of our destination.
この時間ならおそらくナディアは眠っているでしょう。
I'm sure Nadia will be asleep at this time
起
of
こして
night.
説明をしている間に騒ぎになったら危険です。このまま眠っているあの子を保護します。
There would be danger if someone found us explaining the situation to her. Let's recover her while she's still asleep. Understood.
では行きます。
Let's go. Oh my god, the bed's empty. Staying alert to our surroundings, we quietly entered through the door. But Nadia wasn't there.
ナディアナディア一体どこに
Where could she have gone? This was certainly the right room. It should be impossible for her to be out of her own on her own, and at this time of night in particular.
ナディアならとっておきの特別な病棟に移ってもらったよ。
Nadia's been transferred to a special ward. I felt a terrible chill run down my spine at his cold voice. I looked back to see Capuchin with some medical charts in hand. Capuchin. Dr. Pusheen.
こんな夜分に見舞いなど病院の都合を考えない悪い子の行いだね。リュカ君。
paying a visit this late at night. This is something bad children would do.
申し訳ありません、教祖様。どうしてもナディアに会いたくて。
Sometimes I just gotta stare at his clothes and be like, what is going on? I apologize, Minister. I just had to see Nadia.
ですが、特別病棟とは。
What do you mean by a special ward?
そんな存在は今まで聞いたことがありませんが。
I've never heard of anything like that here. Capuchin stared at Lucas as if trying to observe his eyes.
その質問に答えるのは君が私の問いに答えてからだ。
I'll answer your question if you answer mine.
国立研究所副所長の浄化に失敗したようだね、ブロー。
You failed in purifying the deputy director of the National Research Institute, didn't you, Barreau? はい。
とはいえ君も人間。目撃者の有無や本人の抵抗で失敗することもあるだろう。
I understand you're only human. There are certain times when you might fail due to witnesses or the target's resistance.
だが、面会の許可を出すのは失敗を挽回し、さらに新たな浄化を果たしてからだ。
I'll grant you permission to see her after not only correcting your failure, but for purifying additional targets as well. Capuchin threw a notebook to Lucas, who was simply standing there speechless. What's
浄化
this?
が必要な悪魔たちのリストだ。国立研究所の副所長と、そこに書かれている悪魔たちを全員残らず浄化してきなさい。
This feels familiar. A list of demons in need of purification along with the deputy director. You are to purify every single one of those
それを
demons.
果たすまで、彼女との面会は禁止とする。
You're hereby prohibited from meeting with her until you fulfill your mission. He quickly picked up the notebook with the list of names. I hurried to his side to see the names on the list. What's this? This is at least 100 names here. Despite the situation we were in, the number of victims for Barreau to claim was unusually high. Why would there be an increase like this? Lucas must be thinking the same thing as he reluctantly tried to ask a question when suddenly... In an instant, the spotless hospital floor was stained with blood red. Lucas. He tried to hold it back, but it wouldn't stop. With every spasm of his body, red droplets fell from Lucas's mouth. Wasn't a disease. It was a rite of suffering that all adults in this country must face one day, reaching the end of their lifespan. Lucas's face drained of color as he realized that the curse had come at the worst possible time. Even in this situation, Capuchin chuckled quietly without offering any help.
ああ、ちょうどいいじゃないか。
Perfect time.
死ぬ前に善行を積み重ねておけば、きっと神は君の死後もナディアに加護をもたらしてくれるはずだ。
I'm sure God will offer divine protection to Nadia if you carry out His will before you perish.
そんな話が違う。
This isn't what you said before.
ナディアは私が死ぬ時見取りたいと希望してあなたも
Promised Nadia would be there. Lucas. Yeah, this feels very familiar. I glared at Capuchin as I held Lucas's body. Capuchin, you've already been using him all this time. Why do you have to force him through this?
兄とはいえ殺人鬼を大事な患者。
He may be her brother, but in what world would a doctor leave a dangerous killer with their precious
い
patient?
や、未来の花嫁のそばに置いておく夫が世界のどこにいるのかね。
Ah, he didn't say this last time. That's new. In what world would a husband allow such a murder around his bride? What? What did this man just say? Bride? Who is he talking about? Lucas was too taken aback to reply, and I was about to ask Capuchin to clarify
そ
when
こから動かないで
Leah, don't move. The window broke with a loud crash, and a figure entered the building. With his cape swaying in the air, the man who landed on the floor was... Eves, what are you doing here?
詳しい説明は後
I'll tell you the details later. As he landed, he grabbed my arm and pulled me towards him.
イブ
Eves, what are you doing here?
その言葉そのままそっくりお返しします
I should be asking you the exact same question. As Eve spoke, he readied his sword, not letting his guard down, even with Lucas in his weakened state. Outside the window and from the entrance, the sound of new footsteps approached.
自警団に嗅ぎつけられたか
Seems the corpse have been sniffing
逃げ
around.
るぞリュカ君君なら私を連れて突破することなど造作もないだろう
Let's go, Lucas. Taking me to get through everyone should be no significant task for you. But
しかし
Lucas, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, Lucas. Lucas's eyes were pointed at me. Don't do it.
私が捕まればナディアの居場所は一生わからないままだぞ
If I'm captured, you'll never know where Nadia is. Or will you? Or will you? Hear me out. He's using your sister as bait, and he's calling himself her husband. Like, do you really wanna? Do you want that as your brother-in-law to your 10-year-old sister? Let's not do this. Let's not play this game. After Lucas forced some blood back down his throat, he turned his back to me while blocking the way to Capuchin. Lucas! At my shouts, he looked back just once.
君の言う通り嫌だと言えればよかった
Just as you said, I should have said I didn't want to do this.
でも今ここで言ってしまったら
But if I were to say that now,
君が大事に思ってくれる家族を
okay, but hear me out.
失ってしまう
He's keeping her from you. You don't even know. You don't even know. And I don't think, oh my gosh, this is just a story of bad decisions left and right. Just all the bad decisions you can make. Why am I surprised? Why does this ever surprise me? Why does this game ever surprise me? I should be more surprised if they end up in a field frolicking, having a lovely time, giggling. Should be more concerned that that field's going to catch on fire or a plane's going to land on them than just being like, oh, it's just having a good day. Everyone's fine. Everything's good. The kids are fine. The field is fine. Nobody's dying. If I'll lose a member of my family for whom you care so deeply.
抗う勇気のない私を
Please forgive me for not having the courage to fight back. Lucas then exited the room, bringing Capuchin with him. Don't do it, buddy. Lucas! Lucas! As he left me behind, I held on to a faint hope that he might still be able to come back to his life. Am I on the right? I am on the right one.
一つ昔語りをしよ
Let me share a tell of the past.
う。これは一途な死の番人が理不尽な断りを覆す前の物語。
A tale before that of the dedicated watchman of death and his efforts to overturn an irrational.
部に選ばれた美しき者はすべてを諦めて生きてきた。
A beautiful man bestowed with martial prowess lived his life after giving up everything.
愛する妹は幼い頃にその細い手をすり抜け、不治の病の末に息を引き取り、
The little sister he loved slipped through his fingers while he was still young, taken away by an incurable illness.
その心の傷が癒えぬまま 彼も18の刻限に失意のままに息を引き取る。
Unable to heal his scars, he took his last sorrowful breath when he turned 18.
彼は最後の瞬間、
In his
こ
final
う嘆
moments,
いた。
this is what he said.
一度でいいから小さな希望に出会いたかった
Just once,
と。
he wished to see a small bit of hope. Everyone across Apuchel was shocked by the attack at the society-run hospital, the largest facility outside of Carnival. At the church where their followers once prayed, with the whereabouts of the minister now unknown, only we and the corpse were gathered there.
まさかあのリュカ先生がブローだとはな。マティスが知ったらどうなることか。
I never would have imagined Lucas was Barreau. Who knows how Mathis might react if he knew about this.
全然気づかなかったよ。あんな細い腕でハルバードを震える理由は一体何なんだろう。
I had no idea. How's it possible for him to swing around that halibut with those thin arms? Those thin arms.
何にせよ、お前が無事で本当に良かった。
Whatever the case, Lee, I'm really glad you're all right. Thanks. I'm sorry for worrying everyone. Having been taken to safety by the corpse last night, I explained everything that had happened to Adolphe and the others. The true identity of the society exorcist was Capuchin, and that Lucas was Barreau. Everyone looked surprised at first, but they quickly believed me. How did you know? How did you all know to come? Oh gosh, what's on me? Okay. I know you weren't completely trusting of Lucas.
お前がダハトにことづてを頼んだだろ。自分の様子を事細かく伝えてくれと。
You asked Had to send a message, remember, for him to tell us about his meeting with you in detail. Wink, 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 wink. Blink, blink, blink. I remember.
先日彼女に会ったんですけど、なんだか少し様子がおかしかったんですよね。
I met her the other day. She seemed a bit
やたら
off.
瞬きが多いっていうか、目にゴミでも入ったんでしょうか。
She was winking quite a bit. I wondered if there was something in her eye.
それを聞いてピンときた。お前がガキの頃の瞬きの合図。
Hearing that, I knew something was up. You used to wink to send me signals when we were kids.
それを使うってことは、リュカ先生の前では言えない何かがあったんだろうってな。
Realize if you're doing that, you were trying to convey something you couldn't say in front of Lucas?
で、不審に思ったアドルフの指示で、しばらくリュカ先生の周囲を張ってたってわけだ。
Adolphe thought something was up, and under his orders, we watched over Lucas for a little while.
病院に突入したのも何人かで待機して窓から会話をこっそり聞いてたからだよ。
Even right before entering the hospital, a few of us were standing by, listening on the conversation through the window. I see, so that's what happened. My message to Adolphe got through. If it were a little while back, I would have been relieved. However, kind of confessed I was in love with him. Nadia's missing. No flashbacks. No flashbacks. I couldn't possibly say things were fine after last night. Lucas and Capuchin broke through the surrounding corpse members, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. I wanted notice for them. I wanted notice had been dispatched by Sheen.
リュカ先生のことが心配か？
You worried about Lucas? My heart jumped. I was about to deny a suggestion. That would just be an excuse. I had to face my feelings and confess. Right now, I was longing for and worried about Barreau. Yes, although I don't intend to try and excuse Lucas for what he's
分か
done.
ってるならいい。
As long as you understand.
マティスの兄の件も含め、あの人がやってきたことは許されないものだ。
What he's done, especially with Mathis's brother, is unforgivable. Okay, Mathis's brother is fine. In fact, Mathis doesn't even have a brother. He's a homunculus, so bite me.
たとえそれが妹のためであったとしても。
Even if it was for his little sister in the end, you wouldn't do anything you could for me? I nodded. I can't just leave him be. Now that Nadia is being held hostage, Lucas will kill even more people.
刑事だっけ。先生のような慎重な人が不確かなものにそんな簡単にすがるとは思えないけど。
Part of me wants to put my other game in and just put this side by side to see how much of this is the same from chapter 4. How many chapters were in the last one? Order from God, right?
かといって街中で捕まえようとしても俺らじゃ勝てる見込みねえし。
With that said, even if we did try to catch him in town, I can't really say we'd stand a chance.
ならリュカ先生がカプシーヌの命令を実行する前に教団ごと抑えるしかねえな。
In that case, we'll have to contain the entirety of the society before Lucas carries out Capuchin's orders.
病院の地下に教団の本拠地があるんだったな。
You said society's headquarters in the basement of the hospital, right? Yes, they might have escaped by entering into a place outside the hospital.
ならばその計画、主導権を持たせてもらおう。
If so, then I'll be taking over this operation. Hey, Sheen, hi. Sheen! Sheen arrived in the middle of our conversation with a stack of documents.
久しいな、死神の娘。ブローとの軟禁生活は楽しめたか？
It's been a while, Maiden of Death. Did you enjoy your life locked up by the Bureau?
みんな先生たちの正体に驚いてんのにあんただけはいつも通りだな。
Everyone's surprised at who Lucas is except for you, of course.
あの教師はともかく、カプシーヌとやらの本性には心当たりがあるからな。
I may not have known about him, though I did have some ideas on who that man Capuchin was.
というと？
What do you mean?
教団で行われている新人類開発という役に立たない研究と、遺伝子疾患の患者を花嫁とのたまう悪趣味。
With the society's useless research on a new breed of humans and the disgusting thought of making that patient his
カプ
bride.
シーヌの正体は、かつて研究所に所属し追放、いや、極刑となったオーティという三下だ。
I'm sure Capuchin was the very one expelled from the institute given the death sentence. In fact, an underling of mine named Ortiz. Ortiz?
研究所に所属していた。
He used to work at the
ってことは
institute.
まさか奴はリライバーなのか？反リライバー団体の長だというのに？
Is he a reliver even though he's the leader of a group who's against relivers?
所詮隠れ蓑にしているに過ぎなかったという
It's
ことだ。
nothing more than a cover for him.
見た目こそ変わっているが、おそらく俺の異なる外見のリライバーを作る研究データを盗み、利用したんだろう。
His appearance is different, so I'm certain he stole my research data on making relivers appear different than their source.
姿の異なるリライバーって、それは事実上不可能なんじゃ。
Relivers that appear different than their source, I thought that wasn't possible.
多少の不具合が出るから公にしなかっただけだ。
It wasn't made public because of a few errors.
で、そのオーティってやつは何をしでかして極刑なんかになったんだよ。
What did this Orti guy do to get himself the death penalty? Triggered by Hugo's question and my ability to kick a desk while I'm trying to cross my legs. I'm trying to cross my legs. He handed us a document. We all picked up the pieces of paper, and when we read it with what was written on them, we stopped. The documents contained incidents on how Orti kidnapped children who lived in the slums and conducted inhumane experiments on them. Within the list of victims were the names of girls far younger than me. It was far too horrible even for something that was supposed to be for our future.
これはひどいね。
This is horribad. Horribad.
ああ、読んでるだけで吐き気がする。
I feel sick reading this.
下手すりゃブローよりも最低最悪な犯罪者じゃねえか。
He might even be more wretched than the criminal than Barreau. He's the one in control of Barreau. He is definitely worse. Not to mention this. The face on the three men from the corpse twisted in disgust.
どうしてこんな野郎が極刑を逃れて今ものうのうと生きている？
How did a bastard like this escape the death penalty and keep himself alive?
当時護送中のオーティを近衛兵が隙を突かれて逃がし、 それを隠蔽したらしい。
At one point, while Orty was being escorted, the royal guard helped him escape and even covered up the incident. Everyone looked in disdain as Sheen explained how even the royal family confessed what happened when he questioned them.
またこの衛兵かよ。連中は何回失敗して何回失態を隠した気が済むんだ。
The royal family again? How many times do they have to mess things up and try to cover what they did?
おおむね同意するが、今は教団をどう潰すかを考えるべきだろう。
Give me 1 second to see if my camera. Is on that setting that makes me turn into a microwave? It was. It made sense since everything was disconnected earlier. Well, I agree with that sentiment. We need to be thinking about how to crush the society right now.
オーティは脅威にならない三流だが、奴の手元にはあの教師、最強の矛がいる。
Orty himself is hardly a threat, but he has that at his disposal, that teacher. An incredible, powerful spear.
自警団、近衛兵、警備兵、全勢力を集めても一掃されるだろうな。
Even the corpse, royal guard, and security combined, he cleaned them up easily.
嘘みたいな話ですけど、実際そのぐらいの実力差がありますからね。
It sounds ridiculous, but he really is that much stronger than us.
正体が割れた今、なりふり構わずシアンさんや研究員たちを襲いに来るかもしれません。
Now that their identity's been revealed, they might come attack you and the other researchers without hesitation. About that, I raised my hand as Sheen pushed the conversation forward. With Lucas as he is right now, I believe he would fight against Capuchin if we could just recover Nadia safely. And if we can offer her substantial treatment.
シアンさん。
Sheen.
まあいいだろう。真正面からやり合うのを避けられるなら、その程度の骨は折ってやろう。
If we can avoid a head-on fight with him that way, I suppose I can offer that much.
ただし、保護するのは妹だけだ。
I'm only offering to keep the girls
リ
safe.
カ・プルーストの罪を軽くできるなどとは思うなよ。お優しいお嬢さん。
Don't think you can make the sins of Lucas Proust any lighter. Alright, kind maiden. Of course. I nodded in agreement, readying myself for the worst possible outcome. Lucas himself is protesting against his own actions. Which is why I can't just let things go and accept what he did. To deny any wrongdoing would be an insult to Lucas, who was finally able to tell me he was in pain. And the people he murdered. Later. All through the night, everyone discussed with Sheen a detailed plan to break into the underground facility. As I didn't have any particular knowledge to contribute, I felt that I might just be in the way and stepped outside of the church. I should go search for Anku. As I thought to myself, heading off to what I thought was an empty spot. I saw the Hut leaning against a wall of the church, his head facing downward. He just seemed sad. The Hut. I called quietly out to him.
皆さんとの話し合いは終わったんですか?
Have you finished talking to everyone? Yes, at the very least, I've given everything I could speak of. The Hut slightly nodded in acknowledgement. I was sure he heard everything about what happened last night, about Lucas's true identity and about Nadia. His face, which at a glance seemed as cheery and as normal, had a faint hint of gloomy shadow over it. You're the one who let Adolphe know that something was wrong with my situation. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, everything was uncovered before another tragedy struck.
いえいえ、僕がしたことなんて、ただの状況報告ですから。
Oh no, all I did was relay a situation I observed.
むしろ、もっと早く報告していれば、ナディアは助かったんでしょうか。
In fact, if I'd reported things sooner, Nadia might have been saved. It's a hot.
シアンさんたちは多分、数日もしないうちに、地下施設を抑えにかかるでしょう。
I'm sure Sheen and the others will move to take control of the underground facility in just a few
そ
days.
の間、僕は研究所でお留守番。シアンさんの不在を守ります。
In the meantime, I'll hold down the fort at the Institute and make sure things are taken care of there while Sheen is absent. Are you sure? Nadia is a dear friend of yours. I'm sure you want to search for her too.
その気持ちがないと言えば、嘘になりますけど。
I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel that way. I looked at Dahat's face.
僕に、彼女を迎えに行く資格はないですからね。
I don't have the right to go see her. All of a sudden, he seemed so mature. But that lasted for only an
って
instant.
ことで、可愛くか弱い僕は、後方支援に徹します。
Being as cute and fragile as I am, I just serve as logistical support.
無事にナディアが帰ってきたら、今度は完璧に完成した車椅子に乗って、お散歩をさせてあげてください。
If Nadia gets back safely, please accompany her on a stroll as she uses the completed wheelchair. In an instant, his face returned to his usual adorable self, wondering if I had only imagined what I felt. I will. And I'd like for you to join us when we do. I was so happy to hear encouragement to not give up on the future. For the first time since last night, I smiled. Oh, you know what? Is he one of the supporters?
僕としたことが、うっかり素をこぼしちゃいましたね。
I can't believe it. I almost dropped my guard. After parting with Leah, I muttered to myself as I walked alone through Koen. I reprimanded myself for being so uncharacteristically shaken up. It felt like it was a mark of failure.
それほどまでに、ナディアの存在が、ダハトにとって大きいってことか。
I suppose it just means that Nadia became that important to me. The young girl who always admired normal people who learned all by herself what they were like. It hadn't even been that long since I met her and began to feel how radiant she was. 8 years ago, I only knew of the person named Nadia Proust. But what was special about her was her brother, and I deemed her only another of the many residents in Arpachel. Arpachel. I can't do it. I provided Orty with the information, thinking she could serve as a hostage.
その結果が、これ。
And this is the result. I never thought a day would come 8 years later when I'd regret my actions. And on top of that, I thought she was only small and weak, but she's actually had a genetic disorder. I never thought she would be the subject of Ortiz experiments, whom I thought to simply use as a pawn.
もっと早く、彼女の病気の正体に気づいていれば。
If only I'd understood her illness sooner.
もっと早く、普通の人間に憧れる彼女と。
What if I had met this girl who longed to be a normal human sooner? I wonder if I would have stopped myself.
ありえない。
That's not possible. Next, hi! I knew I wouldn't, I was sure. I checked myself to make sure I wouldn't waver, imagining another possible future. Even if I had met and became friends with Nadia sooner.
自分がなすべきことを、私は絶対に忘れない。
His voice is getting deep, yo. Hello, hello. I would never forget the things that I must do.
仮に時を戻す方法を確立できたとしても、必ず同じ選択肢を選ぶ。
Even if there was a way to go back in time, I'm sure I'd make the same decision. And dragged along with me all the regrets I had as well. Despite that, however,
自分が犯した失敗のけじめはつけなくちゃいけませんよね。
I have to make amends for all the failures I've caused. If I pretend I didn't, then I'd truly be the same as the rotten royal family.
大切な友達のためにも。 ダハトとして
For my dear friend, I'll do my best to
頑張りますか。
Hee. Even if it wasn't for the country, just for now, I would be sinning for becoming a I wouldn't be sinning for becoming a normal human being who just wanted to save his friend. Hydrate? It's rave. Honestly, that'd be funny to have a rave icon with one of the guys. It'd probably be Gabriel, honestly. Gabriel's our little baka dede, so it makes perfect sense. Actually, no, he's our cool dede. He's just a cool guy. I wouldn't be sinning for becoming a normal human being who just wanted to save his friend. Plot twist. He's a sinner for a million other reasons. Oh, Dahat. The moment I got to the Lycoris field, I thought my heart would stop beating when I saw the cold white hand sticking out of the ground from the middle of the field.
やれやれ。復活にこんなにも時間を要したのはこれが初めてだ。
Sometimes the rave ones just look like, I think of airplanes when they're like, go this way, and they just like have the little batons. That's what it kind of reminds me of sometimes. Like, that's the way to go. This is the first time it's taken this long for me to come back.
あの殺人鬼めやってくれたな。まさかブローの正体がから別人に変わっているとは。
The murderer really did a number on me. I never thought Barreau's identity could have changed since... What? Anku mumbled some complaints against Lucas as I dug away at the soil. Anku, are you alright? He should be necky. This boy should be necky, by the way. They're messing with me. I'm so sorry you had to go through all this for my sake.
何？気にすることはない。こうして君が無事だったのだから。
It's nothing, you're safe after all.
だがこれで、あの男が危険だと言った私の忠告の本当の意味が理解できただろう？
However, you now understand the true meaning behind my warning about his being a dangerous man, right? Yes, I know. Lucas is evil. I was sure Lucas was an unforgivable criminal to Anku, who wished for fewer people to die. As I spoke about him, Anku's voice remained dark.
話を聞く限り、おそらく数日もしないうちに事態は大きく動き出すだろう。
As far as I understand, I'm sure things will change greatly in just a few days.
自警団たちが教団とぶつかるのが先か、教団がリライバーを虐殺するのが先かは、さすがの私もわからないが。
Whether the corpse clashes with the society first or society massacres more relivers first, not even I can tell.
事態が解決するまで、君は安全な場所に避難するべきだと助言する。
Until everything is resolved, I advise you to retreat somewhere safe.
と言いたいところなのだが。
This is what I wish to say at least.
納得していないようだね。私の姫君。
You're unsatisfied with how things are now, are you not, my princess? You can tell. I could barely even manage my awkward smile, feeling so sorry for what I put him through. You put him through even more than you think. He was right. There wasn't anything I could do. At the most, I could simply just pray that everyone... There is like a hair on my face. I keep seeing it. Pray that everyone would be alright while situated in the safest possible way, as he suggested. But I know you're just trying to protect me. I'm sorry. I don't wish to hide myself from Lucas.
それはどうして？
Why is that? I knew my answer. If he's shouting that he doesn't want to do what he's doing, that he needs help, I want to be somewhere where I can rush to him and stop him. Anku let out a melancholic sigh as if he already knew my answer.
君は相手がどんな人間なのか そのすべてを理解した上で言っているのかい？
Are you saying that knowing just what kind of person he is? Yes.
だったら、どうして？
If so, then why? Because I love him. I love him! I must have looked like such a repulsive form of death, proclaiming my love to a murderer in a blossoming field of black flowers. I felt this was right. I was sure a murderer and death had at least a little bit of right to be together.
そうか。
I
ま
see.
さか。ではすでに亡き者だったリュカ・プルーストと巡り合い、思いを通わせるとは。
Got it. Okay, so that's why they had that little flashback story. This is they're rewriting the lore. Because previously this was not the case. He was always Burrow. Literally Anku was like, ugh, why would you fall for that guy? For you to have feelings for Lucas Proust, who was already supposed to be dead in whatever year we were from.
さすがに私も予想外だった。
Not even I could have imagined.
これもまた君が手繰り寄せた新たな運命の一つということかな。
I suppose this is simply another destiny you've attracted to yourself. It's kind of like the story with Dahat. Dahat was not alive in his future because Dahat's mama died before he was born. Thus, his birth never happened. And then she was brought back as a real liver, yada, yada, yada. But there was no Dahat in that world. And so Lucas honestly should be dead, I guess. Question mark, I don't know. I suppose this is simply another destiny you attracted to yourself. As after speaking some strange words I couldn't understand, he put his hand in his pocket.
ならば導き手として君の決意を尊重しよう。
As your guiding hand, I'll respect your wishes.
これを君に託す。
I'll leave this
ど
with
うか
you.
受け取ってほしい。
Please take it. Oh, but Hanku, you wanted this to end your own life, buddy. My guy. You gave me a metal device I had never seen before. What is this? It's much heavier than it looks.
君の知らない武器だよ。そこの引き金という部分を引けば、鋭い弾が射出される。
It's a weapon you've never learned about. If you pull the trigger there, a sharp bullet will shoot from it.
万が一、リュカ・プルーストが止まらない場合は、それを使うといい。当たる保証はないがね。
If for some reason Lucas Proust cannot be stopped, use this. Although I can't guarantee it will hit him. What he meant was...
綺麗事だけで彼は止められない。そうだろう?
Kind words alone may not be able to stop him, isn't that right? Yes, thank you so much for everything. In order to not cause you, the Watchman of Death, any more trouble, I will try to stop Lucas in my own way. I want to be by his side even just a moment longer.
君ならば、きっと成し遂げられるはずだ。
I'm sure you'll be able to do so.
同胞の、いや、一人の男を思い慕う美しき姫君よ。
My dear partner, my beautiful princess who loves this man so dearly.
君が彼をわずかでも救いのある未来に導けることを、このリコリスの花園で祈っているよ。
I'll be praying from this garden of Lycoris that you can guide him to a future with even the smallest salvation. We could, like, make... I was accustomed to pain. I had suffered through my father's strict teachings ever since I was young. As well as the day I killed him under God's command, I lowered my halberd down onto them as they were covered in wounds. On that day I declared to them that they wouldn't kill off Nadia's will. But I may have been mistaken in doing so. Just as my beloved sister, the version of her deep in my memories of the past, told me, I should have let her tell them directly, I don't want to listen to you. Then maybe something might be different now. I was used to the pain. But that small, numbing sensation that ran through my neck, I hated that. Up until now, I had never felt like I had been shot with a needle. Surrounding me, holding me down, were clones that looked just like me. And in their midst was...
くそ、まさかシアンブロフィワーズに嗅ぎつけられるとは。
Damn it, I didn't think Sheen Brophy would be the one to sniff me out.
あの男はどこまで私の邪魔をすれば気が済むというのか。
How far must this man go to get in my way? In his rage, the minister threw the now empty syringe to the ground. From the tiny hole in the back of my neck poured an immense amount of heat into my body. It was hot. Hot, 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 hot. My mind was burning by a scorching heat, making me slowly lose my idea of who I was.
こうなれば、シアンブロフィワーズと奴が率いる研究員を皆殺しにして、私が実権を握るしか。
If that's the case, I'll have to kill Sheen Brophy and all the researchers under him and take on the authority he had. He then came to me, whispering into my ear as I held my neck curled into a ball in the tunnel.
リュカ君、私の大切な矛たるリュカ・プルースト。
Lucas, my wonderful spear, Lucas Proust. I'm assuming I'm saying that wrong.
今こそ神の啓示のもと、悪魔の狩猟を撃つ時だ。
Under the command of God, now's the time you must exterminate the leader of the demons.
寿命が迫る中、苦しいだろうが、成し遂げてくれるね。
I know it must be painful with your life almost at its end, but you'll do it, yes? The voice of God's prophet spoke to me.
この声が示す啓示は絶対。
The command this voice speaks of must be fulfilled.
神に従って悪魔を浄化し献身を捧げれば
I must devote myself to following God's orders and purifying the demons.
その御業をもってナディアを助けてくださる。
Will surely save Nadia with his divine powers. How many dots? Really, though?
本当に
As her brother, could I truly face this girl who only wanted to be a normal person if I were to continue hanging on to this miracle? Could you? We don't do flashbacks. Would I be betraying that girl who still saw the possibility of Lucas Proust being human?
私は
I say it, say it. She said it was all right. Say you don't want to do this before you lose yourself. Hurry.
ほいや、随分と煮え切らない返事だな。
That response didn't sound committed.
もしや、洗脳が溶けかけている。
Could it be that the brainwashing is wearing off?
薬は日常的に打っていたはずだが、あの死神のお嬢さんとの生活で何かあったのか。
I've been administering the drug daily. Did something happen during that time with that maiden of death?
ならば。
In that case. From his pocket, the minister pulled out several more syringes. The moment I saw them, a familiar fear awoke from the depths of my mind. Wait, no. If I was injected, I'd be controlled by the feverish haze of blind faith of him. I wouldn't even be able to remember what Leah told me. I tried desperately to fight back, but my false clones pushed my body back down.
今こそ私がこの国の中心となり、 新人類の研究を担う時だ。
I am at the center of this country and I will carry out the research to bring about a new species of human.
さあ、私の邪魔となる者たちを殺戮し尽くすがいい。
Now go kill who stands in my way,
リュカ・
Lucas.
プルースト。
The murderer.
やめ。
Stop. With the intense heat running through my neck, an artificially created urge to kill suppressed my love. I pleaded desperately within my fading mind. Dead. Leah, 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 Leah. If a murderer such as I could still be allowed to hold on to hope, then even if it meant sacrificing everything.
君の笑顔と
Your
君が
smile.
くれた言葉だけは
What you said to me,
忘れるものか。
I refuse to forget. Even if I lost my sanity and my transformation into a monster became complete. Dun dun, dun dun, dun dun. That night, Adolf came to see me at the orphanage while I pleaded for him to let me help as part of the medical team in the investigation. He opposed the idea first.
アドルフ、心配する気持ちは私にもわかるけれど、
Adolf, I'm just as worried as you are.
この子がめったに訴えないわがままを今この瞬間に言うのなら、きっとそれは何か意味のあるものだわ。
She's speaking up about what she wants when she rarely ever does. I'm sure there's some reason to her doing so.
兄として妹の意志を尊重してあげてくれる？
As her brother, won't you respect her wishes? Mother, to whom we explained what was happening, helped me my efforts in convincing him.
絶対に前には出るなよ。
You better not be in the front
た
lines.
とえリュカ先生と俺たちが本気の殺し合いになったとしても。
And that's even if we and Lucas get into a deadly fight. I promise. I nodded firmly at his unyielding demand. There just wasn't any time. We had to strike before we were struck ourselves, or many more lives would be lost. I hurried to get my belongings ready and headed to the hospital with Adolph's medical kit in hand. Didn't plan to be long, but my sister invited me to start Ghost Whisperer. The movie from the 90s or the early 2000s, or are you talking about something new? The Ghost Whisperer with a slower second The hospital was surrounded in an eerie silence. We just finished the second episode. Nice, nice, nice. The series. Okay, okay. The one I can't think of the actress name. Everyone there nodded to each other. There's another series I want to watch that involves Ghost. It might even just be called Ghost if I think hard enough. Hang on, let's see. I Zombie. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Yeah, that's it. I Zombie. I can do this. I know how to find things. Watch me. Something Love Hewitt. All right, Rose McClever. Please. Ghost. It's just called Ghost. It's similar to the Ghost Whisperer. She can see Ghost after getting in an accident. Everyone thinks she's crazy. She starts thinking she's crazy a little bit. But it changes as the story progresses, and it's really comedy. I haven't watched any of the episodes, but I've seen clips of it multiple times, and like every single time I see a clip, it just makes me laugh. But yeah, there's a lot of really interesting actors in it as well. So if you want to watch another movie about Ghost, or TV series about Ghost, sorry, it's got 4 seasons now, I think. but that's on my list. There's so many things on my list that I want to watch. I'm so behind. But I watched a lot of The Ghost Whisperer. I don't think I watched the entire thing, but I watched a lot of it. It came out around the same time as Medium. What's it on? Ooh, let me see what's on. I think it's Peacock, but I could be wrong. CBS TV. It says it's available on multiple streaming services, but I don't see it directly. We have too many streaming services. Pluto, Paramount Plus. It says it's on Hulu, so you should be able to watch it on Hulu. But yeah, it's just a comedy. It's really fun. There's a bunch of different ghosts that shows up. If I recall, she like lives in a house, but again, I haven't watched an episode yet. Love ghost stuff. Same here, which is why I really want to watch it. But I also love the actress. The main actress in it is from iZombie, if you've ever watched iZombie. It's about a woman who becomes a zombie while like hanging out with her friends. And she wakes up the next day and she's suddenly craving brains, basically. But she's also, when she eats brains, she gets memories. So she literally has a job as a coroner. And so while she's like examining, she'll eventually eat some of the brains and she'll have like memories and stuff. It's based off a comic book, but by the same name. But yeah, so I love that actress. I loved iZombie, so I want to watch it because she's in it. Haven't had a chance. It's actually how I figured out what the name of it was. I looked up iZombie first. I'm like, I know she's in iZombie. Everyone there nodded to each other.
行くぞ。関係者は一人残らず確保しろ。
Yummy memories, yeah. It's a detective show. She solves murders by eating brains, but she's a zombie. Let's go. Secure every single person who normally belongs here. I'm gonna break down these doors. Yves and Hugo kick down the locked doors. Yeah. Sheen's voice. Yeah, Sheen has a really good voice. There's a lot of really good voice actors in this. Like, Sheen and Encore are my absolute favorites, but like they have a lot of good voice actors. I really adore Dahat in this game. Dahat's a bad boy and I don't mind that, but his voice actor works really, really hard, which you can tell when he took on Hibiki's role. Like, I was really happy that he got to do Hibiki because he's always been like a background character. Members of the corps rushed in and the quiet hospital was suddenly in hiccups, in chaos even.
動くな全員その場に膝をついて手を頭の後ろに回せ
Don't move. Everyone on your knees and keep your hands behind your head.
なんだあんたたちは
Who are you people? You should know.
ちょっと事情があってな言う通りにしてくれりゃ傷一つつけねえから安心しろ
We've got business here. Don't worry. Just do what we say and you won't get hurt. As everyone knelt down one after another. Alright, it'll be alright, so please don't worry. You are all uninvolved with what's happening here.
本当かい
Really? Maybe. I went through to calm down the patients who came out into the hallway to see what was going on. Some must be heavily inflicted by the curse. The slightest shock could be life-threatening. Sheen quickly walked forward and through the middle of the chaos.
さて、地下への入り口があるはずだ。クルーンは護衛、死神の娘は道案内としてついてこい。
Alright, there must be an entrance to the underground somewhere. Karun, cover me. Maiden of Death, you come as our guide. Alright.
了解ですアドルフたちは院内の安全を確保次第
Got
合
it.
流を
Adolf and the others will catch up to us once we've secured the hospital. Why is Sheen here? Sheen, you are too valuable to be here. I chased after Sheen with Yves and guided them as I desperately tried to remember when I was captured and brought here. It was dark, staying vigilant as we went down some steps. Maiden of Death sounds badass. It does, doesn't it? She's called the Lycoris Princess. She's got a couple other names too. I saw the same horrific sights unchanged from before. Perhaps they believe they would be attacked. I saw traces of a rushed escape. Some corpses and scarred bodies were left as they were, along with some experimental tools. I do like that every character kind of has like a nickname for her too. Maiden of Death is the only one Shane uses. Princess is the one Anku uses. So, if only she were badass, right? She really bends to people's will. She will be whatever they want. She's like water. She doesn't really hold up, right? She just kind of goes with whatever is going around her. Which is the same thing that happened last time. She fell in love with Lucas last time, and I'm like, girl, you have the worst taste in the world. Lucas is out here murdering people left and right, and you're just like, hey, I'm fine with that. You're not fine with that. I felt sick as the room also gave off a putrid odor. This is quite a place.
想定内だ。むしろ奴のお人形遊びにしてはまだ可愛い方だろ。
I expected as much. In fact, it has a juvenile quality befitting someone who plays with dolls. His expression undaunted, Sheen looked around the room. After looking around for a moment, he stood next to a weak light source. He then knocked on it without hesitation. How did she escape the cage? She wasn't put back in the cage. Oh, you're gone. Okay, sorry. Anytime Lucas was around, she was allowed outside of the cage because Lucas is strong. Lucas is literally like Twilight zombies. Like, he's just super strong. He doesn't look it, but he really is. So he's not scared of her being outside the cage. How she got out of the cage this last time was simply she convinced Lucas to not be bad, and they were going to go rescue Nadia so that she wasn't taken. And unfortunately, they were too late. She was already taken. And then all of the corpse came in and rescued her. And Capuchin and Lucas left together because Capuchin blackmailed Lucas and said, you'll never see your sister again if you don't, like, get me out of here. So that's where they're at right now. And then Lucas is constantly being pumped full of drugs that makes him very, very manipulated easily. But again, he willingly joined. Like, the drugs were added afterwards. He then knocked on it without hesitation. Wondering what he was doing, Yves and I looked on with puzzled gazes when suddenly a rectangular outline appeared. There's a hidden pathway here too?
シアンさん、どうしてわかったんですか?
How'd you know she?
この手の隠し扉は王族どもがよく使っているからな。
The royal family uses hidden doors like this all the time.
この衛兵の対応といい、どうにもきな臭いと思っていればこれだ。どうやら連中も一枚噛んでいるらしい。
I thought there was something suspicious with the royal guard as well. It seems that they're part of this too.
王族の人たちがカプシーヌの非道な実験に協力している。
Does that mean that the royal family has been helping with Capuchin's horrible experiments?
なあ、大方、実験内容にでも釣られたんだろうな。
I'm sure they found his experiments appealing to them. As Sheen spoke in an annoyed tone, he kicked at the crack in the hall, forcing a new entrance open. Wall. Hall. Beyond the door was a dark passage with no end in sight. Sheen walked through the passage ahead of us, and soon we ended up in front of an old door. Without hesitation, Sheen put his hand against the door, and when he stepped into the depths of society's headquarters... this is the one. Okay, this is the room. Lights shone into our vision. Inside the well-kept room were a number of medicine organized into multiple cabinets. My eyes caught sight of the pale dolls that could be found everywhere I looked. They stared at us in silence. These dolls, are they...
遺伝子人形。奴のコレクションだろうな。おそらくナディアという娘も。
Genetic dolls for his own personal collection. I assume the girl Nadia as well.
コレクションの一つとして、この人形たちのようにする予定なんだろう。
I suspect he plans to make a doll of her to add to his collection.
いや
I remember. He called her his bride. Was that what he meant back then? Imagining Nadia being turned into a doll like these sent a chill through my body. Then we need to get Nadia as soon as we can.
でもこの部屋からは人の気配を感じないね。
Feels like there's no one here in this room.
採用にさらに地下への階段があるな。病院の隠し通路といい、下ってばかりで芸がない。
The far end of the room, there are stairs leading down. I find these hidden hospital passages underground to be rather crude. Let's go. Is he the pedo dude? Yes. Capuchin loves Nadia. But he's also the guy who runs experiments, and he caused Nadia to be a monster. A giant monster. After waiting for everyone else to catch up to us, we continued down the stairs. The sound of dripping water reached my ears. At the foot of the stairs, we found ourselves in a narrow passage with strange colored water flowing at our feet.
病院の地下にこんな場所があったのか。
I never knew this was below the hospital.
この機材、以前廃棄処分した研究所のものだな。これ単体だと機能しないはずだが。
This equipment, it was discarded from the institute. They shouldn't be able to function on their own.
どこかのバカが
Such a waste of a pretty sprite. He started off funny too. He was humorous, you know. Just an edge of like there might be something sussy, but then they went with pedophile, and I was just very not okay with the pizza file version of a person. Just I have strong feelings, and most of it is murder. The idiot who made these tunnels must have taken all this. The click of Sheen's tongue could be heard around the room.
病院にも研究所にもいないとなると、先生たちはこの通路のどこかに隠れている可能性が高いな。
If they weren't in the hospital or any of these labs, it's highly possible they're hiding in these tunnels.
自警団のみんなは病院関係者の確保で手一杯だし、俺たちで手分けして捜索しよ
う。Everyone else in the corps have their hands full ensuring everyone from the hospital is safe. Let's split up and look for them.
だな。仮に大人数で挑んだところで一斉に迷う未来が目に見えてら。
I can totally see us all getting lost if we stick together in a huge group. What? Do you hear yourself, Hugo? No wonder you died. I can imagine us getting lost if we stick together. No. Imagine hiding when you're on an island. It's crazy. It's actually really crazy how much they're like, oh yeah, I'm like, this does not sound possible. Like not even on Attack on Titans could you hide this well. I can see us all getting lost if we stick together. We should all split ourselves up between finding Nadia and finding Lucas. I'm on Team Lucas.
俺は中枢へ向かい、全体の構造を調査する。
I'll head to the center of these tunnels to investigate the overall layout of this
この
place.
巨大な地下通路を俺に悟らせずに作り上げた作詞の方が、オーティなんぞよりもはるかに興味深いからな。
I'm far more interested in the one who built this massive tunnel network without telling me than I am Orti.
またいきなり勝手なことを言いやがって。
There he goes acting on his own again.
まあいいじゃねえか。シアンさんが全体を把握してくれりゃ、通信機で俺たちも案内してもらえるしよ。
It's fine enough. If he does get an idea of how this place is laid out, he can guide us over transmitter. He shouldn't go alone, though. We agreed with Hugo and split ourselves into groups. In the event of an emergency, Adolphe would need to get back above ground to lead the corps, so we decided that he and Hugo would investigate areas close to the tunnel entrance, making me and Yves the only ones left to work in our own group.
いいか、絶対に無理はするな。お前は戦力として連れてきたんじゃない。
Listen, you better not push yourself, okay? I didn't bring you along to fight.
何かあれば、すぐにイブと一緒に地下通路から離脱しろ。
If anything happens, get out of the tunnels with Eves. Nah. Sure, I promise. Promsies. But if I'm not even able to escape, I'll do everything else that I can. When he said the word fight, I couldn't help but remember the weapon inside my pocket. If something happens, I have to pull that trigger without hesitating. That was easier said than done. Was I really prepared to do that?
それじゃあ行こうか。はぐれないように気をつけて。
Let's go. Be careful not to get lost. We're together, so if I get lost, you're getting lost too, idiot. Cute idiot. Stupid idiot. Right. Soon, Eves. You're like 2 routes away. I received a transmitter as well, just in case, and I proceeded cautiously through the dark tunnels with Eves.
かなり広いね。
This place is pretty big.
もしかしてこの地下通路、アルペシエール全土に張り巡らされてるのかな。
This place is pretty big. I wonder if these tunnels spread throughout Arpachel. Arpachel. I can't do it. I wonder what they are here for. I don't think Capuchin has the authority to do something like this. And Sheen did say that he was interested more in someone else than he was in Orti. In other words, there must be someone else who made these tunnels. Somebody. Who are you playing next? After this one is Sheen. So I'm playing this in the original order from the first game. So in the first game, Adolphe was a locked route and Eves was a locked route, and Anku and Adolphe shared a route. So the order I had to play it in was Mathis, Lucas, Sheen, Eves, and then Adolphe and Anku. So I'm playing it in that same order. And it's hilarious because my original order was Adolphe, like how I wanted to do it. It was Adolphe, I think Eves, Mathis, Lucas, Anku, but Anku shared a route with Adolphe. I really had high hopes for Lucas. Had such high hopes. And he disappointed me.
そのあたりの調査もシアンさんが行うと思うけど、敵の情報が見えてこないのは不気味だね。
I'm sure Sheen would be looking into that, but it's a bit creepy not knowing anything about who we're dealing with. I agree. It was all too quiet considering someone made these tunnels. I heard nothing apart from our limited conversation and the sounds of the water as we walked through it. Or so I thought. Yves and I looked up at the walls in response to a noise clearly different from the water. It seemed like a noise just now came from one of the machines embedded in the walls.
なんだろう。シアンさんが早速この空間の機材を乗っ取ったとかじゃないよね。
What was that? It's not likely that Sheen's already taken over machines in this place, right? In response to Eve's question, come? I can do that. Come this way. A mechanical voice answered, "We don't talk to the devil, guys. Guys, no. Who's that? You don't even need to know. Don't follow it." Eves looked around us, but there was no sign of anyone about to attack us, nor of any splashing water. As if undeterred by his alert stance, follow the sound of my voice. Follow, follow, follow. I'll guide you to where your precious treasure is. The voice from the wall began to fade away. It beckoned us to come to it.
罠かな。
It might be a trap, Eves. It's a trap. We have nothing else telling us which way to go through these tunnels. Even if Sheen figured out how this place is laid out, we still won't know where Nadia's being hidden.
手がかりがない以上、ここはあえて乗るしかないか。
Without any other
覚
clues,
悟はいい。
we'll have to play along, huh? Are you ready? Yeah, I've been ready since we entered the hospital. Eve smiled back at me as if applauding me for my firm reply, helping me relax. We chased after the eerie voice, wading through the waters.
こっち見失ったな最後
This is not a
君
maze.
たちはこの迷宮から二度と出られない
Doubt it. Nyx is having a rave. I like this. I like that one. What the heck? That's a lot of fun. This way, if you lose me, you'll never be able to leave this maze. I doubt that. I doubt this is that much of a maze. It was as if the voice was that of an innocent child playing tag. While it seemed it was simply leading us in circles, we were certainly moving deeper and deeper into the tunnels. We were unable to tell if it was a friend or foe or even its gender. But despite it all, we continued to follow it until...
この部屋の前だけ空気の流れが違う。
The way the air moves in this room is different than the rest. Eves stopped the moment he stepped in front of the door. I stood in front of it too, and sure enough, I could feel the sensation of fresh air coming through the cracks. Why only from here?
人が頻繁に出入りする場所だから、こまめに換気しているんじゃないかな。
Maybe it's a place where people enter frequently, which means it needs to be ventilated regularly. In that case,
誰かしらがこの中にいる可能性があるね。
it's possible there's someone in here. Come with me, young maiden. Eves put his hand on the door, which barely moved. It appeared to be locked.
仕方ない。強引に壊すしか。
I guess it can't be helped. I'll break it
その
down.
必要はありませんよ
That won't be necessary. With the sound of the voice, I heard the door
これで
unlock.
中に入れるはずです私が手助けできるのはここまで
It's the hot.
君たちの采配に任せます
Dahat led us to the room. It's Dahat. He's observing us. You should be able to enter now. This is all I can do to help. From this point onward, I leave things to you. Who are you? If you control the locks here, you must be someone who was involved in the creation of this place. If that's the case, then why you aren't a friend of ours? Then why?
最強の矛を手に入れたからと調子に乗って暴走する駒などもう不要ですからね
I don't need a pawn who boasts about doing as he pleases while merely manipulating the strongest spear there is. He must be talking about Capuchin. I trust the voice. Dahat would never hurt me. Except for all the times he's hurt me. We wouldn't be able to make any progress at all if we didn't trust this voice, even if we knew he might be exposed to danger. We wouldn't even be able to confront Lucas, much less save Nadia. Which meant... Eves and I nodded to each other. He slowly opened the door, leading into the mysterious room, and as he stepped a foot
彼
inside...
女のことをどうかよろしくお願いします
Please take care of her.
僕にはもう彼女と顔を合わせる資格は
I have no right to see her anymore. The last utterance of the voice had within it something that felt familiar. Yeah, the hat. There she was, sitting all alone in a wheelchair in the center of a dimly lit room. Nadia!
よかった。無事だったんだね。
I'm so glad you're safe, but is she safe?
それに兄様のお友達の
Isn't this Dahat's room of experiments? This looks like Dahat's room of experiments. Leah and my brother's friend. I rushed up to her and checked over her body. It's all right, Nadia. Has Capuchin done anything to you?
大丈夫よ
I'm okay.
突然ここに運ばれて明日とっておきの治療をするからいい子に待っててくれって言われたけど
I was carried here all of a sudden. He told me I'd undergo a special treatment tomorrow, so to be good and wait here.
なんだか先生の顔が少し怖かったからあなたが迎えに来てくれてほっとしたわ
Face looked a bit scary. I'm glad you came to get me. Her arms, legs, and the rest of her body, everything seemed normal about Nadia as she spoke. There seemed to be nothing odd about her. Good, we made it in time. I embraced Nadia with relief, thinking back to the dolls in Capuchin's office. However, Nadia's expression looked dim, the complete opposite of how she was the other day.
この部屋に置いてあった手紙に兄様のことが書いてあったの。
There was a letter left in this room that talked about my brother.
兄様はブローで今までたくさんの人を殺してきたって。
It said he was Barreau and that he killed a lot of people. Ahaha.
それは
That's...
私のためなのよね。
Did she cry previously? I don't remember. It was for my sake, wasn't it? I saw something fall from her, a small tear from Nadia's eyes now that she knew the
ず
truth.
っと死んでる私を人間として生かすために。
I've always been dead, but to let me live as a normal person.
兄様はみんなが嫌がることをずっと
Brother's been doing something everyone hated all this time.
私何も知らないで。
I didn't know anything.
兄様と過ごす毎日が続けばいいって神様にお願いしてた。
I prayed to God that I could just keep spending my days with my brother.
私が原因なのに。
It's all my fault.
私さえいなければ兄様は普通の人間として
If I weren't around, my brother could have lived a normal life. Nadia, I imagined it took much of her strength just to even cry. I embraced her as she continued her cries, catching in her throat on occasion. You did nothing wrong, Nadia. The one who's in the wrong is Capuchin for exploiting Lucas's love for you. But don't talk about never having existed. Lucas was able to live because you were with him. That wasn't all. Because you were with him, he was able to feel the desire to protect something special to him. And that's what made Lucas proud, the Lucas we all love. After I finished, Nadia burst into tears. I embraced her tightly.
私兄様にこれ以上頑張ってほしくない。
I don't want to force my brother to work so hard
兄
anymore.
様が今まで守ってきてくれた分
Brother worked so hard to protect me.
今度は私が兄様を助けたいの。
So now I want to be the one to help him. I studied my breathing and thought of a response. Right now, I needed to be a big sister to her. He's always trying so hard, so let's go to him together, all right? I'm sure Lucas is sad right now waiting for us. Okay. In Lucas's place, I promised to protect this girl's body and heart. Nice.
急ごう。一刻も早くナディアの無事を先生に伝えないと。
Let's hurry. We need to let Lucas know Lottie is safe as soon as possible. Right. Because Eves kept his sword brandished, I carried Nadia as we continued through the tunnels. I'm sorry, Nadia. It'll be shaky for a bit, but hang in there.
ええ、私なら大丈夫。
I'll be okay. Digging through our memories, we went through the tunnel we came through. Once we turned right to the next fork, we would be back to the spot where we split up from the others. From beyond the corner, I could hear this loud ring of metal clashing against metal. In a panic, I rushed around the corner to see. The sight of a dolphin Hugo fighting two Barreaus with all of their strength.
兄様が2人。
Brother, two of them? Could those be Lucas's clones that were mentioned before? Could it be? What else could it be? And the fact that either of them were extraordinarily powerful meant
別人じゃなく、リュカ先生本人のリライバーか。
they're not different people, they must be relivers of Lucas himself.
ナディアと一緒に下がってて。
Leah, stay back with Nadia. With his sword brandished, Yves raced forward to help the others. One of the burrows reacted instantly to its new threat and made a broad sweep at Yves' torso. Yves dodged at the very last moment. However, behind him was the other burrow.
イブ、避けろ!
Back.
一人でも勝ち目ないのに、二人以上だなんてずるいよね。
We don't stand a chance to get even one of them. And more than that, it's just unfair, don't you think? Hydrate! Oh goodness, I started to grab the soda. I was trying to finish this side end tonight, but oh my goodness. I don't remember the last one being this long. Was Mathis' not this long? Or did I skip more of Mathis's? Because I remembered more of Mathis's. He forced his body to pull away and jump into the air from his awkward position. A halberd cut through the air, barely missing a chance to slash through the flesh of his back. Yves landed, and while still unable to regain his balance, the two burrows attacked him from front and behind.
させるか!
That's right, Hugo will not let you attack his boyfriend. No, you don't. Ready for their very bones to rattle in their bodies, Adolphe and Hugo desperately swaying back at them. And after a few more strikes of clashing swords, the bodies of the three men were stained red in less than a minute.
おい! ナディアを連れて地上に逃げろ!
Leah, take Nadia and get above ground. Adolphe shouted as he stood back up after being knocked away. But Adolphe!
いいから逃げろ! 俺たちがやられたら、次はお前らが狙われる!
Get away. If we're defeated, they're coming after you two next.
こっちのことは心配すんな! 間違っても、命を犠牲に勝とうなんて思ってないからよ!
Don't worry about us. I'm not planning to win the fight by becoming a sacrifice.
シアンさんが戻ってくるまで、なんとか耐えてみせるよ!
We'll hold on to Sheen, get out until Sheen gets back. But they were being pushed back with each second that I hesitated. I remembered the weapon I had in my pocket, but I couldn't readily hit a target in this chaotic melee. If now wasn't the time to use it, then please be safe. Please be safe and die. I never hated how little strength I had more than now. Ugh. The distance of the exit was close yet seemed so far. With my clothes weighing down after soaking up so much water, I could barely move my body.
大丈夫?
Leah, are you alright? No, I have asthma. I'm fine. The others are risking their lives, so I can at least do this much. Gritting my teeth, I readjusted my hold on Nadia and pushed my legs forward. Just a little bit more. Just a little further and we'd be able to get back to the hospital where the members of the corps were standing by. At least that was what I hoped would happen. I could hear someone approaching me from the other end of the tunnel. I imagined it wasn't Sheen or anyone from the corps. If it were, I wouldn't be smelling the stench of blood in the air. At this rate, we'll run right into them. Nadia, stay here and don't move. Don't leave, no matter what. I instinctively pushed Nadia into the shadows of a massive piece of equipment.
わかったわ。でも、あなたはどうするの?
What are you gonna do, Leah? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any way I can hide. I'll distract them so they won't find you.
ダメよ、そんなの。そんなことしたら。
You can't do that. If you do that, it'll be alright. I have a special weapon I received from extraordinary watchmen of death. I'll be able to protect myself with it if something happens, so don't worry.
でも。
But shush. Ignoring her pleas, I backed away from the equipment she was hiding behind. But not even a few seconds later, a person appeared who looked exactly like the men attacking Adolphe and the others. A third one. Just how far were Lucas's genes being abused? I wanted to curse Capuchin to death, but unfortunately he wasn't present, so I'm just gonna have to be like, oh my god. Asthma gang? So true though, like, oh my god, hear me out. It's the only thing I have going for me. The inability to run. I would die in a zombie apocalypse, guys. This bro shifted his gaze onto me, who had no particular abilities to defend myself, and closed the gap between us in an instant. Out of pure instinct, I chose to fall backwards. As a result, the halberd swung through the space where my arms had just occupied. With the chance I was given, I moved to take out the weapon from my pocket. But before I could move my arms, Barreau had already readied his halberd again. He's fast. It was a mistake to even think I could fight back. Barreau swung the halberd upright. I imagined he would cut me down from the top of my head. I couldn't dodge. While praying that at the very least Nadia wasn't watching. I'd be like, I'm out. They're like, all right, first you're gonna run through this field, and then you're gonna crawl on your belly. And I'd be like, it's too late, man. Go on without me. I readied myself for the approaching death and closed my eyes. I'm like, between the knee injury, like, there was no pain. And I was still conscious. What happened? This man in front of me would be able to sever both my life and my consciousness from me in an instant. I opened my eyes to discover another Lucas. What came to my eyes was the sight of Barreau holding his mouth and the smell of iron. From under his cloak, blood poured out of his mouth, mixing into the waters from the tunnels in a complex arrangement of colors. I knew immediately that it was the sign that the cure that consumed this country had arrived, but it was strange. Each Barreau was a reliver clone of Lucas, even if they were created when he started operating as an assassin. It was far too early for their lives to be over. Then why? Why is this Barreau suffering and spitting up blood? No, Lucas? Was this not a clone, but the real one? Just as I called his name, Lucas collapsed to the ground, spitting up blood. Lucas! I tore off his cloak and wiped away at his mouth with it, but it just wouldn't stop. The blood flowing from him disappeared into the canal along with his remaining life, but ignoring the blood he was coughing up.
殺さなくては教祖様にあだなすすべてを
I have to kill all those who mock the minister or else.
また大切なものが奪われる殺される
Someone else important to me will be taken away, they'll be killed. It seemed almost as if he was suffering under his need to kill. Lucas. He was clearly not in a stable state of mind. My guy. Hear me out. On top of that, as he sat there on the ground, I noticed needle marks on his skin. No. Damn you, Capuchin! I assume.
刑事だ
Is he being brainwashed? Girl. Lucas, do you remember me? I shook his shoulders and desperately called out to him. But his eyes were clouded over completely. But...
もし殺したら
if I do...
彼女をさらに傷つけ
That would hurt Leah and make her so
絶望さ
sad.
せてしまう
You should be worried about making me sad.
私は
What am I supposed to do?
どうすればいいんだ
I Lucas, snap out of it, my boy. Nadia and I are both here. You don't have to try so hard alone anymore. There are so many people who want to help you now. Please. Don't force yourself to be strong. Be honest. If you don't want something, let yourself cry and throw it all away. But my voice failed to reach him. Leah, I want to see you. Imagine this is just him ignoring her. He's like, God, I wish I could see her. She's like, I'm right here. Like, oh my God. Look up. You and Nadia. I want to live with you again in those peaceful days. Hear me out. I'm here. My voice failed to reach him despite how close I was. Ghosted. Literally ghosted. Why must he have to have his humanity stolen from him just because he was strong? Tears fell from me in a frustration. I moved towards Lucas, who simply kept repeating over and over that he had to kill people he didn't want to. I don't know. Hold the man? Oh. Nope. I don't know what the right answer is here, man. Story of slaughter. Okay. Okay. What did I do? What did I do wrong? Oh no. I don't know how to spell things. Story of slaughter. That's a whole word. Lucas. I embraced Lucas's body as if trying to save him from his pain. Come back to me. Nadia and I are here for you. You don't have to commit any more sins. However, his breathing grew even more erratic. Just as he let out a roar more intense than before. Sheen, not now. Korun and the rest of you, I hope you're all alive. I've succeeded in getting information about the tunnels as well as those who helped the one involved in making them. I'm sending you visual data found from the terminals installed throughout the tunnels. Look at them, look over them as you deem necessary. Someone called the Capuchin dude Pedoshin. You know, there's just like some things you don't have to do, right? And they didn't have to make him this. They didn't have to do that. Lucas stopped in response to the voice that came from my chest. Sheen Brophy. The root of all evil. The demon I must kill. My guy! Step by step, step by step, Lucas came closer towards me, driven on by his fabricated bloodlust. Lucas! Lucas? I backed away in response when my back stopped against a machine blocking any path for my escape. At the very least, please let Nadia be safe. I forced my fear back down into me, knowing I had to keep her hidden. I seem to have activated the machine perhaps because I backed into it. Okay. Right in front of our eyes, a projection of the horrific factory was shown to us. Is this Capuchin's laboratory? Lucas stopped the moment he saw it. I could see the machine that created the genetic dolls through the sacrifices of many people, along with the horrifying dolls that shared some similar features with humans. The image continued to show the aftermath of the corpse and the Institute researchers working together in their investigation, showing a mountain of body parts from the corpses of children. In response to the horrifying sight, Lucas's eyes gave a glint of his returning sanity. Mm. Kill, kill. The shapeless god continued to whisper its chant into my ear. The word of God was absolute, failed to execute his command, and I would lose what was most dear to me. Really? The command that I thought was only natural to obey? Capuchin's laboratory? Escaping my mind at the horrific sight before me. I could see now. I was mistaken all along. The one that needed to be killed wasn't the false god. The one I had to kill was... me. I assume. Do we need that flashback? Do we need to roll, switching sides? We need to. Lucas's movements completely stopped. Nadia! My reasoning won against my emotions, and using that moment, I decided to prioritize getting Nadia to safety. It was too dangerous to leave her near Lucas as he was now. I could hear the sound of new footsteps coming from behind us. One of the Lucas clones. It must have shaken off the others and came after us, even though it was a reliver of Lucas's. It showed not even the slightest bit of mercy in its gaze towards us. And it had the halberd pointed right at me. It had... okay. I attempted to ready my weapon Anku gave me, but it was so fast that I couldn't ready my aim on it. The massive silver blade closed in, about to cut through my torso. But it didn't know that the real murderer behind... know of the real murderer behind us. Oh, nice. The blade cut through, not my torso, but the clone's. The body now split in two, fell into the water. Overwhelming the normal color of the water in the tunnel, it turned the river at my feet bright red. Lucas, who had thrown his halberd, began muttering something while I stood frozen in surprise.
殺さなければ、たとえただの殺人鬼になり果てても。
I have to kill them even if I become a simple murderer.
この
I have to. He suddenly jumped up and ran off deeper into the tunnels. Lucas! Brother, listen, just get the girl out of here. I hurried to pick up Nadia and chase after him. Don't chase after him! Don't! Get out of there! Take the girl to safety. I wasn't able to keep up with his speed. As I rushed back the way we came, following the sound of the water. Lee, are you alright? Where are you? Adolphe! Unable to use my hands, I asked Nadia to operate the transmitter. We're alright, but I don't know where Lucas ran off to. Lucas popped out of nowhere just now. Did you fight him? Was anybody injured? No, in fact, Lucas didn't lay a hand on us. He only killed his clones, then disappeared somewhere? Huh.
兄様、アドルフさんたちと喧嘩しなかったの?
My brother didn't fight Adolphe and the others? That was a relief. Where did Lucas go? I was sure the others were thinking the same thing. The silence from our confusion continued, and we could hear only the sounds of the medicinal water flowing through the canal. This is medicinal? Oh my god, am I saying that right? Medicine. Nah, I'm saying it right. In any case, let's regroup for now. I'm sure Sheen's about done investigating with all what's at the center. Alright, should we go back to where we first split up? The others would have no idea which path we took to bring us here. In order to regroup with everyone, we would have to retrace our steps. Yeah, but there's no guarantee there aren't any more clones out there. Be careful. You too, my guy. You too, my guy. I asked Nadia to turn off the transmitter and readjusted my hold on her. Nadia, let's hurry and join up with the others. We need to get you somewhere safe.
でも私、兄様がどこに行ったのか心配で。
I'm worried about where my brother went off to. I feel the same way, girl, but if anything were to happen to you, Lucas would never be able to come back to himself. I'll go search for him in your place, okay? Nadia's face twisted in pain in reaction to my request.
分かったわ。
All right.
私、二人が無事に戻ってこられるようにお祈りしてる。
I'll be praying for you two to both come back safely.
だから、絶対兄様と一緒に帰ってきてね。
Promise you'll come back with my brother, okay? I'll do everything I can. I felt so pathetic not being able to fully commit to her promise, but I just couldn't irresponsibly give Nadia false hope while not knowing what Lucas's current state was. Lucas. Where have you gone? Leaving your precious family behind? You jerk. I don't know what I was going to say. I'd find that answer right after regrouping with Adolphe and the others. Under Sheen's directions, we remained at the center of the tunnels. We started back up towards the surface through a nearby exit. Oh. And we found a laboratory stained in fresh blood. As I stood, taken aback, I instantly moved to block Nadia's view so that she wouldn't see what was around her. As I did, Eves approached one of the corpses on the floor.
ここの研究員じゃないみたいだね。
Doesn't seem like they're researchers from here.
戦闘の跡もあるし、格好からして研究所を乗っ取りに来たエクソシスト教団の信徒かな。
There's signs of a fight. I'd say he's a member of the Society of Exorcists who came to try and take over the lab.
喉元を刃物で切った。いや、こりゃ力のままに引き裂いたって表現した方が正しいな。
A blade cut through his throat, although it seems more like it was forced through him.
こんなことができるのは一人しかいない。
There's only one person who could have done this. Santa. Considering the clones were now defeated, it was only possible for Lucas himself to have caused this. That was what Adolphe was trying to tactily convey. But why would Lucas attack the believers of the society when he's controlled by them? Because he isn't anymore, sort of. Hearing a scream, we all turned towards the direction it came from beyond the corner of the tunnel out of view. We saw a spray of blood.
Hugo, ナディアの保護を頼む。
Hugo, take Nadia somewhere safe for some reason. I don't know why you're doing it, but we want you to do it now.
おうよ、ついでに生存者を探して施錠できる部屋に放っとくわ。
Need be a bloody and gory Santa horror movie now. I mean, there's the Krampus one. There's actually two Krampuses. I've learned that most people have only seen, I'd say, the good Krampus. Hear me out. There's two Krampuses. The second Krampus movie, which came out around the same time, is he's a mall Santa who's slowly turning into Krampus. Pretty gory. The other Krampus movie is straight up Krampus and a snow globe and magic and don't be bad and stuff like that. While I'm at it, I'll look for any survivors and lock ourselves in a secure room.
君も来るつもりなんだよね。
Leah, you're gonna come with us, aren't you? Aren't you, girl? I fortunately have a weapon to protect myself.
その様子だと却下しても強引についてくるつもりだな。
Even if we refuse, you're probably just gonna follow us in, right? Yes, that's why I insisted on coming in the first place. Seeing my fearless smile, Adolphe sighed in defeat.
仕方ねえな。だがいざという時はためらわずに俺たちを見捨てて逃げろよ。
Oh, that was hours ago. I just realized that was an hour ago. Oops, I just replied to a text message from a couple hours ago. Alright, fine. But if things get bad, don't hesitate to just make a run for it and leave us behind. Thanks, Adolf. Appreciate it. I didn't explicitly agree to his request.
行くぞイブ
Let's go, Eves.
了解
Got it. Leaving Nadia with Hugo, we rushed towards the spot where we saw sprays of blood. I was about to say something mean to Adpol, but I am gonna be nice. Is it because this is Lucas's route and there's murder everywhere? As expected, the tunnels near the center of the network gave us a shocking display, but strangely, none of them are researchers. No one was clad in white lab coats that Sheena and Dahat had on. Those collapsed on the ground were all society members, just like the ones before. In other words, our enemies were now on the floor with signs that they were all killed in an instant. What could have happened? Who was Lucas trying to kill in his state of insanity? As we stood there dumbfounded. Help, help, help. The voice I suddenly heard was from someone I hated so much that I wanted him dead. The voice came from the deepest part of the laboratory. I hesitated at first, wondering if I should even approach the owner of the voice whose life was clearly in peril. In order to understand the situation, we all faced each other and nodded in agreement as what to do. While readying the weapon Anku gave me to shoot at any instant.
行くぞ
Let's go! Adolf kicked apart the door that was already broken through and we all jumped through. Lucas, the first thing I did was call out the name of my beloved. Lucas! Oh, Lucas! He could be more dead right now. At the center of the laboratory, drenched in the blood of over a dozen corpses, was Lucas slitting the throat of one of the society followers with a dagger. Girl, how do you always end up covered in blood so fast? Everyone there looked like they were dyed in the red for a moment as blood rained throughout the room. Death is too merciful. I mean that sometimes. It was as if the sight of Barreau's purification ritual was being replayed for me. This time the victims were... Stop, stop, stop. I vote for torture. We're all just here watching. In this place, clean and sterile meant that for the creation of life, the beast killed one person after another, drowning in his hatred. Lucas's eyes turned quickly towards us. Here he comes. Leah, get back. The piercing look in his eyes brought Adolf and Eves back to reality, and they quickly readied their weapons. However, Lucas's gaze passed right over them. And with his bare hands, he killed the last of Capuchin's guards.
Nani?
Lucas. Why? Adolf and Eves weren't revivers and Lucas's enemies, but it seemed impossible to avoid fighting while he was under Capuchin's command. The reason for this soon revealed itself. Lucas closed in on Capuchin, who had lost his last line of defense. Even if he didn't even have the strength to swing his halberd, his eyes told Capuchin that he could easily kill him without it. Oh. I hope we don't. Save me? Capuchin looked towards me as he shouted.
この化け物! 掌握した研究所に飛び込んできた途端、研究員ではなく信徒たちを皆殺しにしたのだ。
I swear they better not stop him. Blue, you haven't even played the game and you're like, kill this man. Once we secured the laboratory, this monster suddenly appeared and began killing the researchers and the society followers. I thought we said there was no researchers in here.
誰にも止められない。武器を持った者は全員この男に肉塊に変えられた。
No one could stop him. Everyone with a weapon was turned into chunks of meat because of this man. As Capuchin shouted, his entire body shook.
殺さなければ
I must kill
命をもてあそぶ
the fiends who mock
ゲド
life.
は
All of them.
彼女とナディアの生きる未来がまた踏みにじられる前に
Before a future that Leah and Nadia can live in can be trampled over. I could see now. Lucas had gone completely mad. But the one he directed his bloodthirst towards were the ones he chose on his own accord. Look, he's a serial killer, but of his own choices. Barreau cracked his knuckles, drenched in blood, readied himself to serve Justment in the truest sin. Cracked his... Can I do that? I don't even think... I usually can't. I'm so weak. Every now and then, it does. It makes a sound, and I go, ooh, listen to that. That's a day. Today's not my day. Readying himself to serve judgment to the true sinner.
助けてくれ金ならいくらでも払う研究所を乗っ取るのもやめる
I'll give you as much money as you want. I'll give up on taking over this laboratory.
そうだなんなら君たちが望むがままに
I'll
遺伝
make
子
you
人形を作ってやろう
whatever genetic clones you want.
だからどうぞ
Please. I couldn't stand hearing Capuchin's pleas. Normally, I would have buried my emotions and saved him as he wished. Capuchin was a criminal to be judged by the appropriate institutions, after all. I shouldn't leave him to die just because of my personal feelings. However, no one moved. If we were to agitate this killer, we would end up with the same fate as the dismembered corpses scattered about the room. The time of judgment has come for the false minister.
やめろ私は何も間違ったことなどしていない
I didn't do anything wrong.
私はただ芸術を追求し美しい遺伝子を最も素晴らしい形でこの世に残そうとしていただけ
I simply pursued my art, wanting to offer to the world the beauty of genes in the most magnificent way possible.
これは偉業だリュカお前も私についてくればその素晴らしさがわかるはず
Dude is talking too much. Please just stab him. I'm kind of right there with you. I'm like, dude, this is taking a while. This is a great achievement. Lucas, stay on my side, and you're sure to understand how amazing that is. Lucas suddenly stopped. Capuchin looked as if he saw some hope in Lucas's hesitation.
最も罪深い罪人は
The greatest sinners
お前と私だ
are you and me. With those words, Capuchin was plunged into despair once again. He desperately tried to get away, but behind him was only a wall.
死にたくない誰か
I don't want to die. Someone, anyone. Lucas grabbed Capuchin's face and simply smashed it against the wall, crushing him like a fruit. And that was the end of the minister who sacrificed the lives of so many others for his own desires. The end! What a lovely bedtime story, guys. Blood and rubble fell down to the floor together. Among them were bits of whatever used to be Capuchin. However, the others didn't lower their swords nor let their guards down. And that was because
殺さなければ
must kill
エクソシスト教団に属する者は
all who belong to the
全
Society of
員
Exorcists.
道を誤る前に私が裁く。
Keep yawning. I'll cast judgment on those who are on the wrong path. The madness and bloodlust still hadn't vanished from Lucas. I was certain he had chosen the targets to direct his bloodlust toward. However, he was no longer sane enough to pick out his true target from the others.
教団の裏を知らない一般の信徒たちも殺すつもりなら
If you're gonna kill regular followers of society who don't actually know what's going
俺
on,
たちは命を懸けてでもあなたを止めなくちゃならない。
we'll have to stop you even if it means risking our lives. The moment he heard them, Lucas decided the others were members of the society. In other words, a conflict that risked the lives of my dear friends was inevitable. Adolf blocked a strike from Lucas's dagger moments before it reached his chest. Their swords clashed against each other's in a frenzy a few more times. Because the strength was sapped from Lucas's diminished lifespan and sanity, Adolf and Yves stood a chance against him now.
アドルフ、そのまま体勢を保って。
Adolf, stand your ground.
リュカ先生、ごめん。
Sorry, Lucas. Lucas swung vigorously at Lucas from behind, Yves, and his blade slashed into Lucas's side, which was already drenched in blood. However, Lucas reacted quickly and kicked Yves in the stomach with the what strength he had left. Yves was sent back towards a wall, landing against it with a thud. However, he shouted out as if not feeling any pain.
俺のことは構わないで。そのまま先生を止めるんだ、アドルフ。
Don't worry about me. Keep going and stop Lucas Adolf. The cut Yves made into Lucas was clearly slowing him down. I could tell from the way Lucas's body staggered violently. Adolf, who must have decided his attack would have an effect on Lucas now, readied himself.
正気に戻れ。あいつがあんたが戻ってくるのを待っている。
Come back to your senses. Leah's waiting for you to come back to her. He swung his sword down in an attempt to cut off Lucas's right arm. He didn't imagine that Lucas would stop it with his bare hand.
お前も
You too
奴らや私と同じけどか
are one of them, one of the fiends. Adolf! I called to him desperately, but it was too late. Lucas's hands closed in on Adolf's right shoulder as he stood taken aback and thrusted the dagger right into the middle of it. I need to go to sleep. It's 2:28 a.m. for me here. Have a good stream. Thanks. I thought I would be done, actually, by now. His is longer. But hopefully I'll be done soon. Have a good night, Asia. His sword fell with a clatter on the floor. Lucas looked down with cold eyes at Adolf, who had fallen to his knees. Earlier, I was like, man, maybe we'll be done early enough and I'll do a couple of those little side stories. And we're not done yet. Adolf, dying. There was no pity or hesitation. Preparing to slit his throat, Lucas raised his dagger of judgment up high. And I, having learned from the MC of 9 RIP, jumped in front of the knife. The misguided judgment that was to be cast was stopped by the hole that was opened in Lucas's chest. The blood flowing from Lucas fell onto Adolphe, who sat there in a daze, staring at the sight before him. He quickly returned to his senses and looked my way. Lucas. My boy. I stood there, tears spilling from my eyes. In my hands was the gift I had received, smoke rising from its barrel after delivering the final blow through Lucas's chest. Lucas collapsed where he stood from the shock of being shot. Instead of another curse towards the society, that what he spat out instead was blood.
Oh my.
Leah? Ah, man. I'm so sorry. Sorry about this, guys. I couldn't watch Lucas commit any more sins. Adolphe, yeah. Yves gave Adolphe a hand to help him up, and the two of them departed the laboratory without saying any word. I imagined they were being considerate of me and Lucas because Lucas is dying. I felt they could tell that he clearly couldn't be saved considering his injury and gave me some time to see him off. I suppressed all my emotions, all the emotions that were about to burst out of me. Hey, buddy. Sitting down on the floor, I settled myself beside the person I loved. As he lay there dying, I placed his hand onto my lap. I'm not done. I can't die yet. For Leah and Nadia. I have to take everyone down with me. Lucas. As he cursed his enemies, I covered his mouth with my lips. The kiss I shared with him was so saddening that with the taste and scent of so much blood. Lucas's eyes opened from the surprise sensation, and in his eyes was a golden yellow that could reflect even the darkness itself. His bloodthirst slowly began to disappear. Leah? Yes, did you call me Lucas? He was finally looking at me. However, it seemed he hadn't realized that he was dying right now. What was I doing? He asked me his question in a voice so calm it almost felt relaxed. Girl could have done a Kagome and said, "Sit boy." What do you mean? Wait. What's a... Do I remember? Wait, what's a Kagome? What's a Kagome mean? He asked me his question in a voice so calm it felt relaxed. I was moments. Kiss him to wake him up. Oh. I'm like, Kagome. Get kidnapped? Kagome. Bring back the jewel. I was momentarily at a loss for how to answer as he was unaware of despair. The despair that awaited him. Abandon your child for numerous years for some weird reason. Lucas. You were burdening yourself with everything again, all alone. You were trying too hard, leaving the rest of us behind. You're always pushing yourself so hard. I had to stop you, the Dolph and the others. I decided to tell him a small lie as I smiled and sobbed silently at the same time. At the very least, I didn't want Lucas to hate himself for being a murderer. He accepted my answer, as it seems he didn't even have the strength to think anymore. It didn't seem that he understood that he would be dead in just a few minutes either. That was the only silver lining in all of this. At the same time, I felt it was terribly cruel that I couldn't tell him goodbye.
Nadia.
Where's Nadia? She's in a safe place waiting for you to get back to her. Lucas breathed a sigh of relief.
私のような愚かな殺人鬼に救いなど必要ないけれど
She has no need for a foolish murderer like me to save her.
君とナディアを私の絶望に巻き込まずに済んで
I'm glad that you and Nadia didn't have to get involved in my plummet
本当に
into
よかった
despair. Lucas! Stop dying so slow. Tears of joy fell from Lucas's eyes, not even knowing that he was about to show me the deepest despair of losing the one I loved most. I pushed back the tears attempting to flow out of me. It's still early to be happy yet. Once all of this is over, let's get Nadia and go back to your house together. I smiled as I spun a lie about a wish that would never come true. It was all to send him off with the happiness.
良いのでしょうか
Are you sure?
私のような
A sinner like me
罪人が
doesn't deserve that.
そんな
Of course, I'm sure your sins can't really be forgiven. But until the end of your life, I'm sure God will allow you to spend the rest of the time you have with those you love. Let's go back to that house. And with the finished wheelchair Dahat's making, the three of us will go on walks across the beautiful flower fields.
それは素
That's
敵な提
a
案
wonderful
ですね
idea.
君とナディアには明るい花が
I'm sure such
きっ
beautiful
とよく
flowers would be fitting of you and
似合
Nadia
うその
when we do. Envisioning the hopeful future, I suggested Lucas reached his hand out towards me.
あの時の約束通り
Just like we promised back then,
花の指輪を
I'll make you a ring
作りますから
made of flowers.
どうか
Please.
夫婦の証として
Let me put it on
送ら
you
せて
as proof of our bond and
くだ
marriage.
さい
This is cute, but he's dying either way, right? He squeezed my hand with his.
死ぬまでの間私たちと
Until I die, I want
家
all of us
族に
to be a family.
なってほしい
The tears I was holding back finally broke forth, falling from me onto Lucas's cheek. After sobbing and sputtering over and over, of course I'd love to. I accepted his proposal for marriage in exchange for his life.
ありがとう
Thank you. Not knowing from where the droplets came, Lucas replied, smiling with joy. With a final burst of blood pouring out of his chest came his final moments, unable to recognize the despair brought about by Lucas himself.
私が旅立つ
Until I
その時まで
journey into the afterlife.
どうかそばで見
Please
守
watch after
って
me
いて
by
く
my
だ
side.
さい
でしょでしょ
私の
Next, people are dying here.
光
Leah, my light.
君のことを心から
From the bottom of my heart,
愛して
I love you. Nice, nice, nice. With hope in his heart, he was off on his journey. The fingers intertwined with mine lost their strength and were about to slip out of my hand. But I took hold of them again and brought them back, the back of his hand to my cheek. You did so well. Here in Arpachel, the place you tried so hard to protect until it driven you bad. I promise you that Nadia and I will live our lives to the fullest. This is the ending Asia wanted, by the way. He's dead and she gets Nadia. I would live out my short 23 years protecting that which he aimed to protect. And once you finish your atonement, I hope you will come to me. Promise me, Lucas. The next time it wouldn't be a dream, and that we would grasp true hope together as a family. Oh gosh. Hang on, I gotta spell atonement. Story of atonement. I did it. I did it the first try. Nope, I didn't. It said I didn't spell it right. Damn it. I'm gonna go with that. It could be wrong. Lucas. I took his trembling hand. You've worked so hard. You don't need to try so hard anymore. You don't have to try so hard. I laced my fingers with his. But if you still insist on needing to try so hard, let's try hard together. You aren't alone anymore. Lucas's hand stained with invisible blood slowly and unknowingly gripped my hand back. To be clear, I didn't pick that the first time because I thought he might cut her. Enemy. I see hope then fall to despair. That's how I've lived all these years. My blind faith, which I thought was a ray of light, was actually created out of malice. Why? I can't speak for myself, born the monster I am. But why must God also put these people who are dear to me and care so much about me through these cruel trials? My mind would blink. Within the void of darkness, kill. With each wild heartbeat, the command to kill pulsed closer and closer towards my mind. But that was the one thing I must not allow, even though my memories were drowned in the bloodlust I made. A promise. That I would say when I didn't want to do something. I'll fight against my own destiny. I couldn't remember their face, but if I were to break my promise with them, then I would rather die. The fact that a monster like me exists at all is what's wrong. The moment I had that thought, you don't need to try so hard. You aren't alone. I felt the sensation of someone holding my hand, stained with sin without hesitation. It's warm. I felt the warmth of these fingers around mine from somewhere. Is this a ring made of flowers? We don't need this flashback. It's a flashback. We don't read flashbacks. We don't do this. Right. Was you. You were my first hope, which I had locked away and forgotten. I didn't need to experience a miracle like coming back from the dead to remember. My first
最後の恋も
and my last love.
最初からすべて君に捧げていたのか。
I had been offering everything to you since the beginning. I savored this reality, and in the same moment, I realized my heart rate was returning to its normal steady pulse. I slowly raised my head, which had been hanging down, to look away from
私
reality.
自身の存在は間違っ
Even
てい
if
たとしても
my very existence should never have
君
been,
との出会いと再会は決して
I promise
間違ってなどいなかった。
our meeting, our meeting each other and reuniting wasn't a mistake. Remember, I wouldn't forgive myself for dying here and now without remembering her smile, my first love, my
た
beloved,
まらなく
the one I loved so much. There was only one name I could think of who could represent within all the separating parts, paths across my destiny and treasure I was able to gain from. Leah. Quiver, his voice quivers. He spoke my name not in madness, but as if to confirm that it was me, Lucas. I replied back to him as if asking whether he remembered me as well.
君はいつの間にか
It feels so soon that you've
花の指輪が似合う立派な女性になったのですね。
become a beautiful woman who suits a ring of flowers so well. He looked up, his expression on the brink of tears. Lucas! Ignoring the fact that he was covered in blood, I dove into his chest.
ずっと呼んでくれていたのに
chest
返
burster.
事ができずに申し訳ありません。
I'm sorry I didn't reply back to you even though you were calling out to me all this time.
ですがもう二度と君の姿を見失うことはないと
I swear I'll never lose sight of you again. Yes, yes, yes. I too promise to be by your side forever so that you'll never be lost again. You're dying soon, unless you become a reliver, so this won't be too long. Together with Nadia.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Lucas and I tightened our grip on each other's hands. And we stood back up. I brought him towards the shadows of the machines nearby. And showed him his sister.
ナディア。
Brother. Nadia also grabbed onto Lucas' cloaked arm.
ごめんなさい。私のせいで辛い思いをさせてしまいましたね。
I'm sorry you've been through so much pain because of me.
殺人鬼の兄など本当はあなたに触れる資格はないでしょうに。
This murderer should have no right to be even near you.
そんなことない。兄様はどんな姿になっても私の大好きな兄様よ。
That's not true. Whatever happens to you, you're still the brother I love so much.
それに謝るのは私の方だわ。
And I'm the one who needs to apologize to you. Sorry for saying I wanted to live. That was so selfish of me.
今まで何も気づかないでごめんなさい。
I'm sorry I never knew how you felt until now.
兄様一人に頑張らせてしまってごめんなさい。
I'm sorry for making you work so hard on your own.
ナディア。
While still hesitating, he gently rubbed Nadia's back. Nadia's been worried about you all this time. Lucas nodded in
君
acknowledgement.
の言う通り私は一人で頑張りすぎていました。
It's just as you've said, I've been trying too hard on my own.
普通に焦がれながらも自分は特別なのだと諦めて
I was so desperate to get something that was normal and gave up myself thinking I was special.
普通の人間が持つ弱さを当然の感情を
And threw away all the weakness a
自
normal
ら捨て
person
てしま
has.
っていた。
and emotions along with them. Yeah, but it would make me happy if you would let us help you from now on. We're family, after all.
家族
Family? Well, it's too early for me to be talking like that, isn't it?
いえそんなことは
That's not true at all.
新たな
We're
絆を
gonna
得
get
る
married
資
in
格
this
など
tunnel. Oh, he's
とうに
blushing.
失っている身ですが君が望んでくれるのなら
I've lost the right to forge any new bonds, but if it's something you wish, then I'll die right now. He wanted to be a family with me. I was sure that was what Lucas was about to say, but unable to put his promise into words. Brother, the blood he spit up mixed with the medicinal water at our feet created an odd color. Even though he looked like he would collapse right at that moment, Lucas kept himself standing out of sheer willpower.
光を得ることはできても寿命はそう都合よくいきませんか
Say ew? Ew, he's coughing up blood. Gross. Is that what you mean? Even though I might have gotten my light back, it seems my lifespan won't let things work out so easily.
もとよりここまで過ちを重ねた大罪人を
I mean, there's no way God would
神
forgive a
がお
grave
許しに
sinner
なるはずがない
who committed so many crimes. No. I was finally able to bring him back from despair, and I lamented to myself
ですが
before
そ
that.
の前に私は自分が犯した罪を清算しなければならない
Still sad, I cry. I must make amends for the sins I've committed. After wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked down at his halberd. Lucas, brother, before Nadia and I could ask him what he was looking, what that look was in our eyes met. My goodness. Before Nadia and I could ask him what the look in his eyes meant, we heard an electronic buzzing coming from the transmitter. Adolphe gave it to me just in case something were to happen. If it was making any sounds that meant Adolphe? Can you hear me? This voice was from one of the corps members who was discussed the raid with Adolphe. He must be mistakenly calling out his name, not knowing I had Adolphe's transmitter. However, I was unable to correct him as he continued. It's an emergency, Adolphe. Get back up here quick. Bro! Multiple Boros are attacking Corneville at once. The curtain of static opened to reveal the tragedy that was about to unfold. Oh man, what a plot twist. Other? We don't need other. Just continue on, guys. I get it. People are dying. The Arpachel that was under the rule of the Sheen Brophy would end tonight. Everyone get away! Where are we supposed to run? We're surrounded by Barreau. With the same stature, the same weapon, and even the same genes as their original, the new men dropped into the streets of Corneville and began cutting down the believers of the wicked Sheen Brophy. This was an order from the director, and the director deputy prioritized the safety of the institute researchers. As long as they and the directors stay alive, those who have backups can be revived. Unlike the Royal Guard, the Institute security forces specialized in defense tactics and moved to stand against the enemy. But in front of these monsters, they were easily cut down. It was quite a sight. I don't want to hear Capuchin laughing. There he stood watching the scene around him from the Institute which he had taken over. The image from the surveillance system showed in detail the site of Corneville being turned into the grounds of a massacre.
ああ、シアンブロフィワーズが作り上げた城とも言えるセルネボルを
Carnival, the fortress built by Sheen Brophy.
私の作品たちが次々と蹂躙していく。
My creations are destroying every last bit of it.
最高だ。やはり私こそが
Hi.
この国と世界に選ばれた科学
You're
者な
also
のだ
up so
ろう。
late, Nick. Oh my goodness. This is wonderful. I am surely the chosen scientist of this country and the world.
地下に潜ったシアンブロフィワーズもリュカが寿命を絞り殺しているはず。
I'm sure Lucas is using the last moments of his life to kill Sheen Brophy, who is hidden underground.
となれば残るは半端者の副所長と他のリライバー研究員たちのみ。
Yeah, overnight has screwed up my sleep schedule. That's so fair. I'm a hard reset kind of person. I'm that person where I'm like, oh man, I'm not sleepy. It's 2 a.m. I might as well just stay up kind of person. Just might as well get my sleep schedule fixed. In that case, all that's left is that foolish deputy director and the other Reliver
や
researchers.
つらを皆殺しにすれば生き汚い王族どもは研究の実験をすべて私に明け渡すはずだ。
Once I kill them all, that wretched royal family will surely give me the authority to conduct all the research I want. Hiccups. He stood above the raining blood and flesh in Carnival. Nice.
ああ、待っていてくれ。私の愛しいナディアの遺伝子。
Wait for me, precious Nadia Jean.
この国を手に入れた暁には美しい人形となった君を花嫁として隣に置くことを約束しよう。
Capuchin needs to be quiet. Once I rule this nation, you'll have become a beautiful doll, and I promise to have you beside me as my bride. Imagining a glorious future, he shouted the name of a girl whose genes he loved so dearly in his excitement. Just then, a blaring alarm sounded from the security system, along with the disturbance that triggered it.
なんだ
What was that? Well, Capuchin. That was me messing up my chair. Hang on. Sensing something terribly wrong, Capuchin switched on the surveillance system in an attempt to find the source of the loud crash. Not here. That means... He reached the last video feed he could think of, the entrance of the institute he was occupying right at this moment. The beautifully adorned entrance of the National Research Institute, the crystallization of the national knowledge, had a massive hole torn into it as if cleared straight through by a massive boulder. And at the center of it stood his powerful spear, which he had hoped would conveniently die after killing Sheen Brophy.
なぜリュカがここに大量の薬を投与し完璧に洗脳したはずなのに
Why is he here? I injected him with so much drugs that he should have been completely brainwashed. Capuchin. Lucas looked directly at him through the video feed. Capuchin's personally created murderer had spoken.
今まで私とナディアを救ってくださり
Thank you very much for saving Nadia and me
あり
until
が
now.
とうございました。これまでの恩を今この瞬間この刃を持って
I'll repay my debt to you with this blade right
お返
this
し
very
しま
moment.
しょう。苦しまずにその命を
By ensuring I take your life painlessly. He had on a beautifully compassionate smile. To Capuchin, however, that was the most certainly the smile of a demon.
私とあなたのような外道に
Friends like us,
未来を語る資格はない。
fiends like us have no right to talk about the future.
罪人は罪人らしく
We must know our place as sinners.
今宵共に冥界に落ちるとしましょう。
So tonight, won't you come with me to Hades? He has a lot of good lines right now. I can do that too. Oh my gosh. That was what he proclaimed, but his body was already at its limit. He was only able to make it this far because I held his body to support him. Not even trying to hold down the blood that raced up his throat, he spat it across the ground and wiped his mouth. What lay in his eyes was the resolve to do one last thing. Lucas. Brother.
申し訳ありません。私はやはりどうあっても冷酷な殺人鬼のようだ。
I'm truly sorry. I suppose no matter what state my mind is in, I'm still a cold-blooded murderer. He smiled with self-deprecation and separated himself from me.
ナディアをよろしくお願いします。
Please take care of Nadia. He had been holding on to Nadia, whom he now passed to me.
兄様、やっぱりダメよ。一人ぼっちで行くなんて。
Brother, I don't want you to leave me behind.
せめてアドルフさんたちが戻ってくるのを待ってから。
At the very least, if you could just wait for Adolf and the others to get back.
それはできません。彼らは今も新たな私が出るのを地下で防いでくれています。
They're keeping the new versions of me from being released from underground. I remember Adolf and the others who fought for their lives as they urged us to go on without them. Should have just killed the man. I mean, he was stronger in the other route. What the heck?
彼らのためにも一刻も早くすべての元凶であるカプシーヌを撃たなければ。
I must eliminate Capuchin, the source of all these terrible events, as soon as possible for their sake as well. But Nadia's frail arms, too tiny for her own body, clung desperately to her brother's sleeve. As his sister pleaded desperately for him not to go, Lucas gently grasped her arm.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Made her let go with a sorrowful look on his face. I need to play games like this. Do it! They're super fun. And also tiring at the same time. Like, oh my gosh. So many bad decisions. Even Nadia understood his answer. His face twisted with sorrow and she stopped trying to hold on to him. But maybe I was the one who wanted to hold on to him. Yeah. Maybe he picked up on those feelings as he embraced me and Nadia together. Fair, I've been sitting here watching me slowly, like, die more and more. Very despair-inducing. I thought you were making a joke on Virche at first. You're like, Virche, despair. Maybe he picked up on those feelings. If he did this, I wouldn't be able to hold back my feelings. I really want to stop you. Please don't go. My feelings pouring out from inside me turned into tears that fell. In his weakened state, he was about to face clones of himself that possessed the same physical ability he normally had. It was simply too reckless. Readying himself for the future to come, he decided that he would go. This person was so stubborn and so much stronger than anyone else.
たとえ一瞬でも君の元に戻ることができてよかった。
I'm so glad I was able to come back to you, even if it was for a brief moment. He talked about his happiness with me in the past tense, preparing to rush towards death. I promised myself that I would never leave you alone again.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
その気持ちだけで
Those feelings alone are enough for me. Sorry. And gently letting me go. Oh! Oh, hey, we get a CG! Look at those earrings glowing. I'm just confused by his hand. Alright. Alright. This is fine. This is fine. Is his shirt open in the back? I didn't know that. I love you.
君が私の名前を呼んでくれたから
Because you called out to me.
私はブローではなくリュカ・プルーストとして
Can she close her eyes
最
though?
後まで生き抜くことができる
She gets to do that awkward eyes open thing with the face way too close to her. I can live out the end of my life not as Burrow but as Lucas Proust. Adjusting himself, he gave me a kiss that tasted of blood. And I knew right away that this was his way of saying goodbye to me. Don't go. I couldn't even say that to him. You can't when you're kissing him.
では行ってきます
Now I'll be off.
これ以上遺伝子による悲劇が起きない未来を
To ensure that I can
君と
provide
ナデ
you
ィアへ
and Nadia
送るために
a future free of any genetic tragedies. Okay. Okay, bye. Lucas let go of me, and with a smile of a little boy turned around and left. Other? I don't want other. With blurred vision, he hurried down the bloodstained tunnel. All around him were piles of corpses of researchers and soldiers that were killed by his clones. It was a sight one could only call a tragedy.
だがまだ間に合う
I can still make it. The smell of blood was so dense, which meant the clones came through here only recently. He assumed the most important people were locked away in the innermost depths of the facility yet to be killed. A wall right beside him smashed open as he passed it. Goosebumps covered him in an instant. Attempting to see through the white dust that clouded his vision, Lucas immediately readied his halberd. What came down on him was another halberd, which he stopped with his own. Two Burrows with no free will attempted to take the life of the position of their original. But
ごめんなさい私たちあなたたちも利用されるために生まれた悲しき命なのでしょうが
I'm sorry, myselves. I know you are pitiful beings made only to be used by another. Aw.
私はこれ以上自分の遺伝子が悲劇を起こすのを
I can't let my own genes
見
cause
過
any
ご
more
すわけ
tragedy.
にはいかない
He didn't know if they understood him.
時間がありません全員同時にかかってきなさい
I don't have time. Both of you come at me together.
意志なき刃などいくら振るわれようと
I have no fear of blades as purposeless
恐る
as
るに
yours.
足らず
After making our way through the alleyway of Corneville, we reached Chatus. There were no bros attacking the area here, but the people's faces were filled with fear at the commotion within Chernobyl. I'm not sure even Chatus will be safe. Let's hurry to Cohen. Okay. You're carrying her the whole time. Still saddened by what just transpired, I carried Nadia towards Cohen. Several other people seemed to have the same idea, crowding the streets so chaotically that we couldn't get through. How are we supposed to get through, yo? Leah? Is it... Jean? Given the situation, my heart nearly leapt out of my chest at suddenly hearing my name. After calming down, I recognized the voice I heard.
無事でよかった。セルネボルから逃げてきた人があなたの姿を見かけたって言うから。
I'm so glad you're all right. Some people who escaped from Corneville said they saw you. Mathis, whom I hadn't seen for a few days, rushed out from the back seat of his car. In the driver's seat, I saw Jean as well. What are you both doing here?
詳しい説明は後ほど。今は避難いたしましょう。
I'll explain the details later. For now, let's go to safety. Okay.
無理をしてクーネに移動するよりも、クロード家の屋敷にこもった方がまだ安全なはずです。
I believe hiding at the Claude family mansion would be far safer than attempting to force yourself into Cohen.
そっちの女の子も一緒に。
You and the girl, please come with us. Mathis, are you kidnapping me? Right. Kidnapping me. Nadia and I got into the backseat of the car. Why is this taking so long? Hear me out. Why? Lucas is dying in a building, fighting people, and we're in a car with Camille. Wink, if you know. And Mathis, like what? With the Clyde mansion as our destination, Jean drove carefully through the chaos of Chaetus. Of course, now was not the time to chat. A heavy silence remained in the car during the ride. After a short while in silence,
実はブローが現れたと聞いて、セルネボルへと向かった帰りなんです。
we're actually just on our way back from Corneville. Watch, we heard. We headed for after hearing Barreau appeared there. Listen, dyslexia and sleepiness, two things that don't mix really well. Mathis suddenly started speaking almost as if talking to himself.
そうしたら、暴れてるブローたちの
I saw the face of Barreau under his cloak. Brain malfunctioning, yeah. It's just like... It's like, what's happening? Which means...
ブローの正体はリュカ先生なんですよね。
Listen, the true identity of Barreau is Lucas, isn't it? Yes? Deciding that trying to hide it would betray him. After thinking for a few seconds, I nodded. Knew it. Mathis' breathing was unexpectedly calm. He was the same person who was so enraged by Barreau's appearance before. Thank you, Anne. Thank you for being here for so long to hydrate me. You weren't angry that I didn't tell you who it was?
まさかあなたが悪いわけじゃありませんから。
Of course not. You've done nothing wrong, Leah.
ただブローについては殺意を必死に抑えているだけです。
I am desperately trying to hold back my rage towards Barreau. He is a little psychopath here.
本当は今すぐにでもセルネボルに向かって兄さんを殺したやつを
What I want is to go
殺
back
してや
to
りたい。
Cernavelle right now and kill the one who killed my brother. Not knowing who Nadia was, Mathis didn't hide his desire to kill Lucas. Why were you in Chaetus?
そうですね。先日の一件で実力差を思い知ったのもありますけど。
There's a point about how powerless I was during what happened the other day.
考えたんです。あんなにリュカ先生の偽物がいるのなら。
But I thought about it. If there's so many clones of Lucas,
兄さんを殺したのは偽物の方で、リュカ先生本人は何も知らない可能性もあるんじゃないか。
maybe the one who killed my brother was one of the fakes, while Lucas himself knew nothing about what happened.
結局のところ、勇気のなさの言い訳なのかもしれませんが。
In the end, that might just be an excuse for my lack of courage to face him, though. As a note for anyone who may not have played the other game, Lucas didn't kill Mathis's brother. Mathis is a homunculus. He doesn't have a brother. He had fake memories implanted into his brain. In fact, in Mathis's route in the old game, Barreau even says he didn't kill him. And it causes Mathis to have like a brain malfunction. Because Barogo's never killed him. In the end, Mathis.
そんなことはないと思うの。
I don't think that's true. Sitting on my lap, Nadia raised her voice.
許せないも悲しいもとっても大きな感情だから。
To not want to forgive someone and being sad are both really strong feelings.
我慢するのもしないのも大変なことのはずよ。
To hold back from what you want and even not hold back, those things are so hard to do.
だから
So
だから
ありがとうございます。年下の女の子に慰め
thank
ら
you
れる
so
なん
much.
て
I feel a bit pathetic forcing a
なん
young
だ
girl
か少し情けないですね。
younger than me to cheer me up. She's actually older than him. He's only a year old. Because he was born in a test tube. He doesn't know that. I know that.
あなたはこれからどうするんですか？
What are you planning to do now, Leah? Well, I don't know because honestly, I don't understand how this is happening. I want to first get Nadia somewhere safe. After that, to be honest, I haven't thought about it. Nadia, Mathis, Jean. Removing any mention of Nadia's relationship with Lucas, I explained everything else I could.
そうですか。
I see. Mathis seemed to decide on something, smiling with relief.
この子のことは僕に任せて。あなたは自分のしたいことをしてください。
Then leave her in my care. You do whatever you need to do, Leah. Huh?
リュカ先生のところに行きたいんですよね。
I'm sure you want to go to Lucas, right? I realized he saw right through me. You can tell.
大事なお友達のことですから。
You're a dear friend of mine. Aw. Mathis, usually your bloodlust takes over, so I'm proud of you. I had to admit I felt some relief at having what I really wanted pointed out to
で
me.
も、それがどれだけ危険なことか。
You do realize just how
あなた
dangerous
自身
that
も
would be, right? Yes. I know I'm just only pushing myself onto him, but I promised that we would both work hard together. That's why I'll go. I'm aware I'll simply be holding him back.
足手まとい。大いに結構ではないですか。
Even if that's true, that sounds just fine.
会いたいから、愛しいから。
If you love him, go to
理
him.
屈も状況も関係なく、恋仲の男女が共にある理由は、それだけで
Regardless
十分だと、
of
俺は
logic
思いますよ。
or circumstances, I think that's reason enough for a man and a woman in love to be together, don't you?
さすが恋人がいるジャンの言葉は説得力があるね。
That's certainly convincing considering you have a lover of your own, right, Jean? Yeah? Who's that girl? Who's that girl in a test tube? Mathis, Jean. Thank you both so much. I won't forget this debt to you. I just realized while playing 9RIP that I haven't been screenshotting the images. Oh no! Well, the good news is you can visit the image gallery afterwards. I asked him to stop on one of the roads near Cernavel, covered in blood. After checking that I still had a weapon in my pocket, I got out of the Clyde car. Leah. I'll be going now, Nadia. I wrapped my arms around Nadia in a hug, and she looked anxiously back at me. I'm weak, so I can't say for sure that I can bring Lucas back. But I promise you at the very least that he won't be alone.
私、兄様とあなたのことを信じてる。
Thank you. I believe in you and my brother. I was sure she wanted to cry in that moment, but she held it in and told me.
いってらっしゃい。
Go,
兄
Leah.
様。
We kept it a secret that Nadia was his sister, and she literally goes, I believe in you and my bro,
兄
bro.
様と一緒に帰ってこられたら、綺麗な花冠を一緒に作りましょうね。
If you do come back with my brother, let's all make beautiful flower crowns together, she said. She saw me off with a bright smile, unperturbed by despair. Oh my gosh. My head felt heavy, my body wouldn't do what I told it to. I felt like I was simply struggling through this sea of thick blood.
あと少しでさように到着するというのに。
Just a little more and I'll reach the inner rooms. I knocked away the bodies of the clones that swarmed me. Taking care of a single one of them already took a considerable amount of energy. But it ceased to end with a second and third one attacking me along with even clones of royal guards. I was at my limit just trying to guard them against their blades and deep wounds cutting my body. I struggled to move forward, although it felt heavier than usual. I readied my halberd to swing. Along with the coming of the end of my life, my visions were stained red, making me lose sight of the enemy. Even without my vision, I could recognize the sound of arrows tearing through the air. I prepared to throw a dagger to strike at the foe who fired the arrow when...
兄様、どうしてそんなに怖いお顔をしているの?
Brother, why do you have such a scary look on your face? In the line of fire, I saw my innocent little sister. You don't remember how to? Oh, okay. If you're on your Switch, it's the circle on the left side. If you're on a Joy-Con, it's the lower button on the Joy-Con side. It's the square with a circle inside of it, not the minus one. A Nadia reliver. I knew what it was right away, yet the hand that was about to throw the dagger paused. In that moment, one of the clones I thought I had killed stood up behind me. I felt a searing hot impact across my back. My life's energy was sapped from me in an instant, and I helplessly fell to the ground. A vast amount of blood poured from my back and pooled across the floor. Nadia. I knew it was fake, but we were still connected to each other by blood. She must have just been created, but I couldn't kill her. Reliver Nadia looked down at me with loveless eyes, and as if she simply lost interest in me, let herself be carried by one of the royal guard clones, disappearing into a tunnel. In exchange, someone else came up to me as I lay there collapsed.
最強の化け物も寿命が近くなればこのざまか。
So this is what the strongest monster looks like in the end of his life. Capuchin. What route are you on 9R Pino? As I was surrounded by the encroaching clones, the man looked down at me with joy in his eyes.
末期症状に侵されながらここまでの抵抗を示したことは素直に称賛しよう。
I do applaud you for resisting your end this far, even after showing all of these symptoms.
だが、さすがにこれ以上手駒を減らされるのは困る。君のリライバーは作るのが容易ではなくて。
To start Hibiki is nice. Hibiki is a good route. I liked it. He was a good time. However, I would be in trouble if you were to do away with any more of my pawns. Making relivers of you isn't easy.
私の
My genes.
お前の欲望を満たすためにあるのではない。
Aren't meant for you to fulfill your desires.
何を今さら。
Too late for that now. My vision blurred as he kicked the side of my head. The impact and the blood I lost both sapped my strength, and I could hardly even hold my halberd anymore. The last thought I had would end in a mix of red and black.
ここまでか。
This is the end I see. No matter how many times I told myself not to give up, I couldn't bring myself to stand.
安心したまえ。 ナディアのことは私が妻として君の分まで大事にしてあげよう。
Don't worry, I'll take good care of my new wife Nadia in your place.
君は天から、いや、一人冥界で私たちの新たなる旅立ちを
I hope you'll
祝福
bless
してくれ
us
たま
on our new journey from heaven, or should I say hell? I heard the sound of one of the clones fixing their grip on the halberd, readying to smash my head. Ching ching! I closed my eyes, preparing for the impact that would end my life. I prayed that at the very least the ones I loved would be able to live on. But the impact never came. I slowly opened my eyes, wondering what could possibly be waiting for. I see a large hole opening up in the clone that was about to kill me. The body, cloaked in black, stumbled and fell to the ground right in front of me, now a corpse. I saw very closely that the hollow face turned its cloak right was the same as my own.
なんだ?
What just happened? There was someone rushing in from the entrance. It wasn't anyone from the corpse, nor was it Sheen Brophy. Lucas! You jerk! Her body shook as she held out a weapon I had never seen before, the woman I gave my love to. Dude, we can stop switching sides. The bullet flew out with force and speed far greater than I imagined, easily taking a life with it. I killed him with my own hands, a life that was in the body of a human. My body shook from the reality of what just happened, but my feet didn't stop. Readying the weapon again, I pointed it at Capuchin. Don't move, or I'll tear a hole through your chest next. Capuchin's face went pale in an instant. Though he might not know how it worked, I was sure he understood that the weapon I held had taken someone else down in an instant. What is that? It's a gun.
オリジナルほどの洗練さはないとはいえ、この人形たちが見切れない飛び道具など存在するはずがない。
They might not be polished as their original, but they can't possibly be a ranged weapon that these clones are weak to. I don't need to tell you anything. To be honest, I didn't fully understand what was happening either. But I was fine with that, so long as the threat that this mysterious weapon kept Capuchin afraid. While keeping Capuchin and the clones back, I kept moving closer to Lucas as blood continued to pour out from him. Can you stand, Lucas? I'll buy you some time, so please get away from here. Lucas's empty eyes looked at me. I was sure I would look so pathetic and undependable, shaking as I held my weapon. I swore I wouldn't run away, but as I stood there thinking to myself,
なるほど。確かにその未知の武器は我々にとってかなりの脅威だ。
I see that mysterious weapon of yours is quite a threat to us.
だが、その様子だと、君もそれを扱うのは初めてのようだね。
However, it seems this is your first time using it, no? Capuchin smiled wickedly, an antagonizing, ridiculing smile, one that instilled fear just by looking at it. So what if it is? I replied while trying to mask my fear. Even if I'm not used to it, all I need to do is pull this trigger and I can do that in an instant.
それはそうだろうね。実際、私は君が構えるその武器が恐ろしくてたまらない。
Yes, I'm sure. To be honest, I truly am terrified of the weapon you're holding.
だが、
But
私はともかく、自意識のない人形に死への恐怖があると思っているのかな。
Well, that may be for myself. Do you really think these clones with no will of their own have fear of death? Huh? Suddenly, and without warning, the clones jumped in front of Capuchin to protect him. While startled by their sudden movement, I still didn't hesitate to pull the trigger, but I didn't even make an attempt to dodge. It didn't even make an attempt to dodge the bullet. One of the clones purposely let itself be hit and simply fell and died where it stood. What? Far faster than I was able to point the gun back at Capuchin, the other clone began to rush towards me. I couldn't get away from them.
最後の最後までこいつらを人間として見た君の負けだ。
Seeing these clones as real humans was your downfall, Leah.
せいぜいそこに転がっているオリジナルとともに冥界から私の勝利を見届けるのだね。
I'm sure you'll have. I don't think she's going to hell, Capuchin. I'm sure you'll have a splendid view of my victory from Hades alongside the original on the floor beside you. I didn't even have the time to feel any rare rage towards Capuchin's gloating. The moment I would be cut down inches closer and closer with each passing second. Ah, this was it. I'm sorry, Lucas. I told you I'd be with you forever, but it seems I'll be dying before you. The air shuddered from the beastly roar. Loud. Right before the halberd was about to be smashed into my face. I won't let you die. Lucas, who was waiting on the floor for his death just earlier, had vanished. And in a blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of me. His right hand grabbed the handle of the halberd swung by the clone and crushed it. But Lucas... He refused to stop even as blood poured from him. He jumped onto the clone like a beast with his fangs bared. Just as the clone gave a sound of surprise, Lucas grabbed its neck and twisted it in a way that shouldn't have been possible for it to turn. He jumped onto the next and crushed its skull. Lucas's bloodthirst directed itself at Capuchin, who gave a small yelp. Capuchin's face paled, horrified at the demonstration of how someone on the verge of death could exhibit extraordinary strength. Kill him, kill him, kill him! A monster like this can't exist in a land that's about to be mine. With his scream, the clones that were standing ready to attack Lucas at once. Lucas! I moved to try and protect him, but Lucas stopped with me in his arms. He picked up the halberd from the ground. And in an instant cut through the clones. Capuchin was standing there in a stupor, trying to figure out what was happening. Lucas swung his halberd to remove the blood, then looked down at the clones dead at his feet. Impossible. With a scream, he began to flee towards the door leading into the laboratory. So much blood today, all the blood. Just blood. It's not Virche Evermore, it's blood Evermore. In that moment, my body moved on its own. With a shout, Capuchin's hand that was on the door was stained red. He was glaring at me, not able to believe what had happened. I also couldn't believe I hit him. However, I could still feel the shock from the weapon even after it had fulfilled its purpose. Now I'm an accomplice. Just for these few moments, let's both do our best together. A deadly roar reverberated through the hallway. With his eyes fixed on Capuchin, he sped up and closed it in on him. Don't come near me. I'm not supposed to die here. Not when I haven't been recognized by anyone. I'm not gonna die a nobody. Capuchin drew out a dagger in his last desperate effort to fight back. As if to completely shatter any will to fight, Lucas swung his halberd up high as he closed in.
お前の導きは必要ない。
I won't obey your orders anymore. And the silver blade.
私が彼女と共に自分で選んだ罪だ。
This is the passive sin I chose with her. And now we're on the run. Consigned the fellow sinner in his demise. Oh man. Oh dear. And then the sun was just rising into the sky. Almost all of the murderers rampaging through the institute were dead, and the only ones left was Lucas, who committed his last murder. Aw. He says Leah, but it was just breathing.
やっと
Finally, it's all over.
すべてが
A normal person would have already been dead if they had sustained the injuries he had, yet he gave me a beautiful
今
smile.
までの罪を償えたわけではありませんが
Still sad, I cry. Oh, goodness. It's not as though I atoned for the sins I've committed. I'm just waiting to see if he dies from the wounds or not, because he could survive. He's not normal.
少なくともこれで私の遺伝子が新たな悲劇を生むことはない。
At the very least, my genes won't lead to any further tragedies. You did so well. But in the end, you worked so hard that you drained yourself of your strength.
私一人で頑張ったのではありませんよ。
Not as if I worked this hard alone.
君がこの愚かな殺人鬼を信じて
You came after this foolish
追いか
murderer,
けてきてくれたから
still believing in him. Why is his hair down? His hair was in a ponytail.
私は最後まで駆け抜けることができた。
So that's why I was able to keep going until the very end. Sir, stop coughing up blood. The light from Lucas's eyes was slowly fading away. Perhaps it was because of all the blood he lost, or he was simply at the end of his life. Regardless, even though I hated it, I knew the time we had together would last only a few minutes. You don't have to work so hard anymore.
そうですか。
I see. I could see myself on the verge of tears in his eyes as they continued to lose their light.
だが
But why is
どう
that?
してだろう。もう頑張らなくていいと分かった途端
The moment I know I don't have to work so hard.
あと少しでいい。
I want to have
君と
just a
頑
little
張
more time to work hard with you and live
生きたい。
together. I think it's too late to turn you into a liver, my guy.
そう願ってしまった。
Why am I wishing that?
私にそんなことを言う資格は
When I have no right to ask for such
No.
things. Tears fell from my eyes, blending with Lucas's before disappearing into the pool of blood. That was what I wanted to tell him ever since the moment I realized I loved him. If that was what he wished now, it must mean it's alright if I wish for that too. I caressed Lucas's cheek as he nodded in return. I want you to live too. I want you to love me and let me love you. I want to be by your side just a bit longer as family. To him, those words held nothing but cruelty in them.
Ah.
Yes.
ありがとう。君から
Thank you.
同じ気持ちを聞け
Hear
て
you feel the same way. Come on, Sheen, show up now.
本当に
I really am happy. His longing to be together could be heard between us, however quiet it had become.
やっと自分の意志で言える。
I can tell you on my own free will.
愛してる。
I love you, Leah. I
君と1秒でも長く共に生きられる運命を
want to live in a future alongside you
絶望
for as long as possible.
する。
While weeping like children and yet smiling at the same time, we both prayed for a tomorrow where we could be the one with our beloved. Is that Sheen? No? Sheen not gonna save him? He just goes away. It's messed up. A few months had passed after I had to let go of the first friend I ever made. Oh, it's Dahat! It's Dahat's point of view. Wait, now? News of the tragedy at the Institute spread throughout Apachel, and the society, once headed by Capuchin, had dissolved. A wanted poster was put up for the murderer Lucas Proust, the identity behind Barreau and the original of the clones.
とはいえ、シアンさんは支援者。僕の正体を探すのに集中してて、ユカさんには興味なさげなんですよね。
That said, Sheen supporters are all looking into who I am and don't seem all that interested in Lucas.
アドルフさんたちも探すふりをして見逃している感じですし。
And it seems like Adolf and his people are only pretending to find him and are actually just letting him go. As I mumble to myself to keep my mouth shut as well.
どうしようかな。自業自得とはいえ、オーティという手駒が潰れてしまった以上。
What to do? I know I helped bring all this about, but I lost Orti who served as a pawn.
僕の計画は予定よりもずっと長引きそうだ。
And now it seems that my plans are going to take much longer than originally intended. He wants his mom back, by the way. And revenge, but like also his mom.
ま、いっか。諦めるわけではありませんけど、しばらくはのんびり様子見しましょう。
Well, I don't plan on giving up, but I suppose I can sit back for a bit and see how things play out.
少なくとも、ナディアが生きている間は、アルペシエールを血に染めない。
At the very least, I won't stain Apachel in blood while Nadia is alive.
それが僕の、ナディアを巻き込んだ失敗のけじめです。
That's my way of making up for getting Nadia caught up in all this mess. I would just watch and see if Sheen will be able to dispel the curse and right the morals of this nation.
よいしょっと。
Alright then. I got off the bench and moved myself forward using the wheelchair I had beside me. I reached the home of the Proust family, which I was sure she would return to someday. I borrowed the key to the room using my authority and entered, and parked the completed wheelchair at the center of the room.
いつか君が自力で花畑の中を走ることができますように。
I pray that you'll be able to run across the flower fields all by yourself someday.
さようなら、ナディア。
Goodbye, Nadia. Along with my prayer, I laid a single flower on top of the seat of the chair. Oh, Dahat. I bid my eternal farewell to my treasure. Petals of the Lycoris flowers, hated by all the people, danced high into the sky from the winds blown. in from the sea. The black petals rode beautifully along the path, and winds below blew. And were carried all the way into the cavern that our family lived in.
すごい。
Wow.
リコリスのワージュって花吹雪になるとこんなに綺麗なのね。
I didn't know Lycoris Norigi petals could be so pretty on the wind. Right? I love watching them ever since I was little. Can you see them as well, Lucas? I looked over at him as I asked my question. Lucas answered with a peaceful smile. He had already stopped breathing. Right before the blizzard of Lycoris petals blew into the cave, he left both Nadia and me. That wish was granted as Sheen arrived and saved Lucas right after that. In exchange for the details of the crimes committed by Capuchin and a detailed testimony, he offered to treat Nadia as well as not aggressively pursue Lucas for his crimes. With his help, Nadia, although not healed completely, gradually rose to a fairly favorable condition. However, there was still no change in the fact that the end of Lucas's life was near. Anku, who appeared next, showed us his final place to live our lives together. Okay, but he just died today. And along with Nadia, the three of us hid away from any others, living out our peaceful days, all the way until the end of Lucas's life came. We truly lived a peaceful time together. We walked along the shores with the flower fields. We made meals together. We laughed so much and fought at times. And at the end of a few months of sharing a lifetime's worth of emotions, Lucas left us with a smile. I really thought she just carried his corpse everywhere. Here's the thing.
最後まで幸せそうだったわね。
There is an ending where she dies and Lucas keeps her. So I was all like, is this just the reverse of that? Did they just reverse it? He seemed happy even in his last moments.
姉様もそう思わない？
Don't you think so too, Leah? I think I'd still be sad if my boyfriend just died. I really do. He really did have a beautiful smile. Fortunately, Lucas left us without suffering and pain. The whispers of love he gave us up until his last breath, I wouldn't ever forget, even after death. What the heck is this? Can you hear us, Lucas? I'm so confused. Please just hear this at least. We love you. Nadia and I will love you forever. I desperately called out to him and he replied. He's like, ditto.
私も
Did I screenshot this? Did I get too distracted? I might have 2 screenshots. We'll find out.
君たちのことを心から
I truly love both of you. Lucas desperately responded to us with a quiet voice. His breathing was growing more and more faint. No matter how hard I prayed God to wait before taking him, his pulse continued to get weaker, because miracles only happen once. Nadia. Mustering the last of his strength, Lucas spoke the name of his little sister. His eyes weren't focused on her. He must not even be able to see anymore. Knowing we were right in front of him, he continued.
こんな私と
Thank you
家族になってくれて
for being my family.
君たちを愛するこ
How bittersweet. It's a better ending than his original bad endings, I guess. Okay. I mean, Nadia's alive. She doesn't always survive in his. I was able to love you both, and I'm so happy for that.
兄様の妹に生まれることができて
Me too, brother. I'm so happy I was born as your little sister.
生まれ変わってもまた私たちと家族になってくれる
If we're born into a new family, do you think we'll still be family?
もちろん
Of course we will.
何百年かかろうと冥界で罪を償って
No matter how many centuries it takes in Hades, I'll atone for my sins.
必ず妻とあなたを迎えに
And I promise to find
行き
you
ますから
and Leah.
どうか待ってい
So
て
please wait for me, okay?
くださいね
Imagine if it was Papa Enma that would have to punish him. I don't know. What level? He would probably be pretty deep. Unable to hold herself back any longer, Nadia dove forward towards his body and cried, Leah, I'm here, Lucas. I responded to him, and the hand I held gently squeezed me back. He was so weak compared to the strength he had before, and I readied myself knowing this would be our last conversation. I wanted to cry and scream and grab onto him, but I desperately pushed down the urge. We wanted to give you this. Onto his shaking fingers, I put on the ring made of flowers. It's a single flower that Nadia and I made. One for Lucas and one for myself. Please take this with you to Hades and remember me.
ありがとう
Thank you.
こんな素敵な贈り物をもらえるなんて
I never thought I'd receive such a wonderful gift. This is
私にはもったいない最後だ
all too much for my final moments. He looked up towards me with clouded eyes and continued.
本当は私からも
He's talking so much. Can he just die respectfully?
誓いの指輪を
This is kind of a Lucas thing. He just keeps going. They're like, he's dying. He just keeps talking.
したかった
He's great at monologuing. I think one of my favorite death scenes is in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the movie, not the TV show, where she stabs this guy with a stake because he's a vampire, and he's just going, ooh, ah, ah. And then like later on, he's still going, ah, and they're like, would you please? Could you just stop? To be honest, I wish I could have made a ring to exchange my vows with you. They should have gotten married, honestly. Now's a terrible time to get married. They should have gotten married the moment you guys got down there.
私にはもう
I can't make anything even out of flowers.
代わりに最後まで
In exchange, until the very last moment, I'll hold your hand.
君の左手の薬 薬指に
They really want to stretch the voice actor's voice time, and I respect that. The way he's talking right now is how I felt like he talked the entire time of the last game, by the way. He was talking so slow, I talked over him so many times, thinking he was done. Because he would pause. He'd be like, I hope you find everything you're looking for. I'm like, bro, just say it faster. When you look at your left ring finger,
指輪をはめたかった男が
please don't forget there was a man
言う
who wanted to place a ring there. I won't, no matter what. I took one shaky breath after the other, savoring the memories we had together. He looked towards my eyes, which he could not see, and spoke with joy.
君に出会えて
I'm so happy I met you.
愚かな人生を
I walked a
歩んで
foolish
き
path.
た君と出会い君を愛した
But I'm proud of the
運命
destiny
だ
given
け
to me.
は
Meeting
誇る
and
ことが
falling in love with you. Me too, buddy. Samesies. I was so happy I had a chance to love you. So happy. In his last moments, I smiled. Thank you so much for meeting me, my husband. You are the love of my life. I told him how happy I was to have met him. I whispered and smiled at him and gave him a kiss that barely grazed him. Lucas Weekly smiled.
その言
Those
葉
words
は
are just unfair.
卑怯ですよ本当は
You could have become a reliver, my guy. You lived for 2 more months. You could have become a reliver.
ず
I too wanted to continue
生きて
and live speaking your name over and over again.
死にたく
I really don't want to die. And with a single tear, leaving his last regret with us, he fell asleep looking happier than anyone else in the world. I reminisced on his last moments. As I did, I sent him off to a deep underground lake that had formed within the cavern before his body submerged completely. Sleep well, Lucas. I offered him a prayer as I touched his finger with the ring fitted on. Even though I didn't remember doing so in the past, I still felt something. That I was so happy to have been able to make a ring for him. I will cherish your feelings you left with us and live my life with Nadia as normal people with all of our strength. Please watch over us from Hades. Bye, my love. Please make me part of your family again in our next life. I let go of his hand and saw Lucas off as he sank to the bottom of the lake. Right after he disappeared.
もちろんです
Of course, I thought I heard him answer me back. Aw, man, that was sad. Oof. Took a while, but it was sad. How dare it?
愛しい家
Jack,
族
come
たち
back.
に見守られ生涯を終えるこんなに幸せでいいのでしょうかいいえ今はこの幸福に身を委ねていたい何百年かかってでも罪を償い
Just let him talk for a minute.
また君に出会い愛します
TLDR.
その時こそ
Still talking.
花の指輪を君の薬指に
This is from a review I saw when I looked for spoilers. Can't wait to meet you in the next life. That's the sim. Careful, we only did one there's more. Interesting. I don't know if I liked it. I don't know if I liked them adding like a we were in love before thing. I don't know if how I feel about that. Like, you added more lore to the history. Like, they didn't know each other as kids. And they're adding, like, more to his memory stuff. I'm waiting for Blue's spoiler post. It feels like you're tricking me. I think this is my favorite of the CGs. If I'm being real, if I'm being so real, this is my favorite one. This is Encore. We're doing Encore right now. The other one is like the after end story. So Encore is like a retelling, like a third ending. Did it not match up with what you're about to spoil? You're like, wait a second. Encore, honestly, what was even the point of this section? Lucas dies either way, like in the first game, and mostly in the same fashion. There's just less of a focus on Pedicino and his pedo speeches. It's mostly focusing on Lucas's hack and slashing everyone with his spear. The only actual good thing was we got to see a small flashback of how Lucas actually had met Saris early as a child when they were running away from their parents. At the time, Saris wasn't told his name so that his parents wouldn't know he's there. I got excited when he didn't die after the battle with Pedicino's army, but then the game is all like, hello, did you forget that he didn't want to relive her and he's almost 23? So yeah, get wrecked. Oh man, yeah, get wrecked. Get wrecked. I mean, I'm not surprised. But also, oh no, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I feel. No, thank you. That's not what I meant to click on. I meant to click on this. Oh my gosh. Okay, here's the, remember how I just said there was one where she dies and he like, that's the one where she dies. He's putting a ring on a finger that's just not even. And this is the one where, oh my gosh. This is where these stories pick up at, by the way. This is the one where he just dies and his sister's dead. Oh my, I think she's dead in this one too, actually. But like, so is Sirius. There's so many dead people in this one. Oh my gosh. I'm not doing these tonight because it's been 6 hours almost and I thought I'd be done in about 4 hours. Because I swear that's how long it took me to get through Mathis's, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Oh, stars. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the thing is, okay, I had the same thought kind of with Mathis's. Mathis was focusing so much on Jean for some reason. And the first part of it was fine. I'm chill with Jean getting a little bit of focus because you know what? Jean had a whole thing, but Jean wasn't a redeemable character. And they tried to change it. Like he deserved redemption or something. No, he was kidnapping women and killing them. And taking their fetuses out of their bodies to do experiments on so that he could try to make a clone. He had nothing to redeem. Ooh, Mathis Encore. So they decided to make Mathis a lady killer in a literal sense. I mean, wow, I can't believe it. They actually made him more psychotic than Camille. Basically, all the murders that Camille committed had now been shifted over to Mathis doing his bidding instead, and he's in this crazy murder trance until he stabbed Sirius enough times. Poor Mathis was actually a good boy, but they wanted to make him yell and sound all yandere like a budget Kaji Kyuji. Oh my gosh. And then Jean thing isn't even resolved, and it's in a nutshell, so it ends up being such a weird plot hole, but fortunately, we know what the real ending is. Was the most angering is how fucking Camille got a happy ending on this. Yeah, Camille, I like the throwing a table. Yeah, Camille got a happy ending for some reason, and I'm okay with that for the after story, because technically, or the additional story, because that story, Mathis's true ending, which is the one where he turns into a reliver, had the sweetest plot. It was so sweet. And I'm so mad at them for ruining it with the after story. His after story ruined it. His after story is literally him being trapped in the same body that has the issue with the heart conditions. And so because they're in love, they're going to continue to die over and over again. Like, that's... There is no happy endings. There are no happy endings. But also the fact that that one is him chasing Camille around, going, I want to learn more about my brother. He was never your brother. He was never your brother. He was your creator. And genetically speaking, he was your father. Ugh. But it was unnecessary. It was unnecessary. I don't know. I was curious how they were going to make a sequel, and honestly, I don't know. Do you want a Mathis's emotion one? We played it. We could listen to it. I could hear it. Who wrote these reviews you're reading? You're sharing. Who's the review writer? Oh my stars. Like, Mathis's story prior had one of the better endings, and so it kind of sucks how they ruined it. And then turning Jean / Camille into such a main character in both of them. One's fine, but for both, no. No thank you. I do like Nadia having a happier ending in this one. I don't know. The rest of the route ended up being this past memoir of Camille, and honestly, I was so fucking sick of this guy being not only a huge jackass to Mathis in 2 games, but derailing his only good ending. Instead of seeing cute scenes with Mathis and Sirius, we went on a memory lane trip for the abusive asshole. This entire concept of forgiving this abusive fuck just enrages me, Breadmaster Lee. I agree entirely. We were playing that thing going, what's happening here? What's going on? He's not redeemable in any shape or form. And the fact is, they played the Japanese as soon as it came out. The fact is, like, they did the headstone thing, and he's all like, are you okay with this? You bought a fucking headstone and put it in your yard, and you didn't, I'm getting too loud, and you didn't even ask her prior to buying it? Like, this is like Rapunzel. Like, this is Tangled. Would you expect Tangled for her to buy a headstone for the woman who kept her captive her entire life, who told her to be afraid of the outside, who was like tricking her the entire time and pretending to love her? Because Jean never cared. And you can say he did, but he did not actually care. And he was killing people and taking things from their bodies to try and make a child that he could try and recreate his past lover. Because grief is so weird in this game. Like, Camille was not where it was at. I would have been fine with the first thing, but how dare you ruin the second thing? And then the ending, the overall ending. Like Lucas's, this one's actually fine. I'm actually fine with this being Lucas's ending. Because it fits with his theme. It stays on brand to him. It gives Nadia an actual decent ending in his route instead of just like the other route. Like, her only other good ending is Adolphe's route. Because she is saved. And we'll see if they mess it up here somehow. I don't know. Ugh, Mathis's did not make me happy. Oof, we'll see. We'll see. Oh my goodness. I don't think there's anyone I know up this late to raid. Let's see. Oof. We'll go through it. Maybe I'll invite my friend to come chat with me. No. Yeah, there's no one like up right now. Alrighty, well. We've survived the first half of Lucas's story so far. We'll see how it continues. Again, I don't think this was too bad overall. A little bit too long at the very end of it though, but it matched his vibe. Thank you for being here so long, Blue. You hung out the whole time. Also, thank you, Asia, for being here. Who else has been here today? Nyx, thank you so much for being here the whole time, Nyx. I feel like there was somebody else here. Hang on. I'm scrolling. Jay was here. Helen was here. And then Anne kept redeeming waters, and Natalia was here. Oh yeah, and Mama stopped by and said hi. Thank you guys. So if you're watching this on YouTube, as a reminder, I stream about 3 times a week on Twitch. You can check me out over there. And if you're here watching this on Twitch, remember I upload all the VODs onto YouTube so you can watch them later on. If you want to remember the super fun we're having, we're going to be continuing Virche as well as 9RIP. Please check my Discord for the schedule I have, because November is a busy work month for me, so my schedule's a little different because I can't have my usual days off. But I thank you guys. I hope you have a lovely night. Blue, get some sleep. I know it's later for you than it is for me. Bye!